Chapter 1, The assassination begins and the entry awakens. Killa. This assassination mission is for you to carry out. You must complete it as quickly as possible. On a six-winged flying dragon 1,000 meters in the sky. Zeno put his hands behind his back, hunched over, and the embroidery of career active on his chest was very eye-catching. Got it, old man. Killa squatted on the dragon's back and looked down at the ground. There was no change on his face. His posture and expression exuded absolute confidence and calmness. This is the 11th year since Killua traveled through the Hunter x Hunter world. There is still half a year before the Hunter x Hunter drama timeline. 11 years ago. He was reborn as a baby in the Zaldik family. After various trainings. Now, like the original Killua, he not only has an impressive talent, but has also become a genius killer who has experienced hundreds of battles. Brack City. A luxurious villa is built on the mountain. The owner of this villa is named Lafayette. When he was young, he was involved in the black industry to accumulate original capital, and then transformed into the real estate industry. He is a famous rich man in Brack City. But the mall is like a battlefield. His ruthless means of making a fortune have made him too many enemies, and someone hired Zaldik for a high price to kill him. Lafayette himself has no combat ability, he is just an ordinary person with a good business sense. The only thing to pay attention to is the professionally trained bodyguard team around the villa. Of course. This level is nothing to Zaldik. This is also the reason why Zeno will let Killua complete the task alone. Get ready, get to the destination immediately. Zeno stared at the front with a very sharp gaze, and his eyes showed the calmness of life and death. The six-winged flying dragon hovered above the villa. When it was still 30 meters away from the ground, Killua slowly stood up on the dragon's back, staring coldly at the bottom, and then jumped down from a high altitude. At the same time, outside the two closed tall iron doors of the villa, the two guards looked up at the sky at the same time. Hey, what kind of monster is that above your head? Wait. It seems that a white-haired boy fell from above. The guard looked up and was stunned. Killua fell rapidly from the sky, waving his hands, and his sharp nails like blades instantly cut the throats of the two people. Then there was no stopping. With his extraordinary agility, he jumped onto the high wall like a civet cat. The guards in the villa courtyard just noticed it, and before they could sound the alarm, they were stabbed through the chest by a sprinting knife. Killua's speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly, and his moves were decisive and deadly. Corridor, living room. The entire villa defense force was quickly slaughtered by him alone, and in a moment, the ground was covered with blood. What's going on? What happened? Villa monitoring room. Looking at the corpses all over the screen. The drowsy guard immediately pressed the emergency alarm button. Lafayette opened his hazy eyes in the sharp alarm. He glanced at the courtyard through the window, grabbed the pistol hidden under the pillow, and quickly found his own private guards who had been hired at a high price. Tonpa, someone broke into the villa. You must find a way to ensure my safety. Lafayette's voice trembled slightly due to nervousness, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When he was young, he was also fearless. But as he got older, his power became greater, and his wealth increased, he became more and more afraid of death. Don't worry, boss. With me here, there will be no danger. God Tonpa swallowed his saliva, comforted him with his mouth, and began to curse in his heart. He just wanted to make some extra money as a bodyguard before the hunter assessment began. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But just when the two were thinking about how to escape with a serious look, a chill suddenly rose from their spines. Tonpa and Lafayette turned around suddenly and found that a white-haired boy had come behind them without knowing when. At this moment, it was as if ants were stared at by a huge monster. A breath of death like a cold tide quickly permeated the two people's bodies. Even if the opponent was just a boy. But it was only a moment. Tonpa, who was extremely sensitive to danger and insidious, immediately pretended to bow his head and said respectfully, "Private Marseille, please let me go." Tonpa. Killua raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect to meet the guy in the original book who liked to bully novices the most in the hunter assessment. "You monster, die!" Seeing Tonpa actually gave in directly, Lafayette cursed him as a waste, took out the pistol from his waist, and pulled the trigger at Killua. Day, day, day. The bullets sprayed out from the muzzle like a tongue of fire. But what was shocking was that it seemed as if he could predict the trajectory of the bullets in advance. Killua dodged left and right. Not only did he not take a step back, but he quickly moved forward in the face of the rain of bullets. The next moment, Lafayette felt as if he was being clamped by an iron clamp, and then his head was forced to spiral in a way that went against his physiology, and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Tonpa, who had previously bowed his head and showed weakness, suddenly changed his expression and took out a dagger to attack Killua from behind. But as a time traveler, Killua knew Tonpa's character. He liked to use realistic acting skills to pretend to be weak first, and then frame his opponent when he was not prepared. In a flash, Killua dodged, then tiptoed forward, and rushed forward with his right hand like a knife, stabbing out like lightning. So cold. When, my heart. Tonpa looked at his left chest, which had been opened at some point, and then looked at the beating heart in Killua's hand, and felt real fear. "Give it back to me, give it back to me." Killua's face was full of indifference. He clenched his right hand and crushed the heart directly. Tonpa wanted to struggle, but his body was completely out of control and he could only feel everything helplessly. Killua's sly smile when crushing the heart also became the last memory of his life. Although I once teased Tonpa as a hidden master of hunter, he is just a supporting role after all. Killua wiped the blood on his hands without much emotional change. Hunter x Hunter world is different from Blue Star. This is a world where the strong survive, and it is a dangerous country that is extremely close to the law of the dark jungle. This world has no mercy, does not allow saints. And human lives are worthless. It is full of death and cruelty. Weak. Here, you can't even choose how to die. After packing up everything, Killua turned around and prepared to leave. But suddenly, he found a green entry and 2 white entries falling directly from the top of Tonpa's head to the ground. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The God-level entry system has been activated. Found entries: lucky, green; insidious, white; strong, white. Chapter 2, A Great Gift Pack for Beginners, with black entries at the start. This is a system. Killua was startled, his eyes were not frightened, but full of surprise. Although Tongzi arrived a little late. But it's better than nothing. Moreover, he was already gifted, and with the system, it was really like a tiger with wings. System, introduce your abilities. Killua calmed down and asked in his heart. Ding! This system is called the item looting system. Outstanding talents in the world will have their own exclusive items. The function of the system is to strengthen yourself by killing enemies and looting items. Items are divided by color, from low to high. They are white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and black. Except for red and black, items of the same color and the same attribute are divided into 4 strength levels: low, medium, upper, and top. While introducing, Killua began to appear in front of his eyes. Name: Killua. Skills: Assassination. Entries: invulnerable to poisons, lower level blue; electric resistance, middle level blue; chosen killer, red. Invulnerable to poisons, lower level blue, able to resist various poisons without being harmed by them. Electric resistance, middle level blue, the cells in the body are able to cleverly channel electric currents, and have extraordinary resistance when facing strong electric shocks. chosen killer, read stable mentality, exquisite techniques, keen judgment, quick response, and extraordinary physical fitness. You have all the necessary qualities to become a top killer in your bones, and you are destined to become the world's top killer. Hiss. I actually already have a red entry. Killua's eyes lit up. He knew that these entries represented talents or certain traits. No wonder all the enemies who beat him called him the one with the best qualifications ever. About the entries. Among them, the white entries, although the lowest level, are not the qualifications that ordinary people can have. The owner of the green entries is already the best among people. Blue entries, reaching this color can be said to be rare among the rare. Purple entries, gold, and red are basically abilities that ordinary people can't even think about, or even unheard of. As for black, although there is no introduction in the system, but since this color is ranked at the top, the ability must be incredible. Of course, the entry only represents talent and ability, not absolute strength. As long as the operation is proper, the blue entry may also be able to counterattack the gold entry. A simple understanding of the system. Killua moved away from his panel and turned his head to look at the dead Tonpa, the great god. Lucky, green intermediate, you have good luck, and you have a chance to escape danger. Sly, white lower level, bad character, but a little clever. Strengthening, white intermediate, physical talent exceeds that of ordinary people. I see. No wonder Tonpa, although his strength is vulnerable, can survive more than 30 hunter assessments by chance. I'm afraid it's the effect of this luck entry. He's really lucky. Killua blinked. After the awakening system, he found that the world in front of him had completely changed from before. Not only Tonpa. Lafayette also dropped a green entry for being good at business. And some of the guards before also had white entries. But as time passed, all the entries that fell on the ground began to flicker, as if they would disappear at any time. The dropped entries are probably time limited. The entry will disappear after a certain time. So what are you waiting for? Entry plunder. Killua looked at the green lucky entry and began to grab it. Although this lucky entry is only green, it can help you escape danger at dangerous moments. It is a life-saving skill. As for the physical strength, white, which increases physical talent, it belongs to the lower level of natural killer, gold. Lafayette's green business entry is useless. As long as you have strong strength, you can spend endless money. But if you don't have strength, no matter how much wealth you have, you can die at any time in the hunter world. Ding! The first entry plunder is successful, triggering the novice reward. After integrating the lucky entry into yourself, the system sounded again. Novice reward automatically opens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new entry, Traveler, Black and Unique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the basic NAN gift package. Traveler, Black and Unique. As a traveler, you do not belong to the present, the future, or the past. So no one can spy on your past and future, no one can view all your memories. Cause and effect cannot lock you. FK. Black entry. Killua took a breath of cold air. This novice gift pack is too good, it actually gives a black entry directly. And the ability is simply outrageous. The Hunter x Hunter world is not a world where you can only compare who has the bigger fist and who has the stronger power. There are many conditional ability users. As long as the conditions are met, it is basically equal to winning. So information cannot be spied on, and memories cannot be viewed. Cause and effect cannot lock you. This is definitely a heaven-defying skill. At the same time, after the black entry is integrated into himself, a thin needle suddenly appeared from Killua's forehead. This is Ilmi's mind needle. When was it left? Killua was a little confused. He knew that this needle was put in by Ilmi to protect himself. The main function is to make him consider how to retreat when facing a strong opponent, rather than defeating the opponent. In other words, Just like that weird mother. Because Killua is the strongest talent in Zaldik now. The entire Zaldik family has an almost perverted love for Killua. Basic Nin gift pack. This is also the ability I need most now. Looking at the second reward. Killua was very excited. Although he had wanted to get in touch with Nin for a long time. But in order to lay a good foundation for physical skills, the entire Zaldik strictly required him not to get in touch with any Nin training. It's just the Nin gift pack. Killua didn't open it and try it now. He knew very well that the old man Zeno's Nin circle was a terrifying 300 meters, and he must be witnessing his every move. Now is not the time to practice. With the entry plunder system, my strength can definitely reach an incredible level. Don't even mention surviving in this dangerous world. In the future, it is not impossible to venture into the Dark Continent and obtain those heaven-defying gods that can prolong life, cure all diseases, and automatically generate electricity. Looking back on what he received today, Killua was very excited. Even the top killer. Walking by the river all year round. The most worrying thing is the fate of the dragon slayer who will eventually be slaughtered. At the same time, I traveled through Hunter x Hunter for these years. Killua knows better than anyone. In this cruel world where life is cheap. If you want to avoid being killed by others, you can only become stronger and stronger than everyone else. Only in this way. Your life and destiny can be firmly in your own hands. Chapter 3, the second function of the entry, Nin can also plunder. Sky. Zeno was standing on the six-winged flying dragon, scanning the entire villa with Nin. The moment Killua walked out of the villa, Zeno frowned slightly, and instantly caught something strange. Although he didn't know what was wrong. But with years of experience and keen killer intuition, he could clearly feel that Killua had changed. It's different from absolute that tightens and isolates the whole body's breath, and it's not hidden that makes it difficult for the opponent to detect the state. This kid is now like a layer of mysterious fog shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog, making it impossible to see everything about him. And he shouldn't have mastered Nin. After Killua jumped from the roof of the villa to the back of the bird, Zeno quietly covered his eyes with his own chi, trying to explore what changes had happened to him at close range. But the result was still the same. It was like facing a bottomless pool of water, and no useful information could be detected at all. While Zeno kept speculating in his heart, Killua's eyes began to appear Zeno's data panel. Name, Zeno. Skill, Assassination. Entries, Natural Born Killer, Gold Top, Dragon Head Playing Painting, Gold Top, Poison Immunity, Purple Intermediate, Electric Resistance, Tracking, Torture. Although the color level and number of entries do not necessarily represent the absolute strength of that person. But ordinary people who have 1 or 2 entries are already outstanding. Seeing so many entries, Killua was also very shocked and moved. I can only say that Zeno is worthy of being the head of the previous generation of Zaldik, and he is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. My poison immunity entry is only blue lower level, but the old man has reached the purple level. This poison resistance is simply outrageous. From this, it can be seen that some entry abilities can be improved through training. But the killer cultivates the talent entry, and I have reached the red level, which is stronger in talent. Wait. Dragon Head Playing Painting. Seeing this entry, Killua was stunned. Isn't this Zeno's Nin? Is Nin also an entry? Then, if I have the ability to plunder, wouldn't it be equivalent to having the same stealing ability as the leader Krollo, and it has no side effects at all? This is too abnormal. Killua's breathing became rapid. This ability that was so powerful that it was beyond imagination made him both shocked and excited. He suppressed his excitement. Killua held his head with both hands and pretended that nothing happened, saying, "Old man, the mission is perfectly completed. Don't forget to transfer this reward to my account after you go back." Zaldik is a very peculiar killer family. Even members of the family pay attention to money transactions and equivalent exchanges. This mission was completed by Killua, and he naturally got a share of the commission. Well done, kid. But although the mission was completed, there were still some places that were not handled cleanly enough. When you finally found the target, you hesitated for a moment. Listening to Zeno's words, Killua scratched his head. Because he met Tonpa, a familiar figure, he did hesitate for a moment just now. Zeno narrowed his eyes. Killua, you must remember that there must be no hesitation during the mission. No matter whether the target is strong or weak. Your heart must be as cold as a stone, without any mercy or hesitation. The enemy will not give you a chance to regret, and life will not. As a professional killer, every time we make a move, it is a life and death decision, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Zeno slowly turned his back. His slightly hunched back looked a little vicissitudes in the moonlight. Otherwise, even a moment of negligence may cause you to fall into an abyss of no return. Same as other people in Zaldik. Because Killua is the strongest talent in Zaldik at the moment, Zeno also pays special attention to and cares for his growth. Killua is naturally aware of the cruelty between life and death. I understand, I will be more cautious in the future. The Republic of Batokia, Dentora region. The Kukuru Mountain, 3,722 meters above sea level, is not only a famous tourist attraction, but also the territory of the world's #1 assassin family Zaldik. Master Killua, welcome home. When Killua pushed open the 2 trial doors that weighed 16 tons together. In the courtyard, Zaldik's chief butler Wutong has been waiting here for a long time. Wutong wears a pair of golden glasses and is very good at following orders. He is a person who is cold on the outside but gentle on the inside. Behind Wutong, butler trainee Canaria and Dormanja Barong also saluted slightly. Zeno put his hands behind his back. Wutong, are Ilmi and Kalito back? Wutong, Master, the eldest master and Master Kalito are not back yet. Zeno nodded. As an assassin family, all Zaldik people often have to go out on missions, and family members often spend less time together. At the same time, the guard dog that was originally majestic and huge in the yard, like a small mountain. After seeing Killua, it instantly restrained its usual ferocious and brutal appearance, bent down obediently, and quietly lay on the ground wagging its tail, like a child eager to please its master and begging for caress. San Mao, did you miss me? Killua gently stroked the huge furry head, and his face was also very enjoyable and comfortable. He stroked the big dog. Killua hurriedly left. Grandpa, I'm going back to my room first. After the mission just now, the blood stains on his body have not been cleaned up. And the gift bag has not been opened yet. It's really anxious. In the hall of Zaldik's mansion, a silver-haired middle-aged man is leaning on the sofa. He has a cold face, a tall figure, and exudes absolute power and a suffocating powerful and sharp aura. It is the current head of Zaldik, Silva. Zaldik. Silva can open all the trial doors of Zaldik and has a terrifying force of more than 256 tons. He once hunted down the 8th member of Phantom Troop and made Phantom Troop give up revenge on his own initiative. His strength is beyond doubt. Father, is everything safe? Seeing Zeno coming, Silva slowly stood up. Zeno pounded his waist and sat down beside him. There is nothing unexpected about the mission. But, if I'm right, the needle left by Ilmi has been pulled out by Killua. Hearing this news, Silva's calm face was slightly surprised, and then showed an extremely relieved expression. Whether it is the white hair like Zeno and Silva, or the killer talent that exceeds everyone, this means that Killua will definitely become the next generation of Zaldik's head. This is a fact that everyone in Zaldik, including the eldest son Ilmi, tacitly agrees and respects. So, Silva's attitude towards Killua is completely different from his attitude towards his other sons. His family's operation direction is also completely centered on Killua, and he wants to pave the way for a smooth handover. Has the needle been pulled out? Killua's growth rate is beyond your and my expectations. Silva leaned back on the sofa excitedly, wanting to continue asking some questions about Killua. But at this moment, a strong and completely unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared in the Zaldiq territory. New book release, asking for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 4, Nan Gift Pack, Awaken the Black Entry Again. System, Novice Nan Gift Pack, Open. After returning to the room, Killua washed his body and directly opened the second Novice Gift Pack. Ding, Novice Nan Gift Pack automatically opens. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Basic Nan, Chan, Ju, Lien, Fa. Congratulations to the host for obtaining +1 chance to upgrade the entry, which can enhance the existing entry. Upgrade entry chance +1. Is this Novice Nan Gift Pack so good? Thinking. Killua looked at his data panel again. Name, Killua. Skill, Assassination. Entries, Chosen Killer, Red, Invulnerable to all poisons, Lower level Blue, Electricity Resistance, Middle level Blue, Lucky, Lower level Blue. Is there any doubt about this? It must be the killer entry that has been upgraded to Red. Tongzi, Chosen Killer, Red, chooses to upgrade. After making the choice, Killua's ears heard that familiar voice again. Ding, upgrade successful, Chosen Killer, Red, has completed the upgrade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new entry, God of Killing, Black. God of Killing, Black, you have an unparalleled killer talent in the world. The speed of Nan training has increased tenfold, and each system can play a 100% effect. The next moment, a strange black light merged into Killua's body. In addition to the increase in talent again, his extraordinary temperament and appearance also became more transcendent. Comfortable, another black entry. Nan training speed increased tenfold. And each system can play a 100% effect. Killua opened his eyes wide and was shocked by the reward again. As we all know, Nan is divided into 6 major systems. Starting from Enhancer, they are Enhancer, Conjurer, Manipulator, Trait System, Emitter, and Transmuter. Because everyone's qualifications, personality, and growth environment are different, everyone belongs to a different system. Nan can achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing in accordance with their own category, otherwise the effect will be worse. For example, a Conjurer ability user will get 100% effect when using Conjurer moves. You can use the adjacent Enhancer and Manipulator moves, and the same chi will only have an effect of 80%, and the effect will be even worse when using Emitter and Transmuter. The most classic example is the Sky Arena, Huashido Lang. Huashido Lang is an Enhancer Nan with extremely strong attack power. But he blindly practiced the clone ability belonging to Manipulator and Emitter, completely adding the wrong points, wasting his Enhancer talent in vain. Use chi to surround the cup and send a thought. In this way, you can judge your category based on the changes in the cup and the leaves. Killua quickly took a cup and filled it with water, put a leaf in it, let his mind focus on his hands, and began to perform the water viewing style identification test. Accompanied by invisible breaths condensing from Killua's hands. The amount of water in the cup first increased slightly, then ice crystals appeared, leaves began to move, and the color of the water changed. Sure enough, all the characteristics of the system appeared except the special system. At this moment, Killua was very excited. If each system can play a 100% effect, that means I can have the explosive output and defense of Enhancer, the weird flexibility of Conjurer, the long range of Transmuter, the control of Emitter, etc. The most important thing is that there are no side effects and restrictions. Such a terrifying talent, even if I don't plunder other people's nin. I can also develop myself to a level beyond ordinary people. Put the cup aside. Killa stood up excitedly and began to try the 4 basic elements of nin: entanglement, absolute, training, and release. Not only humans. Beasts, insects, trees, all living things will emit life energy, which is the so-called chi. Entanglement is to wrap the chi around your body through the mind, increase the density of the chi around the body, so that both attack and defense can be enhanced. First feel the chi, then control it with the mind. Killa closed his eyes, calmed down, and immersed himself in the exploration of himself. For a moment, it was as if some kind of barrier was broken. He clearly felt the chi that was there and not there, flowing slowly in his body. Not just chi. The touch of wind blowing across the skin, dust scraping across the palm, and the slight tremor of muscles. These kinds of information that were previously impossible to capture with the naked eye. He now feels them clearly. As Killua used his willpower to bind the outflowing chi throughout his body. He was like wearing a thin and flexible coat, and at the same time, a far greater strength and sense of security emerged from his whole body. This is chi. What a wonderful feeling! Feeling the unprecedented strong power under the effect of entanglement. Killua's eyes revealed surprise and determination. After entanglement, it is to practice training and release. Use a stronger mind to stimulate the potential thoughts in the body, and then release the thoughts out of the body. The next moment, after drawing out the chi in the body, I saw a strong airflow like a jet, instantly sweeping around Killua. Dust flew up under this airflow, and the surrounding air also whistled slightly. At the same time, Killua's muscles trembled slightly, and an even more incredible power surged from his body like a tide. He clearly felt that every cell was cheering, as if it was endowed with endless vitality and potential. Looking at the tall and hard wall in front of him, Killua had a feeling. Now as long as he put his palm on it, the center of the wall would shatter in an instant. No wonder only Nin can defeat Nin. Can you master the use of chi? These are 2 completely different worlds. Killua was both excited and nervous. He clenched his fists, trying to control and harness this powerful force. After Lian and Fa, it is Ju. Use your will to tighten the aura nodes and completely cut off the loss of chi. This will not only keep you in 100% condition at all times, but also speed up the recovery of your physical strength and energy. As he entered the Ju state, instantly, it was as if he was strangled by an invisible giant hand. Killua instantly became the same as normal, and the powerful airflow just now disappeared without a trace. At the same time, 2 figures appeared outside Killua's door like lightning. It was Zeno and Silva. New book released, please give me flowers, please give me evaluation votes, and I have monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, Appearance, the most talented person in Zaldik's history. Strange, there was a strange air just now, why is it gone again? Zeno looked around Killua's room, frowning. To enter the Zaldik family, one must pass through layers of checkpoints. And there was no sign of fighting in the house. He also didn't think that someone could escape silently after breaking into Zaldik. That left only one answer. Zeno's eyes slowly moved to Killua. Silva was more decisive, directly stretched out his right hand, and used practice to release telekinesis for a pressure attack. The next moment, buzz! A visible airwave surged from Silva's body with overwhelming force. Under the impact of this airwave, Killua only felt as if he was suddenly in a stormy sea, surrounded by turbulent and violent waves. Ordinary people cannot be safe under the impact of air. Only Nin can resist Nin. Because of the body's instinctive reaction to danger, a gas automatically emerged from Killua's body, wrapping him like a raincoat. You have awakened Nin. Silva looked at Killua with surprise and joy. It was you who emitted the gas just now? Zeno raised his eyebrows, feeling more and more confused. Killua. When did you learn Nin? Since it has been exposed, he naturally wants to gain greater benefits for himself. As the next head of Zaldik, the stronger his talent is, the more everyone pays attention to him. What is Nin? Is it this kind of power? I just feel like there is a kind of flowing air in my body, and then I control it. Killua said while using entanglement to condense the gas in his right hand, knowingly asking. For a while, Zeno and Silva were silent. Generally speaking, the way ordinary people awaken Nin is to practice hard under the guidance of mature Nin masters through meditation and sitting meditation, and then learn step by step. Or a mature Nin can directly inject chi into the body of a non-Nin, forcibly opening up the chi channels, so that they can feel the existence of chi. There are people who can use Nin without any practice. But it is almost zero. Those people are geniuses among geniuses without exception, and are even called rulers, superpowers, and immortals by the world. You can awaken Nin and master the use of chi without anyone's guidance. You are worthy of being my son. Silva's eyes sparkled, full of pride and pride. Let alone ordinary people. Even after many geniuses awaken their telekinesis, it takes a long time just to accurately control the flow of chi. Like Killua, he condenses and hides chi casually. Without the guidance of elders and hard work, it is basically impossible to do it. Although Zeno was also very shocked in his heart. But his eyes were very calm. First of all, talent does not represent the final achievement. Secondly, he did not want his shock to make Killua feel complacent and arrogant. As a killer, once you have a conceited or even arrogant mentality, you are basically not far from death. Zeno said in a deep voice, Killua. Starting from today, I will be solely responsible for your training. Before you pass my test, you must not practice any Nin. Before that, Zeno would not allow or even guide Killua to practice Nin. In Zeno's view, Nin is just one of the weapons, at best an auxiliary tool. The sooner you can use Nin, the more you rely on Nin, and physical skills, various killing techniques. Footwork and escape techniques will not be trained. Especially for teenagers, they will definitely be addicted to Nin. But when they meet an opponent of equal strength, it is often the basic abilities that they pay the least attention to that can save their lives. But now, since Killua has awakened Nin and has such an amazing talent, then Zeno naturally has to help him and practice the best. For Zeno, who can develop cool tricks like Dragon Star Group, Killua was full of anticipation for the next training, and nodded quickly, Okay, old man. I will definitely practice seriously. At the same time, in another Zaldik mansion, the housekeeper Wutong was reporting information to a tall woman with electronic eyes. This woman dressed in cord and technology is Killua's mother Kikyo. Zaldik. In the Zaldik family, each housekeeper has his own direct leader. Silva is the leader of Yuyan and Zebonian. Kikyo is Wutong's direct leader. After listening to Wutong's report, Kikyo said excitedly, without anyone teaching, Zioki has awakened Nin. Ah! I didn't expect him to grow to this point. He is indeed the strongest talent in the history of the Pondike family. For Killua, who is gradually growing into a top killer. Kikyo even began to scream excitedly, with the perverted excitement and joy on his face. In the deepest part of Zaldik's mansion, a short old man is leisurely drinking tea. He basically doesn't communicate with people at home, nor does he participate in any family affairs of Zaldik. He is completely in a state of retirement. Although he is sitting in the backyard, but he seems to be able to sense everything happening in the front yard. The short old man muttered, There is really a monster in this generation of young people. Such qualifications. I am afraid it will be a matter of time before he surpasses me. If Killua is here, he will definitely be very interested. Because he can see clearly. This short old man named Maha, Zaldik, has a dazzling red entry on his head. Underscore 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 un. New book release. Please give flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks here. Every flower is very important. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6, Explosive Improvement, Take My Rakery. Zaldik Training Ground. After discovering Killua's Nin talent, Zeno made a strict training plan for him. However, on the first day of training, Zeno was stunned. Killua's talent was already amazing. Coupled with the tenfold Nin training improvement added by Killer God is Alive, Black Entry. His training speed has reached an incredible level. From being proficient in the basic 4 elements to mastering and applying the more advanced ones, Zhou, Yin, Yuan, Lu, Jian. Killua only took 1 day. His speed is jaw-dropping. Are you kidding? It took only 1 day to basically master the advanced Nin techniques. This freak is simply not from the same world as us. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid the whole hunter world will be shocked. In the Zaldik mansion. As Killua's second brother, Miji. Zaldik, while eating snacks, is monitoring the training ground through the camera. Miji is a hardcore fat otaku who is very proficient in computers. He doesn't like Killua. But he recognized Killua's talent from the bottom of his heart. He was shocked again. Who could be as shocked as Zeno, who personally taught Killua? It's ridiculous. As the previous head of Zaldik, Zeno had seen many masters, and he also believed that his understanding of genius had reached a very high threshold. But the shock Killua brought to him now. It was no longer simply described as dumbfounded. Killua's talent was so high. Not to mention that it was rare in the secular world. Even the training and hard work that should have taken more than 10 years seemed so redundant and boring. Even including the old monster hunter, he had never seen such an exaggerated qualification. How is it, old man? My training speed is okay, right? Killua wiped the sweat off his face and asked with a smile. Can it? Zeno twitched his mouth. More than just can it. If you can't, then there will be no geniuses in the whole world. Although he thought so in his heart. But Zeno said calmly, it's okay. Don't waste time. Now continue to use Jian until all the qi in your body is exhausted. Jian, Chan and Lien. That is, continue to use Lien to stimulate a large amount of qi in your body, and then use Chan to wrap around your body. This can effectively defend against the opponent's high-intensity and continuous attacks. In theory, if you want to fight against a high-level Nin, you must at least ensure that Jian can be maintained for more than half an hour. The party that first releases Jian is basically equivalent to losing defense, and it is easy to be seriously injured or killed. I have to say, even if my talent is far superior to that of ordinary people, it is very difficult to maintain Jian for a long time now. 20 minutes passed. Killua's legs and feet seemed to be tied with lead blocks, his calves and eyelids trembled, and the fatigue pressed on his whole body like a broken dam. He held on until the last bit of energy was exhausted. Killua immediately sat down and held his breath, allowing himself to enter the state of Ju and began to quickly recover his energy. Wait for the mental power to recover. Then use up all the Nin power through continuous training. Then recover and then use it up. This will not only help you get familiar with the advanced use of Nin faster, but also increase the upper limit of the Nin power in your body. It is the simplest and most effective Nin training method. Your current limit is to maintain firmness for about 20 minutes. After reaching the limit, even if you want to increase the time by 10 minutes, even a genius will spend a month. Your talent is stronger than that of an average genius. I'll give you half a month. After half a month, I will come to check your training results. You must not relax. As an active assassin, Zeno still has a mission to complete, so it is impossible for him to supervise Killua's training 24 hours a day like a nanny. And regarding the early training of Nan, it takes a lot of time to practice hard, so even if he is here, it is difficult to be of much help. Of course. Because of this, even Zeno would never have thought that in just half a month, Killua would have undergone earth-shaking changes. On the second day of training, Killua could already maintain the state of firm for more than 30 minutes. In the original work, it took Gon a full month to reach this point. Although there is a 10-fold training buff, it is enough to show how amazing Killua's talent is now. In addition to deepening the basic skills, Killua also began to practice hard. The advanced application skills that will be combined with the 5 skills of entanglement, absolute, practice, emission, and condensation can also be said to be a killer move. He has a lightning resistance physique. Killua was also the first to study the use of Conjurer to change the properties of Ki and transform Ki into lightning. It was the 4th day. Killua was already able to easily transform lightning, and at the same time, he could condense his mind power into various forms at will. Whether it was a sharp blade or a solid shield, it could be formed instantly in a thought. The 7th day. Killua began to try to integrate the effects of enhancer, transmuter, etc. into lightning. And in this training that completely drained all physical strength, energy, and potential. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Came to the training ground. Looking at Killua who was meditating. Zeno patted his back and said in a gentle way, "Killua, the charm of mind is not only the high-intensity destructive power and defense. There is also the infinitely changing Nan game. So you must not only improve the total amount and skills of mind, but also be proficient in the actual use of mind. Come on. Today's training is actual combat. Use all your strength to attack me, just in time to verify the results of your training in the past half-month." Killua came out of the state of absolute upon hearing this, scratched his head, and showed a trace of hesitation on his face. "Old man, do you really have to use all your strength?" To be honest, the results of recent training have been quite fierce, and the speed of progress makes him feel a little incredible. After all, although it is only 15 days on the surface. But with the 10-fold training bonus, he has been training for 150 days. Killua is a little worried that he will accidentally cause unintentional damage. "Don't worry, my old bones are still very strong, just come at me." Zeno stretched out his right hand behind his back and hooked it forward, his eyes full of confidence. "Then I will go all out." "No nonsense." Killua took a deep breath. The whole person's momentum changed. He first used Conjurer to transform Ki into lightning. Then through hard, entanglement, absolute, training, release, condensation, the Chi surged and accumulated on the right arm. In an instant, dazzling lightning flashed on Killua's arm like dancing silver snakes. The surrounding airflow also became turbulent due to this powerful energy. This is the first move Nan developed by Killua using Conjurer. Because it is similar to Kakashi's signature skill in Naruto. He also named this move Thundercut. New book release, asking for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Chapter 7, Thunderball. Explode. Combine Transmuter and Conjurer. Rakery. Accompanied by the sound of electric current, Killua rushed towards Zeno like lightning with a heart-pounding destructive power. The lightning struck at high speed and drove the surrounding airflow, leaving ripples wherever it passed. This amazing momentum not only shocked Zeno. It also instantly attracted the rest of the Zaldik family. Hey, how is it possible? If he didn't know clearly that Killua had known and before, Zeno would never believe it. There are people in this world who have only studied for half a month and reached such an incredible level. What kind of talent and potential is beyond imagination? Boy! You really opened my eyes, but this level is not enough, you are still far away. Facing this lightning strike, Zeno used firmness to wrap the chi around his chest, still looking calm. Afterwards, Killa was like encountering an insurmountable barrier, blasting out all the power of Reikari, and did not let Zeno retreat a step. This kid. Although he blocked the Reikari, he could feel a slight numbness in his chest. Zeno was shocked, but his heart was still surging like a storm. You have to know that as the previous head of the Zaldik family, his resistance to lightning has been trained to an inhuman level. His overall strength is undoubtedly top-notch in the entire hunter world. Even if it only causes a little damage to him, it is enough to make many ordinary people feel proud of the masters. Reikari was blocked. Killa did not stop at all, and swept Zeno's neck with a strong electric current in his right hand. Avoid close combat. Zeno kicked his toes and quickly shot to the side, intending to distance himself first. But almost at the same time, Killa raised his right hand like a pistol, chi began to condense at his fingertips, and then the bullets transformed from chi kept chasing Zeno and shooting. Because of the black chosen item, Killa can exert 100% effect in each system. The biggest feature of Transmuter is that it can release the energy out of the body and still maintain its power. You actually developed a second move. And your mind is a conjurer that changes the nature of energy. If you practice Transmuter, it should only be 60% effective. How can it be so powerful? Zeno watched as each bullet of mind fell, causing sand and gravel to fly, and his inner shock rose to another level. This is obviously not the level that a Noonan should have. The most terrifying thing is, he has not taught Killua how to develop Nin. This talent is really amazing. As the battle unfolded around the training ground, Silva, Kikyo, and his wife, including Wutong and other housekeepers, also gathered one after another. Watching everything happening in front of them, Kikyo's eyes widened, her heart pounding, and her face was full of disbelief. She couldn't believe it. In just half a month, the baby son who was regarded as a gifted person by him has grown to this point. Ah! Xiaoqi, you are really great. The Zaldik family will definitely become famous again because of you. Kikyo clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, her body trembling slightly with excitement. She was full of enthusiasm and pride, and she was completely immersed in the infinite reverie of Killua's future achievements. Silva's expression was not much different. He looked at Killua intently. His chest unconsciously thrust forward, and his eyes flashed with surprise and excitement. Master Killua! Wutong and others were also completely shocked. As Zaldik's butler, each of them is an master. Naturally, they also know. In half a month. How exaggerated is it to reach Killua's level from scratch? Old man, be careful. In the training ground, a group of Nin bullets larger than the previous ones gathered at Killua's fingertips. The air mass flashed with dazzling lightning, and it seemed that a miniature lightning storm was raging inside. This is a killer combo he developed using Transmuter plus Conjurer. Because it is shaped like a big ball, Killua called it Thunderball. Boom! The Thunderball flew towards Zeno like a cannonball. Across the training ground, Zeno's pupils shrank slightly, and his clothes were blown rustling. But he was a veteran after all, and he predicted the flight path of the Thunderball in advance, and then quickly dodged it. But just as he passed by the Thunderball, Killua suddenly said, "Thunderball Stage 2, start." The next moment, the Thunderball exploded violently. The real killer move of the Thunderball is not on the surface. It is that it can explode at the right time, turning all the chi into fine needles and releasing them in all directions. This is a super killer move that can be used for both single and group attacks. Whoosh! 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 The powerful electric current spread wildly in all directions like a rain of pear blossom needles. The dazzling electric current light instantly submerged Zeno's figure. Everyone was also shocked by the sudden explosion. Combined Nin. It took half a month to reach this point. Silva muttered to himself, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper because of extreme shock. Wu Tong and other housekeepers hurriedly stood in front to prevent Silva and his wife from being hit. It's just a pity. When the smoke and dust cleared, Zeno was still standing there steadily. At this moment, he was wrapped in a golden dragon condensed by qi. The dragon was lifelike, hovering around Zeno, protecting him tightly, and he didn't suffer any harm at all. This is Nin dragon head play painting. Although Killua had been avoided from being arrogant before. But at this moment, Zeno couldn't hold back because of the battle anymore, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said in shock and excitement, "Killua. I must admit, among all the people I have seen, no one's talent can be compared with yours." Seeing that the thunder ball was completely ineffective, Killua frowned, but was not beyond his inner surprise. After all, the total amount of their thoughts is not at the same level now. It is too difficult to break the defense. But the fun of Hunter World lies in that, even if there is a huge gap in strength, there is still a way to win. In that case, then I can only use the last trick. Killua looked solemn, his eyes revealing determination and firmness. The next moment, first a wisp of electric current, then a strand of electric current, quickly moved all over Killua's body. The current became more and more dense. The surrounding air seemed to be ionized by the current, making a crackling sound. Killua stood in the center of the lightning, his eyes were firm and cold, and his hair was also frizzy under the action of the current. This is... The Silva couple narrowed their eyes. Zeno also cheered up. But at this moment, an unexpected incident occurred again. Killua's ultimate move was just halfway loaded, and it ran out of power. Oh no! Because of insufficient thought and conversion efficiency, many of Killua's current killing moves require a large amount of electricity to be stored in the body in advance before they can be used and explode with greater power. Now there is no electricity, no telekinesis, and the blue bar is used up. This is very embarrassing. Old man, how about we do it another day? But Killua hasn't finished speaking. Zeno raised his finger slightly. The golden dragon opened its huge mouth at an incredible speed and bit him tightly. Boy! You've been making trouble for a long time, now it's my turn to massage you. Zeno pulled with his right hand, and the golden dragon instantly dragged Killua back, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. New book release, please give me flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 8, continue to practice hard, after nearly 3 years of hard work, break out again. This old man is really bad. Nothing unexpected happened. Killua was finally taught a lesson by Zeno in this assessment. But at the same time, through this actual combat, he also had a clear understanding of his current strength, and the subsequent plans became clearer. Although I can already use Nin skillfully, but there is still a lot of room for improvement in the total amount of Nin, including the development of Nin skills, and the ability to use Nin to deal with complex situations. Killua calmly analyzed his own situation. At the same time, he warned himself in his heart that it was not the time to go out and collect entries. After all, the outside world is too vast, there are countless unknown dangers, and there are more powerful people than him. An opponent of the same level as the brigade. Killua would definitely find it difficult to deal with and contend with him now. He knew that he still had many shortcomings at present. Life is only once. He didn't want to fall into an unmanageable dilemma because of momentary excitement and blind self-confidence. I'll stay in seclusion for 3 months first. As long as I make full use of the advantage of the 10x training buff. Become a top nin master. That's only a matter of time for me. Killa secretly made up his mind, his eyes revealing determination and persistence. Thinking of this, Killa looked at the Silva couple. Dad, Mom, don't let anyone disturb me recently. I plan to stay in seclusion and practice seriously for a while. Silva had no objection. Unlike other people in Zaldik who attached great importance to skills and physical training, Silva's training of Killua was more spiritual. He encouraged Killua to have his own ideas, rather than being imposed by others. Only this kind of teaching method can help him become a truly strong man who can stand on his own. Not to mention that Killua's current talent is too amazing. It is almost certain that he will become a strong man in the future. Such an exaggerated talent and potential. It must not die or fall before it grows up. Needless to say, Mom Kikyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaoqi, go for it, we support you unconditionally. Killua looked at the butler next to him, Wu Tong. Starting tomorrow, you will be my actual combat opponent. Zeno is currently like a towering mountain to Killua, and it is still an unattainable height. And Wu Tong is an actual combat opponent. It will not make Killua feel completely unable to compete, but it can also bring enough pressure and challenges to encourage him to constantly break through himself. It is more suitable for him to dig out the power and potential hidden deep in his body. Wu Tong was slightly stunned. He first looked at the Silva couple, then a few gold coins popped out of his hand, and a solemn and resolute expression appeared on his face. Master Killua, I am happy to serve. Seeing that Killua's subsequent plan was to continue to choose hard training, Zeno also revealed a touch of appreciation in his eyes. You didn't get carried away by your performance. Very good. This calmness and caution will definitely allow you to go further in your practice of mind. Zeno's eyes were full of expectations for Killua's future. After the actual combat training with Zeno, Killua locked himself in a closed and spacious room. Except for the occasional actual combat training with Wu Tong. Every day, he was focused and devoted himself to the practice of mind. Practicing various moves over and over again every day, repeating the recovery and consumption of the mind, and feeling the various experiences in the practice. And it was under such hard practice. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The day of coming out of seclusion. This is how it was recorded in the major events of the Zaldik family in later generations. From that day on, the strongest talent of Zaldik truly showed his terrifying fangs. The first stage of practice is over. I don't know how strong I am now. When Killua slowly pushed open the door that had been closed for a long time, the sunlight poured down, making him squint slightly. Although this time he was only in seclusion for 3 months. But with the blessing of the Black Entry, it was almost equivalent to 3 years of hard practice. 3 years of hard practice can change too many things. Especially in the hands of a genius like him. Tongzi. Open my personal information. Killua finished speaking, and the data panel appeared in front of him. Name, Killua. Skill, Assassination. Non-practice level, Excellent. Entries, Invulnerable to all poisons, lower blue level, Electricity resistance, lower purple level, God of Killer, black. Lucky, mid-level green. Looking at the data panel, Killua's eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad, not bad. While practicing Nin, the electricity resistance entry was also upgraded to the purple level. In addition, a new data appeared, Nin practice level. This data should be as low as possible. The 4 levels of Nin practice, Excellent, Excellent, Gifted, and Extreme. This is an overall evaluation of Nin practice by different Nin players, and does not refer to the opponent's combat power. To put it simply, it can be imagined as the degree of development of the Nin player's own talent. Excellent represents the initial development of one's own talent. Extreme represents that the ability user has reached the pinnacle of his own talent. A person with limited talent. even if the Nen is developed to the extreme through hard practice. But when facing an opponent with only excellent practice but extraordinary talent, he will still be crushed. This is the gap in talent. My current level of development has only reached excellent, which means I still have a lot of potential. And because of the 10x training buff of the black entry, I can realize my potential quickly, which is so cool. The benefits and strength of the entry system. Killa has now felt it, and has developed a yearning for other entries. After all, the hunter world requires not only hard power, but also soft power. Many Nen only need to meet the conditions. Even if their hard power is strong, they may still be defeated. And after 3 months of hard training, Killa's strength has been improved to a very terrifying level. It's time to collect more entries. The update of 10,000 words ends today. Kill all the way. The main attack is decisive. The neck twisting technique is invincible. New book release. Please give flowers. Please give evaluation votes. There are monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks here. Every flower is very important. Happy reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, Attack, the first advanced mission, Yuk Xin. In the main mansion of Zaldik, Zeno and Silva are discussing a new hunting mission. Zeno, the Nasra family wants us to eliminate Jianji, who is also a gangster boss. Although the difficulty of this mission is only B level. But Jianji is a direct subordinate of the 10 old men, and the forces behind him are complicated. Once we take action, it may trigger a series of chain reactions. Plus, the Yukixin auction is approaching. Taking comprehensive considerations, the level of this mission should be between B level and A level. Silva sat in a large chair with a serious expression. It is most appropriate for Ilmi to take action on this mission. It's a pity that he and Kalito are still carrying out another mission and can't get away for the time being. Zeno just decided to personally carry out this mission. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside. "Old man, leave this mission to me." Then the door was gently pushed open, and a silver-haired boy appeared. It was Killua. 3 months of retreat. Killa's figure has become much taller, and his temperament has changed dramatically. The immaturity of the past has been worn away in these 3 months, replaced by an aura that cannot be ignored. "Killa, have you finished your retreat?" Silva raised his eyebrows slightly, shocked and delighted by Killua's changes. Zeno's eyes were full of scrutiny. "This mission level may be close to A level, are you sure?" Missions above B rank almost always involve multiple Nen, and the difficulty of the mission increases sharply. And the first rule of Zaldik's house rules: you can only carry out the mission when you have the ability to complete the mission 100%. Killa did not speak, but chose to prove it with action. He held his breath, closed his eyes and opened them again, and a strong telekinesis suddenly burst out from his body. This energy was like a surging wave, instantly filling the entire room, and then spreading in all directions at an incredible speed. It spread for nearly 50 meters before stopping. This is the high-level ability of the mind, using energy to perceive everything within the range of the circle. In 3 months, it has grown to such a level. Zeno and Silva were shocked by this strong energy. Although the size of the circle is not the only criterion for judging a person's ability, it is possible to cover the radius of the circle more than 40 meters, which is basically the first-class hunter level. It's really an eye-opening talent. It seems that during this period of time, you have made a qualitative breakthrough. But the power of mind is not as simple as the strength of chi. Zeno raised his right hand, and a golden dragon condensed by chi bit wildly from the air. He planned to test Killua's strength again. But what was shocking was, Zeno had just made a move. Killua, who was standing at the door just now, disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. "Behind you!" Almost instantly, Zeno turned around with his killer's keen sense of smell and caught a figure. But the next moment, he only felt a flash of lightning in front of his eyes, and Killua's figure disappeared again. At the same time, the paper with the task information on the table also disappeared. Then, Killua's figure appeared far away outside the door, and his voice of leaving came. "Old man, don't waste your energy. Although my mind may not be as good as yours. But if I want to leave, no one can stop me now. Leave this task to me with confidence." Looking at Killua's departing figure, Zeno's eyes were filled with shock. What speed did this kid just have? And Yuan has already reached the level of a first-class hunter. It's incredible that he has reached this level in just a few months. Until now, Zeno still couldn't believe that someone could be so talented. Killua was like the sun, so dazzling that even a being of his level felt a little unreal. But anyway, with that speed, plus a circle that has reached 50 meters. Even if facing a top-notch master, Killua will have no problem staying alive. Silva picked up the phone, but after all, it's the first time to perform a mission of this level. Just in case. Let's notify Illumi and let him take care of it when he's free. Zeno nodded, "That's best." In the Zaldik courtyard, Kikyo asked the butler Wutong, "Wutong, tell me. What level has Killua's current strength reached?" Unlike Silva and Zeno, Kikyo's protection of Killua has reached a more morbid level. He will never let Killua embark on such a dangerous mission before he grows up. Recalling Killua's incredible growth in the past 3 months, Wutong pushed his glasses and answered very sincerely, "If Killua is going to fight me to the death, within 10 breaths, I'm afraid I will die." As the chief steward of Zaldik, although Wutong's strength is not up to the top hunter level, it is considered to be in the upper middle level in the Hunter Association. With such strength, he can't survive more than 10 breaths in Killua's hands. But it happens. He admitted this himself. Kikyo knew that Wutong had no need to deceive himself, and a bright smile instantly bloomed on his face, screaming excitedly, "Ah! My little Chi, you are really great. You are indeed the supreme gift from God to our Zaldik family." Kikyo folded his hands tightly against his chest, his electronic eyes flashed red, and the corners of his mouth could not hide the excitement. Zaldik main gate. Killua pushed open 5 trial doors as high as 640. He looked very relaxed, and obviously still had some strength left. Thinking back to 3 months ago, he could only push 16 tons of weight, but now his strength has increased several times. This terrifying speed of improvement. I'm afraid few people would believe it if I told them. Push open the door of trial. Killua stepped on a skateboard and slid down from Kukulu Mountain along the tourist route. At the same time, he began to study the details of this mission. Nisra, Jianji, these 2 are the subordinates of the 10 old men. And if I remember correctly, this Nisra leader's daughter Nian has the Nin of prophecy. The reason why Killua took the initiative to take this task. On the one hand, it was to test the results of his own practice. On the other hand, it was for this Nian. He knew the value and potential danger of the ability to predict. This ability can create infinite possibilities. Killua would never let it fall into the hands of Phantom Troop like the original. Let's go cook first, and then write. New book release, please give me flowers, please give me evaluation tickets, and I have monthly tickets. Please vote for all readers. The author would like to thank you. Every flower is very important. Chapter 10, Encounter with Phantom Troop. The crisis is rising. Yokiksen. A metropolis where treasures from all over the world gather, and where dangers and opportunities coexist. Auctions and flea markets gather here, and it is prosperous and decadent. It is the place where all treasures are concentrated. It is also the area with the most gangs in the world. The top of the order among the gangs is the 10 Old Men. They are the high-level organization of the underworld group in charge of the underground auction, and are the supreme leaders of the underworld forces in 6 continents and 10 regions. And Killua's target of this mission, Jianji, is a small leader under the 10 old men. Tomorrow, September 1st, Yukixin will hold an underground auction. And during the auction, Jianji will participate in the underground auction as a buyer, and will be responsible for the security alert around the venue. Arrived at Yukixin by airship, Killua first bought a city map, and then began to prepare for the hunt. Although Jianji himself is mediocre, he is not to be feared. But most of the gangs in this world will hire Nen as guards at high prices. Nen are all kinds of strange, and every detail may determine success or failure. And the annual auction is coming soon, and gangs from all over the world will flock to it. By then, the entire Yukixin will be occupied by gangs. The complexity of the situation may exceed my expectations. I must formulate a detailed action plan as soon as possible, including the target location and the best evacuation route. Killua focused on studying the map and mission information, and his thoughts were surging in his heart. He knew the darkness and cruelty of this world. It's better to be cautious about everything. While thinking, suddenly, 3 unique and powerful auras appeared not far ahead. Killua looked forward. The man walking in front had no eyebrows, short blonde hair, a strong body, and was wearing sportswear. Behind the blonde man on the left, following a short and sturdy man with skin as pale as white paper and a skull painted on his cape. On the right is a blonde with big BBS wearing a deep V female professional suit and a devilishly perfect curvy figure. Looking at the faces and iconic body clothing of these 3 people, Killua is very familiar with them. Phantom Troop, Finks, Phaeton, Paknatan. Why are they here too? Killua's brain quickly and methodically analyzed the current situation. Soon, he figured out the reason. Although according to the original drama timeline, at the auction next year, the Spider Troop will gather at Yukixin. But as greedy and profit-seeking thieves, robbing is their job and hobby. Even without Crollo's order, the many treasures at the auction every year are a huge temptation for them. They will naturally not miss such a good opportunity to rob treasures. I don't know if it's just Finks, Phaeton, and Paknatan. Or has the rest of the Phantom Troop come to Yukixin? Whatever. Let's focus on my mission first, and we'll talk about other things later. Killua put his hands in his pockets and walked forward as if nothing had happened. His steps were steady, but his body remained highly alert, ready to respond to any unexpected situation that might arise. Killua had no good feelings towards the troop, nor did he have any hatred at the moment. As a killer, he is even more reluctant to do meaningless and loss-making business. But if the other party is looking for death, then he doesn't mind sending the brigade away. Killua now has absolute confidence in his own strength. The 2 sides passed each other safely. Just after a few dozen meters away, Paknatan suddenly looked back at Killua's back and said, "That kid just now should be a professional killer." Phaeton had a blank expression and said in a gloomy voice, "It is likely that he is. When I passed by him just now, even if the distance is so close, his footsteps still made no sound. It is a very advanced assassination technique. Without extremely rigorous training, it is impossible to practice such silent steps." Finks snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Even if he is a killer, it's just a kid. Just don't get in our way. If you dare to provoke us, just get rid of it." Finks' eyes are full of confidence, even conceited. Phaeton's eyes are even colder to the extreme. Phantom Troop is the most notorious gang of thieves in the world. Each of its members is a skilled Nen user. They are ruthless and have committed many crimes around the world. They are known for their cruelty and recklessness. Speaking of which, gangsters from all over the world will come to Yukixin in the next 2 days. There are only 3 of us. Do we really want to carry out theft activities here? It is better to take a long-term view. Compared with the cruel Phaeton and the nervous Finks, Phantom Troop is generally responsible for interrogation and information collection in the brigade. He is a support type of rational person. Finks crossed his arms and looked nonchalant. What are you afraid of? We are not robbing openly. After the auction is over, wait until those rich people relax their vigilance. We will kill people and rob them directly. When we leave here, who can do anything to us? Phaeton looked gloomy. Anyway, I am only responsible for killing. Phantom Troop took out a coin and threw it into the sky, then covered it on the back of his hand. Phantom Troop prohibits infighting among members. No matter what disagreements there are between members, they will be resolved by flipping a coin. Finks grinned, straight. Paknatan opened his palm and the coin faced up. Finks excitedly waved his fist. Haha, it seems that God is on my side. Phaeton watched coldly from the side without saying a word. Paknatan's face was gloomy. I don't know why. She always feels a little uneasy recently. That feeling of uneasiness spread in her heart, as if some unknown danger is approaching quietly. Is my intuition wrong? Paknatan thought to herself. No, so many years of experience tell me that this feeling will not be without reason. However, Finks and Phaeton did not think there was anything wrong, or they were too confident in their own strength. Paknatan could only pray silently in his heart. I hope this is just a false alarm. New book release, please give flowers, please give evaluation votes, and monthly tickets. Please vote for all readers. The author would like to thank you. Every flower is very important. Chapter 11, Prophecy, A Deadly Situation. Yokiksen. Bikita Hotel. All the members of the Nisla gang stayed here. At this time, in the hotel lobby, Right Nisla, who had just arrived at Yokiksen by spaceship, was talking seriously with the captain of the guard, Daisny. Hey, Nisla, long time no see. A short and fat man in a suit greeted him in a mocking tone. Hearing this familiar and annoying voice, Nisla raised his head, and a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. It was Jianji who greeted him. In the gang. Although Jianji and Nisla are both leaders second only to the 10 old men. But because Jianji is a direct subordinate. In addition, Nisla has only risen in the past 2 years, no matter in terms of qualifications or gang strength, he has been suppressed by Jianji. Why, are you so unhappy to see me? Seeing Nisla remain silent, Jianji continued to sneer, not long ago. You were just a small leader in the countryside. Now you are not only on an equal footing with me, but you also dare to look at me with such a face. How lucky! If I could also have a daughter who can tell fortunes. Talking about his own daughter. Nisra seemed to be offended, and his face instantly became gloomy. He was very cunning and didn't want to tear his face here, but he also retorted, your jealous face is really ugly. Jianji's face froze when he heard this. He always disliked Nisra, who relied on his daughter to make a living. He flew over and pressed Nisra to the ground, punching him in the face one after another. Without your precious daughter, would you be here today? You are just a waste, no one will look down on you at all. Sooner or later. They were having a great time fighting. Daisny grabbed Jianji's wrist. What a pity. Jianji didn't give him a good look at all. Let go. You are just a hired lackey, you have no right to touch me. Dazoni clenched his teeth, but he was also hesitant. As he said, although he is a nin, but with his ability and background, he is indeed not qualified to attack a gangster boss like Jianji. While hesitating, Jianji shook off Dazoni's wrist and punched Nisla in the face again. Be careful when you talk next time. If there is a next time. It's not as simple as beating you into a pig's head. After a beating, Jianji coldly threatened and turned away. Boss, are you okay? Dazoni helped Nisla up. Nisla waved his hand, endured the pain on his face, and stood up slowly. Looking at Jianji's back as he left with a laugh. Nisla was not only angry. There was also deep disdain. These guys can't change their incompetence. They can only watch me succeed and do nothing. They don't understand the current situation at all. And after tomorrow, he won't be able to laugh anymore. Daisy was stunned. He obviously knew that he heard something he shouldn't have heard. At this moment, Nasra also showed the style and skills of a gang leader. After returning to the room from the hall, he first wiped his face with medicinal wine, and then said without hiding, "I have hired a killer and I am going to kill G tomorrow." Although Nasra's tone was very ordinary. But when he heard this, Daisy was shocked at first, and then he was moved and determined. According to the gang rules formulated by the 10 old men, it is clearly stipulated that the gang is strictly prohibited from internal fighting. Once there is a violation, it will be ruthlessly killed, and there will be no room for leniency. And Nasra dared to say such a thing to his face. It can be said that he gave Daisy great trust. Such an absolute trust can easily make people trust, and even willing to fight for everything. Oh no! Daisy clenched his right fist and pounded it heavily on the palm of his left hand. Suddenly, he remembered something. Yesterday, many leaders such as Lafeli and Doling asked the young lady to make predictions. One of them was G. I just sent out the prediction results this morning. Nasra's daughter Niang has the ability to predict the future, and the accuracy rate is almost 99%. In other words, after receiving the prediction results, G is likely to know that he will be assassinated. Daisy broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Boss, if G sees the prophecy, he will definitely be on guard. Not only will the assassination plan fail, then, and will the prophecy indirectly expose your information? Nasra frowned, but soon regained his composure. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if he has a warning. Because the killer I hired this time is Zaldik. Hearing these 3 words, Daisy was shocked at first, and then fell silent. Zaldik, the world's #1 killer family. Although the true appearance of the family members is little known, but all the underworld knows. Each member of Zaldik has incredible assassination abilities. And unless the assassination target or employer dies, as long as you take the task, you will basically complete the task 100%. You can say that. Except for the high price, there are almost no disadvantages. At night, Nasra stood in front of the window, looking deeply at the tall buildings in the distance. Just as G said, he was able to reach the current position of a small leader at a rocket-like speed within half a year. It was precisely by using the predictive ability of his daughter Nian. Because of this, he was very afraid of losing his daughter. He was very worried that the partners he had framed before would retaliate against him in the same way, and he was afraid that people like G would take away everything from him. This is also the reason why he would be put to death even if he might be found out to be guilty of internal strife. The most important thing in this era is intelligence. As long as you can use your predictive ability freely, let alone reach the status of the 10 old men, even changing the world in the future is not a fantasy. Nasra's eyes were full of ambition. His eyes flashed with a firm light, as if he had seen the glorious scene of himself standing on the top of the world and controlling everything. At the same time and in different places. In another luxury hotel. After taking a sauna, G opened the paper with the predicted results. And then, the next moment, G was sweating profusely, his eyes were full of fear and disbelief, and his face was extremely pale. Reflecting the moonlight, you can see 4 sentences clearly written on the paper. In a storage area full of dark goods, death will descend on your head. You will lose the most important thing and be forced to sleep forever. This is the fate you can't escape no matter how you hide. New book release, please give flowers, please give evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Chapter 12, The Hunt begins, starting with a raid at the auction. On the day of the day, in the magnificent Semetei building of Yokiksen, the highly anticipated underground auction house opened as expected. Inside the venue, there are cameras everywhere. Fully armed guards can be seen everywhere. In addition to the guards composed of members of various gangs, the area within a radius of 500 meters outside the venue is strictly governed. The strict security measures make the entire auction like an impregnable fortress. Such watertight control can not only isolate all unstable factors and ensure the smooth progress of the auction. It is also for the gangs to show their strength and confidence. The underworld pays the most attention to face and pomp. In their world, face is a symbol of dignity and cannot tolerate any contempt or offense. Once the face is damaged, it is a great shame. At the same time, in different places, the square next to the Semetei building, a sweet and lovely girl complained helplessly, "It turns out that if you want to enter the auction, you need a gangster participation certificate. If you delay any longer, you will be too late to participate in the auction. I finally got rid of the bodyguard. Hate it, what should I do?" This person is the daughter of the Nasra family Nian. The underground auction is opened by the gang. No one can enter without a participation certificate. Nian muttered, stomping her feet on the ground, and her bright eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness. As a gangster daughter, Nian likes human body and organ specimens. She has a special hobby that ordinary people don't have. And such rare items are only sold in underground auction houses. But because of her special status in the family, or for protection, Nasra didn't let her get in touch with the outside world too much. Even if she went shopping, there would be multiple bodyguards following her. When Nian was worried, a voice appeared behind her. "Miss Nian, if you want to enter the auction, I can help you." Nian turned around after hearing the voice. I saw a silver-haired boy with a smile on his face, holding 2 tickets in his hands. It was Killua who wanted to sneak into the auction directly, but stopped because he found Nian on the way. Compared with the original work, Killua is much taller than an ordinary 12-year-old boy. Although there is still childishness on his face, he has already left the appearance of a child. "You are?" Nian's eyes lit up when she looked at the tickets, but she was still alert in her heart. Killua made up a story on the spot. "I am a member of the Lantry family, and I have been helped by your father, Mr. Wright before. I just passed by here and heard your request. It just so happens that I have an extra ticket in my hand." Although Killua's words were full of loopholes, but because he was not very experienced, Nian can be said to be very simple. She blinked her smart big eyes, and her vigilance in her heart was not completely eliminated. But the temptation of the ticket was too great. "Really? Thank you so much. I'm really troubled that I don't have a ticket. Just don't tell my dad." "Killua, no, you're welcome." At the same time, Killua's information began to appear in front of him. Name, Nian. Nan training level, excellent. Excellent, excellent, talented, extreme. Entry, Angel's Automatic Notes, read. Angel's Automatic Notes, read. It can predict what will happen in the next month in the form of abstract poetry. The prediction is presented in the form of a quatrain, and each line of poetry represents the fortune of a week. Read entry. Sure enough. Although this Nian's prediction ability cannot cause direct damage, the entry level is very high. Entry color. It does not necessarily represent immediate combat power, but it represents potential and value. And predicting the value of the future. It is obviously very terrifying. 10 minutes later. Inside the Metal building. Because the underground auction has not started yet, Killua and Nian are sitting on the second floor and drinking tea. By the way, this year's security force is really exaggerated. In addition to not being allowed to enter 500 meters near the auction, the building is also full of dense guards. Killua looked at the interior of Metal and couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't like this before. I don't know if it has something to do with the killer. Nian said casually, I heard from Daezo that there will be a killer at the auction today, and he told me not to go here. But there are so many gangsters here. How can a killer dare to do it here? Nian was very proud. I think it's another lie made up by my dad to prevent me from going out. Fortunately, I'm smart and resourceful. I secretly got rid of the guards while shopping for clothes. The killer. Killa narrowed his eyes. Daisy is Nisra's confidant. The assassin he mentioned is most likely himself. But as a hired hand, Nisra would not reveal his information voluntarily, let alone temporarily strengthen the guard of the auction for this matter. That is to say, except for the Nisra family. Someone may have used some ability to predict what will happen today in advance. And after that person learned the news, he was able to temporarily strengthen the guard. The target is obvious. Killua smiled, Ms. Nian. I heard that you are very good at divination. Has a leader named Jianji asked you for divination recently? Nian pointed her index finger at her chin and tried to recall. It seems that there is. That's it. No wonder Jianji's whereabouts were completely unavailable when entering the hall. Killua's expression suddenly became serious. Since Jianji knew in advance that he would be assassinated at the auction, he is probably not in this building now. No. He must still be there. Killua's brain thought quickly. After all, now the defense force around Seametal is fully deployed, which can be said to be impregnable. Looking at the entire Yukiksen, there is no place safer than here now. If I were Jianji, where would I hide in this building? At this time, there are many Nen in the Seametal building. If the circle is used for a range search, it is easy to alert the enemy and attract other people's attention. Think for a moment. Killua quickly stood up, Miss Nian. Wait for me here for a while, I'll go to deal with things first. Nian, yeah, I'll wait for you here. At this time, Nian was still immersed in the joy of being able to participate in the auction, so she didn't care about other things. Leave the hall. Killua quickly walked backstage. The safest place in the entire auction must be the place where the auction items are placed. But there must be the most powerful security force in the entire auction. And the difficulty of assassination can be imagined. New book release, please give flowers, please give evaluation votes, and monthly tickets. Please vote for all readers. The author would like to thank you. Every flower is very important. Chapter 13, Miraculous Speed. Kill them all in an instant. Underground Auction Warehouse. This is the core of the entire auction, where countless precious and rare items are placed. And at this moment in the warehouse, Jianji is sitting in it. But his body is trembling slightly, and his eyes are full of fear and helplessness. That embarrassed look is in sharp contrast to his arrogant appearance on weekdays. Whether rich, poor, gangsters, or others. No matter what your identity, status, or age. There is only one thing that is fair, that is death. Obviously. After learning that he was predicted to die, Jianji's inner defense line was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the door of the warehouse was suddenly opened. A man with sunglasses and a mustache walked in. Brother Jianji, don't be so scared. Even prophecies may be wrong sometimes. Jianji heard the voice and slowly raised his head. The next moment, in his extremely dim eyes, a glimmer of hope and light suddenly flashed. Yin! Yin Beast Owl! Jianji stood up excitedly. As the gang leader of 10 regions in the 6 continents, the 10 old men have thousands of gangsters. Among the many subordinates, the most powerful thugs are the 10-member group of Yin Beast. They all have unique skills and possess mysterious Nin beyond ordinary people's imagination. They are the sharpest weapons in the hands of the 10 old men. The man named Xiao pulled down his sunglasses with his index finger, revealing a pair of smiling eyes. Your call for help has been received by the 10 old men. To protect your safety and maintain the normal operation of this underground auction, including me. A total of 5 Yin Beast members came here. They are also lurking in every corner of the auction at the moment. Don't worry. With us here, there will be absolutely no accidents," said. Xiao looked at the mountains of precious treasures in the warehouse, waved his hand, and threw out a huge cloth out of thin air. The cloth fell quickly like a dark cloud, covering the auction items tightly. The next moment, it was like a magic trick. The auction items that were originally piled up like a small mountain were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, until they finally disappeared without a trace. In case of any accidents, these auction items should be kept by me for the time being. The corners of Xiao's mouth rose, revealing an extremely proud smile. Seeing such a magical scene. Although Jianji did not dare to be completely careless, but he also breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves were somewhat relieved. The power of Yin beasts is well known in the gang. And this time, 5 people were directly dispatched. With them, this crisis should be able to pass safely. Just thinking that Nian's prophecy has almost never been wrong. Jianji added the word right. This crisis should be able to pass safely, right. At the same time, Killua had also touched the vicinity of the warehouse. He used Ju to hide his breath at all times to avoid being discovered. At the same time, he also found out that Jianji was indeed among them through the inadvertent conversations of several guards. Finally found this guy's whereabouts. But there are many guards here, and there are surveillance cameras outside the door. If we do it openly, I'm afraid it will cause revenge from the 10 old men. The underground auction house is held by the global mafia organizations. The mafia is most concerned about face. To do it here, it is undoubtedly equivalent to slapping them in the face. Although Killua is not afraid of the mafia, but the bounty for assassinating Jianji this time is only 2 billion. This price, it is not enough to make enemies with the mafia all over the world. Killua looked at the switch next to him and a plan came into his mind. The switch here should be connected to all the circuits on this floor. As long as it causes a power outage, both the surveillance and the guarding force will be temporarily useless. Killua silently calculated in his mind, if we want to do it here, I must break through the guards within 30 seconds, find Jianji and kill him with one blow, and then evacuate quickly. Otherwise, I will cause unrest. I will probably be surrounded here. Killua took a deep breath, memorized the position of each guard, and closed his eyes to get used to the darkness in advance. He kept rehearsing the upcoming action in his mind, and then suddenly punched into the switch, grabbed all the lines and tore them directly. Afterwards, the whole floor fell into darkness and chaos. And at the same moment when the lights went out, Killua was like an arrow from a string, and instantly appeared in front of the nearest warehouse guard. The guard had not yet reacted, and only felt a gust of wind blowing in his face, and then his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. There are 6 more. At this moment, Killua showed the strength and skills of a top killer. Taking advantage of the guard's discomfort caused by the sudden loss of light, he was like a ghost in the dark night. Within 3 seconds, he killed all 7 guards silently. What's going on? What happened? Seeing the lights go out, in the warehouse, Jianji and Xiao immediately came to the door to check. But before they could reach out, the anti-theft door made of special alloy made a loud bang as if it had been hit by a huge force. Then a big hole was directly opened in the center of the door. Don't kill me. Seeing the prophecy coming true, Jianji, who was already highly nervous, sat on the ground like a frightened trapped animal, almost peeing in fear. Who is it? Xiao also sweated profusely. He knew that it was not an ordinary person who could have such destructive power, so he quickly used condensation to gather the energy in his eyes. But just as he moved, there was a click. That was the sound of a neck being broken. Jianji, who was originally screaming in panic, instantly lost his voice. Owl's heart suddenly shrank, and he immediately used an incredibly convenient large wrap, materializing a huge wrap and throwing it forward. I didn't expect the yin beast to appear here. Looking at the huge cloth covering him, Killua whispered, "Godspeed." Then, strands of blue arcs began to interweave and shuttle through Killua's body, wrapping him up. This is one of the techniques he has studied for 3 months. Godspeed. Using control system to wrap the power of lightning in the body to activate the body, thus stimulating the potential power of the body, raising his movement speed and nerve conduction speed to the limit. Under the effect of Godspeed, Killua was so fast that he seemed to turn into an arc, and appeared in front of Owl in the blink of an eye. His right hand instantly became sharp, and stabbed the opponent's heart with a strong electric current. Feeling the strong wind pressure coming towards him, Owl's pupils contracted sharply, and his chest rose and fell violently. He wanted to avoid it, but his sight couldn't keep up, and his body couldn't react at all. Later, Xiao finally saw the figure of the person coming. It was a young man. But the silver-haired boy still had a beating heart in his palm. And there was no blood on the heart. This whole process was not only sharp and swift, but also the killing method was so exquisite that it could be said to be an art. Thanks to all the brothers for the flowers. I have already got up and started preparing for today's update. Come on. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14, Huge Harvest. The magic pocket is in hand. While killing Xiao, Killua quickly scanned the opponent's data panel. Name, Xiao. Nen training level, talent. Excellent, excellent, gifted, extreme. Entry, incredible convenient large wrap, purple top. This guy's Nen has been developed to the level of talent. However, this not only shows that his qualifications are average. At the same time, the ability of the large wrap is too simple and direct, and the development prospects are really limited. Killua was thinking. The entry incredible convenient large wrap, purple top, fell from the top of Xiao's head to the ground. Ding, lootable entry detected, incredible convenient large wrap, purple top. Do you want to loot? Yes/no. Hearing the system prompts sound, Killua did not hesitate, start looting. The next moment, the entry turned into purple light and merged into Killua's body. At the same time, the detailed explanation of the use of this entry's ability appeared in front of him. Incredible convenient large wrap, purple top level, it can materialize a huge bag. Any object covered by this cloth can be instantly shrunk and packed, no matter how big it is, and even living things can be captured. It can even capture living things. What a great thing! Although Killua has long known that Owl's Nen has a packing function, but when he really got this ability, he still couldn't hide his excitement. In Killua's view, even if this large wrap is not used as a means of combat, it is a very abnormal existence as a travel pocket. With this Nen, when he goes out in the future, he can not only carry food but also medicine. All kinds of strange things can also be put in. This will definitely give him more security and convenience on his future journey, just like carrying a mobile treasure box like Doraemon. At the same time, after the entry is fully integrated, Killua feels that he has mastered a different space. This is the inside of the convenient large wrap, which is as big as a house. And when he looks into the space, he was stunned. Because all the goods in the entire underground auction are in it. FK. This time I'm really rich. Killua's eyes widened, looking at the piles of items in the alien space in disbelief. From precious jewelry to rare antique paintings. From medical supplies to weapons and equipment. Human organs, war supplies, munitions, all kinds of strange things are available, which makes people dazzled. Although this year's underground auction did not have super rare and high-priced items like Greed Island, but so many things added up. The estimated value is probably at least tens of billions. It's really a pleasant surprise. This trip to Yukxin is really not in vain. Killua was full of excitement. He glanced at the two bodies in the warehouse indifferently, turned around and quickly disappeared into the darkness, as if he had never appeared here. And a minute later, the backup power supply was connected in the building. After seeing the bodies on the ground and the empty warehouse, suddenly, all the gang members gathered in Semeteli were like powder kegs, bursting with endless anger. Everyone immediately block the entire auction venue and don't miss any possible exit. Search for me. The murderer must be found today. In addition to the murderous roars of the gang leaders, the other 4 Yin Beast members, Earthworm, Sick Dog, Porcupine, and Leech also rushed to the warehouse. Compared to Xiao, his appearance is still normal. The other Yin Beast members all looked very strange. The Porcupine looked like a bald, short, fat boy. The Sick Dog had a hedgehog hairstyle, was thin, and had a mouth full of sharp teeth. The Leech was bloated, pot-bellied, and had a sinister smile. As for the Yin Beast named Earthworm, it was almost naked, with a big belly covered with blue veins, and looked even more terrifying. After the Yin Beast arrived at the scene, everyone else immediately quieted down. Owl! The Sick Dog screamed and hurried forward to test his breath. What a pity! At this time, the owl was already dead and could not die anymore. Except for a big hole in the chest, the rest of the body is intact, even the clothes are clean, and there is no sign of struggle. The Earthworm, who looks like a human, calmly analyzed, just from the wounds and the situation at the scene. I'm afraid Xiao died from a frontal attack. And it was a fatal blow, and the opponent's murderous aura disappeared in an instant, leaving Xiao completely unable to counterattack. He must be a very professional killer. A fatal blow from the front, and there is no counterattack ability. Listening to the Earthworm's analysis, not to mention other gang members, Sick Dog, Porcupine, and others also frowned. As we all know, frontal attack is the easiest to react. And they know Xiao's methods better than anyone else. He was killed in one encounter. This result really made them unwilling to believe. However, this impossible fact was in front of them, leaving them with no ability to refute. At this time, Leech set his sights on the warehouse door and reached out to explore it. This door is made of a special alloy, and its hardness exceeds all the materials on the market. Even if it is hit by a car, it is difficult to deform it. And the opponent can break the warehouse anti-theft door in an instant. I'm afraid it's an enhancernan with a very high level of practice. Compared to Leech and Earthworm, the Yin Beast Porcupine has been staring at the empty warehouse in a daze, not an enhancernan. I think it should be a manipulator ability user similar to Owl. It may even be a trait ability user. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to take away all the auction items in the warehouse without anyone knowing. Listening to the analysis of several people, the Sick Dog clenched his teeth, and the muscles on his cheeks bulged with anger. Enhancer, manipulator, and trait again. What are you kidding? How can a person always have so many nin? Just after saying this, the Sick Dog himself was stunned. The others also fell into deep thought instantly. Although it is basically impossible for one person to use multiple types of abilities. But there are indeed rumors that there is a person who can do this. And that person is from the notorious Phantom Troop, leader Krollo. Earthworm frowned. Is it really Phantom Troop who came to the auction? Porcupine said, Phantom Troop has committed vicious crimes many times around the world. It is also in line with their behavior to rob the auction. Leech remained silent. The whole atmosphere became a little depressing. As a high-risk A-level criminal, the name of Phantom Troop is also very loud among the gangs. Sick Dog said in a deep voice, no matter what, we can't let Xiao die in vain. If we don't get the auction items back, it will be difficult to report to the 10 old men. Even if it is Phantom Troop, we must make them pay for their blood debts with blood today. New book release. Please give flowers, please give evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Please vote for all readers. The author would like to thank you. Every flower is very important. Chapter 15, the situation escalates, and a winning gamble is made with Nian. Semete Lai Hall. The scene was in chaos. A large number of gang members came and began to investigate and interrogate all the people participating in the auction, investigate their backgrounds and whereabouts, and look for suspicious people, including staff, buyers, and sellers, on-site surveillance videos, etc. Greed and determination flashed in the eyes of each gang leader, and they were eager to find the murderer's figure and movement trajectory first. After all, the current situation is not only a crisis. It is also an opportunity. Whoever can find the murderer who killed Jianji and the lost auction items will definitely get a higher status and more benefits from the 10 old men. This chaotic investigation. In fact, it is also a competition for power and interests. Ms. Nian, what happened? Killua had returned to the hall at this time, pretending to be calm and asked Nian. Nian frowned, with a layer of doubt on her cute face. I don't know either, I just know that an emergency investigation suddenly began in the hall, and they made a mess here. Killua remained calm on the surface, looking around calmly. Don't worry, wait until they investigate it clearly. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. I hope it won't affect the auction. Nian supported her chin with both hands and sighed, I hope so, I just want to participate in the auction, but I don't want to be involved in other troubles. Not long after, the investigators also came to Killua and Nian. Name, identity, and take out your participation certificate. The gangster in charge of the interrogation stared at them sharply, with a very unfriendly tone. Each participation certificate has a special number. If the investigation continues, it's only a matter of time before the two are exposed. Nian unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes, a little nervous. After all, she sneaked in. Killua's face was very calm, but his expression changed and he took the initiative to say, Open your eyes. You don't even recognize the eldest lady. This is the daughter of the Nasra family. Killua's voice was full of anger and majesty, and his eyes swept the gang members in front of him sharply. Nian was shocked by this sudden momentum, but she quickly reacted, straightened her back, and put on a lady's airs. The gang member in charge of questioning was also stunned. Then he showed hesitation on his face, and didn't know what to do for a while. Killua took advantage of the victory and said, Why are you still standing there? Is there a place to rest quietly here? Take us there quickly. If the eldest lady is hurt in the slightest, ask the people in the upper level if they are willing to take this responsibility. Several gangsters called the leader. There was a moment of silence on the other side. No way. Among the 10 old men, including many leaders, they are very dependent on this girl. Take them to the VIP room for entertaining guests. Get the instructions from above. The gang members in charge of interrogation immediately stepped aside to make way, and led them to the VIP room, while apologizing with a smile, Sorry, I offended the young lady. Please don't blame me, young lady. Nian controlled her breathing until she entered the VIP room, and then she patted her chest with lingering fear to take a breath. I was really scared just now. But fortunately you were there. By the way, I don't know your name yet, what should I call you? Killua smiled slightly, My name is Killua. Nian looked out the window, Killua, thanks to you this time. I just don't know what will happen to the auction next. All the goods in this auction are now in Killua's hands. The auction can no longer continue. Killua sat on the sofa and took a breath, looking at the increasingly chaotic situation outside. The auction may have to be temporarily suspended. Announced suspension. Nian was a little depressed, what bad luck. I finally came out. Taking advantage of this short leisure time. Killua asked, Miss Nian, why do you like fortune-telling? Nian was stunned and raised her head slightly. This should be related to the fortune-teller named Grandmother Galaxy that I often watched on TV when I was a child. The fortune teller said. Divination is one of the ways to make people who are working hard to live now live happier. At that time, I thought fortune telling was so cool. So I always dreamed of becoming a fortune teller, and I only predicted the bad things that everyone would encounter. In this way, in order to avoid bad things, everyone will work hard in the right direction. Talking about these, Nian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she subconsciously immersed herself in beautiful memories. So that's it. Everyone's Nan is indeed related to personality, preferences, and life experiences. Killua was thinking about everything in his heart, and suddenly asked with a smile, Miss Nian, how about we make a bet? If you win everything you want in this auction, no matter how rare or expensive the item is, I can find it for you. If you lose, Killua paused slightly, you have to agree to one request of mine. Everything in this auction. Nian's eyes lit up and asked excitedly, does it include Princess Korko's mummy? Of course. Killua answered without hesitation. Then what are we going to bet on? If I can't do it, I will never agree to it. Nian crossed her arms and looked at Killua with a vigilant face. Don't worry, this is what you are best at. Killua smiled slyly, let's bet on whether you can predict my future. New book release, asking for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16, Who Framed Us? Phantom Troop was inexplicably blamed. On the highway, a black car was speeding towards Semetali, with Nisra and his personal guard Daisy sitting inside. As expected of Zaldik, the mission has been accomplished. For gangs like us, killing people is just one of the means of intimidation, not our specialty. It is more appropriate to leave it to professional killers. After receiving the information from the auction site, Nisra's frown relaxed a little. By the way, has Nian been found? Daisy shook his head, I just talked to Skavara and Shachimona on the phone. Since the young lady disappeared, they ran all over the shopping mall, but haven't found her yet. But I have a hunch. Maybe the young lady is already in the Semetali building. Except for the auction. I can't think of anywhere else she can go. What did you say? Went to the auction. Nisra widened his eyes, and his voice unconsciously raised a few points. Daisy was a little confused. Nisra suppressed his anxiety and said, in the message I just received. Except for Jianji's death, all the goods in the auction disappeared. According to the judgment of many yin beasts, it is suspected that Phantom Troop appeared at the auction site. Phantom Troop. Hearing this name, Daisy couldn't help swallowing his saliva. As the most notorious thief gang in the world, Daisy naturally heard of it. He knew that everyone in this gang was ruthless and cruel, and they caused bloody storms wherever they went. I didn't expect Phantom Troop to appear here. And even the yin beasts have been dispatched. It seems that the situation in the auction is not optimistic now. Nisra's forehead also broke out in cold sweat, and he quickly picked up the phone and called again. I'm Light. Nisra. Is my daughter at the auction? Check it out. The guard who answered the phone was the one who was in charge of the search. Miss Nian is resting in the VIP room. Nisra roared, make sure my daughter is safe. I'll be there soon. Hang up the phone. Nisra's face was full of confusion. Nian is really at the auction, but how did she get in? It stands to reason. She shouldn't have a chance to get a certificate. Does the young lady have any friends in other organizations? Daisy asked. Nisra shook his head. No. Except for divination. She never cares about outside affairs and work, and she doesn't have any friends. Said. Nisra punched the chair, damn it. What if Nian is involved in the trouble of Phantom Troop? Boss, please stay calm. Daisy comforted, let's wait until we reach the auction venue. Inside the Cemeteli building, the investigation is still going on. At this time, the news that the auction treasures were all looted by Phantom Troop has also spread among the gangsters. After hearing this news, 3 people in the building suddenly felt nameless anger. These 3 people are Finks, Phaeton, and Pakleton. Phantom Troop took away all the treasures of the auction. What a joke! We haven't started yet. Who is throwing this dirty water on us? A hole. Let me know which guy put this crime on us, I must break his neck. Finks gritted his teeth, and anger almost burst out of his eyes. Phaeton's eyes were also full of murderous intent. What should we do now? It's easy to break through the blockade. But if we leave like this, wouldn't that be a crime of killing and stealing treasures? This kind of thing. I don't want to be blamed for nothing. As the team's IQ representative, Pakleton said, the best way now is to find those yin beasts who spread rumors. Ask them in person. But this building has 30 floors, and it will take a while to find them. It's easy to find them. Phaeton poked his hand into the chest of a gang leader on the right with an expressionless face, and then shook off the blood on his hand nonchalantly. Let them come to us. Finks also twisted the heads of several people next to him and said excitedly, that's exactly what I want. Instantly, everyone around was stunned by the cruel actions of the 2, and screams and shouts instantly filled the entire hall. Pakleton rubbed his brows, and the cruelty under his rational appearance could no longer be hidden. I really can't do anything to you. But this is indeed a good method. Let's kill them first. Then let those evil beasts come to us. New book release, please give flowers, please give evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17, Cruel Law of the Jungle, Killing Spree. The battle was about to start. Many gangsters also began to hold machine guns and hot weapons, and ruthlessly fired at Phaeton and the other 2. But the gap between ordinary people and Nen is huge. Bullets can't break through the defense of Nen at all. Let's compete to see who kills more. Finks laughed and waved his thick arms, breaking several people's necks every time he shot. Okay. Let's send all these garbage to hell. Phaeton relied on his agility to stroll in the rain of bullets, and the sharp blade in his hand ruthlessly harvested lives like mowing grass. Pakleton is not a professional fighter. But he is also like a man in the gangster group. For a while, the whole building was full of screams and gunshots, blood splattered, and it was completely in a bloody chaos. Killa, what happened outside? In the VIP room, Nian looked at the chaotic scene outside through the window, and her beautiful eyes were full of anxiety and fear. Although she is the daughter of a gangster, but she has always been well protected like a greenhouse flower, and has never encountered such a bloody massacre. From the situation, it is probably some desperate people who broke into the auction. Killua also heard that the Yin Beast had attributed the loss of the auction items to the Phantom Troop. Combined with the fact that Finks and Phaeton suddenly started killing, the connection is obvious. It turns out that the Yin Beast thought I was the Phantom Troop. And it happened that Finks and the other 2 were really at the auction, and they were blamed for nothing, so they naturally couldn't stand it. That's why this farce happened. Killua thought quickly, this may be an opportunity for me. Let them fight each other. Not only can I take the opportunity to get away, but I can even get some benefits. If Killua remembered correctly, although the Yin Beast group is not at the first class level, but it is not that weak. Many of them can cause damage to Yuvigen with Enhancer fully activated, which is incomparable to ordinary Nen. As Phaeton and Finks killed crazily, the resistance of the gang members in the building became weaker and weaker. Fear spread among the crowd like a plague. Some people even began to disobey orders and flee everywhere desperately, trying to avoid these three terrifying existences like demons. Finally, the yin beasts also came to the front battlefield. Feeling the unique momentum in front, Pakleton raised his head and reminded, "Get ready, the main force is coming." Finks and Phaeton stopped their actions, their eyes full of excitement and expectation, waiting for a head-on confrontation with the yin beasts. Not long after, the earthworm, sick dog, porcupine, and leech all came to the hall. Looking at the gangsters who were still eager to try, the earthworm advised, "Back off. Although you are numerous and some of you seem to be able to use telekinesis, it is better not to attack. Those guys are not ordinary thieves. Killing is common for them. With your strength, you can't hurt them at all." The sick dog looked at Phaeton and the other two and asked sternly, "You are from Phantom Troop. So there are three of you. Which one is Krollo, where is the auction item, and who killed Owl? It doesn't matter if you don't answer. As long as you meet us, you will all go to hell today." Facing the confident death sentence of the sick dog, Finks was not afraid, but became extremely excited. "Great, I like people like you who are not afraid of death the most." Phaeton looked at Pakleton coldly, "Do you want to leave him alive?" Pakleton looked at the sick dog, "Just leave the guy with sharp teeth. But before the interrogation, let's change the battlefield first." Since they started the indiscriminate killing, more and more gangsters gathering towards Semetali. Although these forces are unlikely to pose a threat to them, they don't want to waste too much time on this. "You so-called yin beasts. If you have the guts, follow me." Finks sneered, pointed his thumb outside the building, turned around and rushed out the door with Phaeton and Pakleton. "Don't let them escape." Sick dog, earthworm, and others looked at each other and followed without hesitation. Both sides were very confident. They all thought they were hunters and the other was the prey. At the same time, outside the Semetali building, a black car just stopped. Nisra and Daisy quickly got out of the car. "I wonder how Nian is now." Nisra was full of worries about his daughter, tidied his clothes, and strode towards the entrance of the auction. Daisy frowned, because he smelled a pungent smell of blood. "Boss, wait a minute!" Daisy shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, it was too late. Because they ran into Phaeton and his three companions who had just rushed out of the building. "This is..." Daisy raised his head. His eyes met Phaeton's cold eyes. At this moment, Daisy felt a wave of malice sweeping over him, and the air around him seemed to freeze. Under the gaze of those eyes, it was as if all his weaknesses were seen through. It was as if his hands and feet were trapped by chains. Depressing. Horrible. Even if he just moved his fingers, he would have to spend several times more energy than usual. Daisy felt that his breathing was getting more and more difficult, and his heartbeat was beating like thunder in his ears. Just a gasp. Drops of cold sweat poured out from his forehead. What the hell, this guy's eyes are surprisingly scary. Nisra swallowed his saliva and prepared to ask the other party where he came from. Phaeton narrowed his eyes slightly, waved the black umbrella in his hand, and his face was full of indifference. The next moment, it was as if he had crushed an ant to death. Red blood spurted out from Nisra's neck, forming a shocking arc in the air. Nian. Nisra's face was full of disbelief and fear. He covered his neck with both hands, trying to stop the blood from gushing out. But it was all in vain. In the end, he could only watch the building fall down unwillingly. "Don't block the way, go to hell!" At the same time, Finks also stabbed Daisney's chest and abdomen with a knife. There was absolutely no power to resist. This was an absolute power gap that could not be countered, like a tank crushing infantry. The two bodies slowly fell down, and their lives disappeared in an instant, leaving only a dead silence and fear. Killing two people at will. Finks and Phaeton did not stop at all, and their faces were still expressionless, as if they had just done something insignificant. There was no arrogance. Yet it seems so high and mighty. Get up and start updating. New book released. Asking for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 18, Nian, if you just want to risk your own life, that is totally not enough. Dad. Nian saw this scene and rushed from the VIP room to her father lying in a pool of blood. Then her legs softened. She fell heavily beside Nisra. Nian's hands trembled violently, and she couldn't believe the cruel reality in front of her. She would do divination for Nisra every month. This month, because the underground auction was about to start, her mind was completely occupied by the auction items, and she hadn't done divination for Nisra yet. Dad, wake up, you can't leave me. Nian's petite body trembled slightly, and her hands tightly grasped Nisra's lifeless wrist, as if this could pull him back from the brink of death. Tears also burst like a flood, flowing on her face full of grief and despair. The hall was full of corpses, and the smell of death was everywhere. Blood and coldness intertwined. Nian kept calling her father, and every sound was full of heartbreak and helplessness. Until her voice became hoarse. Her tear-stained face was filled with only blazing hatred and uncontrollable grief. Family affection and gratitude are the strongest chains in the world. Many people were controlled by others because they were helped when they were young, or just because of blood ties, and they could not escape the bondage of gratitude and family affection throughout their lives. But family affection is also the fastest knife in the world. Especially when you witness the death of your loved ones with your own eyes. It is a kind of unforgettable pain, like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the softest part of your heart. The unspeakable sadness and despair will drown you in an instant. In this extreme pain, all the arrogance and innocence will be ruthlessly torn apart in an instant, replaced by rapid growth and maturity. I must make those murderers pay. At this time, Nian no longer had the innocent look she usually had, and there was only desperate determination in her eyes. She first looked at the gangsters around her. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not look at her, or just pretended not to hear and looked elsewhere. Nian looked at the other members of the Daisy Guard team who had come over, Shachimona Takino and Skavara. Shachimona is an emitter Nin. His ability is to use Nin to create 11 combatants, named the 11 under the eaves. Shachimona's voice was full of helplessness and guilt. Miss, I really want to help you. But those people are not the ones I can hunt down at all. We will just die in vain if we go, it will be useless. Nian did not answer, but turned to look at Skavara. Skavara is also an emitter. But his ability is to control dogs to help him complete tasks, and he is an information-oriented person. In terms of combat power, he is not even as good as Shachimona. Not to mention hunting down phantom troop. Skavara's eyes looked at his nose and his nose looked at his heart, and his eyes were full of helplessness and guilt. Nian finally stared at Killua with tearful eyes, his eyes full of pleading and helplessness. Killua didn't avoid his gaze, nor did he speak. Nian seemed to be grasping the last straw, crying, Killua, I can't let my father die in vain. Killua squatted down and gently wiped the tears from Nian's face, saying gently but coldly, Nian, I can feel your pain. But what are you willing to pay to help your father get revenge? At this time, Nian's body was still shaking. But Killua's words finally gave her a little bit of support. As long as you can help me get revenge, I will pay you 1 billion, no, 10 billion. In her world, still naively think that money can solve everything. Killua shook his head slightly. No matter how much money is in this situation, it is worthless. Nian trembled and said, what do you mean? Killua's eyes were cold. You also saw the strength of those 3 people just now. They kill people like drinking water. Not to mention the average good players, even the skilled non-users will find it difficult to save their lives in their hands. And if I want to help you get revenge, even if I want to, I have to bet a lot of things. So money alone is not enough. You have to take out something more important. Nian looked surprised, still puzzled. Killa gently stroked Nian's face, and said faintly, if you only want to use money as a commission, whether the mission fails or succeeds, you can still be your daughter here, you can play with your favorite antiques every day, eat delicious food, and live a very comfortable life. I won't do it. On the contrary. Killa's eyes suddenly became sharp. If you are willing to bet on your hobbies, your dignity, and everything you have including your life. And you have to remember this from today. You owe me more than just one thing. It's 110,000. Then I will break the family rules and bet for you once. Zaldik has never been an ordinary killer who is only interested in profit. Their first house rule is that they must never take on a mission that puts them in extreme danger. And they want to hunt the notorious Phantom Troop. This is naturally full of danger. Although Killua is different from Illumi, a killing machine without emotions. But he cherishes his life more. Unless it is necessary, he will never put himself in danger. Of course. He has a heaven-defying entry system. Killua is not afraid of anyone. He is not a coward who escapes when he encounters a strong man, it is just a matter of how much it costs. The people around are all looking at Killua. They don't know who this boy is, nor do they know why he dares to speak so arrogantly. But one thing is certain. At this moment, everyone feels it. Although Killua is just standing there. But his whole body exudes a powerful aura that is enough to devour people. The air around him becomes heavy because of him, making it difficult to breathe. Nian clenched his fists, touching the cold and lifeless Nisra. The last trace of willfulness also disappeared completely. She bowed her head to Killua, as if expressing her determination. The two of them also formed a kind of oath in an instant. Then, Nian tightly grasped the corner of Killua's clothes, her eyes blurred with tears, and tremblingly said, Killua, help me. Protect her. Killua looked at Skavara and Shachimona. The two nodded. Then, before anyone could react at all, Killua took a step forward. The next moment, a flash of lightning. In everyone's sight, his figure was completely gone. New book release, asking for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 19, Super Melee begins, secretly eliminate a member of the brigade first. Leaving the cemetery building, Killua followed the breath of the yin beasts, like a ghost in the dark night, and quickly shuttled through the streets. His footsteps were as light as feathers. Although the speed was fast. But every time he landed, there was almost no sound. Whether it was a narrow alley, the shadow of a tall building, or the gap between the crowds. Killua could also cleverly use the surrounding environment to hide himself. As a professional killer, tracking is one of his specialties. And he was free from the constraints of the venue. He was finally able to stretch his body and no longer had to be as restrained as before. Finks, Phaeton, and the other two have been making trouble in the building for so long, and there was no support from other Phantom Troop teammates. There should be only 3 of them. If you want to do it, I will find a way to kill all 3 of them. At this moment, Killua fully demonstrated the patience and instinct of a top hunter. While he was in the state of absolute, he kept running at a high speed and followed the figures of the yin beasts. At the same time, he began to simulate everything that would happen next in his mind. His heartbeat remained steady, his breathing was even and long, and he did not disrupt the rhythm because of nervousness or excitement. Regarding taking on the hunting brigade mission halfway this time, Killua did not have a heart of pity and compassion, but had his own plan. Through the bet with Nian before, He had already concluded that the prophetic ability could not predict his future. So instead of plundering the entries, it would be better to directly subdue Nian to become his helper. Although Zaldik is powerful, even if he will be the head of the family in the future. But whether it is Silva, Old Man Zeno, or even the more terrifying Maha ancestor, they are obviously not willing to obey anyone's command. In other words, because of the unique family operation method, Zaldik can be regarded as Killua's backer, but it does not belong to the force he can command at will. After coming to the hunter world, Killua has a strong desire in his heart. He wants to establish his own force, an organization that is completely controlled by him and can act according to his wishes. Nian with the ability of prophecy. Naturally, he is the first member he wants to recruit. In addition, many of the ability terms of the brigade are the goals he must take down in the future. Whether there is today's change or not, there may be a battle in the future. There is no pure good and evil in this world. Killing and being killed. These two extreme behaviors cannot be simply measured by right or wrong here. It's like in the vast jungle. Powerful beasts rely on their own strength to prey on weak animals at will. This is an eternal law. The law of the jungle not only exists in the natural jungle, but is also reflected in the hunter world. In this world, don't talk about killing. Even if you kill innocent people indiscriminately, you will not be subject to moral pressure and condemnation. If you have a hunter license, then you can even make killing fair and square in 90% of the world. So, Killua has no sadness for Nisra's death. At the same time, he has no pity for Jianji who died in his hands, including hunting Phantom Troop. Because they have nothing to do with him. And this is the most common and most naked survival of the fittest in the hunter world. Not to mention that the opponent is a demon who enjoys killing people. God Desert. This is a wasteland in Yokiksen City. At this time, Finks, Phaeton, and Paklaton stopped first. Sick Dog, Earthworm, and 4 others followed. Finks moved his neck and arms and stood in the front. Let me deal with all these people, you'd better not interfere. Finks is an enhancer Nin. The most important thing for Nin of the same level is information warfare. Facing unknown opponents, enhancer Nin with thick skin and flesh are generally the most suitable for charging into battle. Under the seemingly reckless appearance of Finks, there is an unknown delicacy hidden. Finks, don't think about having fun alone, I'll deal with 2 of them. Phaeton's figure is thinner than a normal person. But there is a cold light flashing in his narrow eyes, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body makes people dare not underestimate him at all. Finks turned her head and glanced at Phaeton, with a smile on her face, then each of us will take half. Let's see who can kill faster. Phantom Troop consciously retreated to the back. Her abilities are mainly responsible for interrogation and information collection. She is not good at fighting. She only needs to be ready to deal with emergencies at any time. On the other side, seeing the 3 phantom troops, she didn't take them seriously at all. The earthworm stood on the hill and said condescendingly, "Don't be so arrogant, thieves. Now the people who have no way to escape should be you." As he said, the earthworm quickly exchanged glances with the sick dog and the porcupine. The earthworm flashed and plunged directly into the mud, disappearing in an instant. The sick dog grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a low roar in his throat. The porcupine's hair stood up, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. The leech began to confront Phaeton alone. It was different from the 1v2 situation that Phantom Troop wanted to have. The Yin Beast's strategy was to let Leech hold back the thin Phaeton alone. The earthworm, sick dog, and porcupine first surrounded Finks, who seemed to be stronger, and then the 4 of them worked together to secure the victory. "You guys think you can beat me? It's a foolish dream." Looking at the Yin Beast that was aiming almost all its spears at itself. Not only was Finks not afraid at all, but he laughed out loud. Phaeton looked at Leech with disdain. What a pointless struggle. While the battle started on the front battlefield, Killua hid in the dark and pulled out a piece of black cloth out of thin air. Convenient big wrap. It was the nin that was looted from the owl before. Then Killua kept getting closer to Paklodin. His movements were light and agile, almost silent. Paklodin's sight and attention were completely on the 4 yin beasts at this time, and she didn't realize that the danger was approaching from behind. When she reacted, the whole person had been covered by the black cloth, and then began to shrink like the black cloth, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The ability of this yin beast owl is really practical. With this trick, not only can you carry items, you can even secretly take people away. Killua grabbed the black towel wrapped around Paklodin and quickly hid himself again. And according to his test, the world inside the towel is connected to the outside world, and the air can circulate normally through the gaps in the towel, so there is no possibility of suffocation. This is a super travel backpack. Another super cage that cannot be escaped. There is at least 1 chapter today. New book release. Please give flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks here. Every flower is very important. Chapter 20. Trapped in a desperate situation, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was already late at night. The moon was covered by dark clouds. Under the weak moonlight, the Gout Desert was filled with a heart-shaking silence. Facing the yin beast that was rushing towards him with a double team, Fink's left arm was bulging with veins, and he threw a straight punch full of power and speed at the yin beast porcupine. However, just before his fist was about to hit the opponent's cheek, the yin beast porcupine's bald head suddenly grew long hair, like a spring to resist this powerful blow. How could it be? Finks was a little surprised. He ranked second in wrist strength in the brigade, only after Yuvajin, possessing a natural and powerful strength far beyond ordinary people. How could it be blocked by body hair? At the moment of his doubt, the porcupine's body hair, which was originally soft like a spring, suddenly stood up, like a steel needle directly piercing Fink's fist and left arm. Oh, is that all you can do? Finks did not flinch due to the pain, but his eyes lit up with a stronger fighting spirit. He kept swinging his left arm vigorously, trying to break free from the porcupine's restraints. It's useless. Now thousands of my hairs have pierced your arm. Unless you cut off your arm, you will never be able to get rid of me again. Feeling Fink's resistance, the porcupine tightened those hard hairs even harder. If you can't get rid of it, then you BD, go to hell first. Finks roared loudly and swung his left arm towards the ground with all his strength, trying to smash the porcupine to death directly. But when he was about to fall to the ground, thousands of hairs flowed out from the porcupine's back, once again dissipating all the power like cotton. Don't waste your effort. I can control the hair on my body at will, and your power has no effect on me at all. The porcupine shouted proudly, and its small eyes were full of contempt and ridicule. At the same time at this moment, a pair of strong arms suddenly stretched out from the ground and tightly grasped Fink's feet. It was the earthworm, the most terrifying looking among the yin beasts. Then there was a smack. Finks was dragged directly to the ground from his standing position, and his left face kissed the soil vigorously. Damn, this is... Finks tried to get up, but found that his legs were clamped tightly by the earthworm's huge power, and he couldn't move at all. His face was covered with mud, and he looked miserable. You have no way to escape. Underground. My strength can be increased several times. No matter how powerful the guy is, he can't escape. The dull voice of the earthworm came from the soil. At the same time, taking this opportunity, the sick dog dodged and bit a wound on Fink's shoulder. Is this guy really the Phantom Troop? He's not good at all. There was Fink's blood hanging at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of contempt and provocation. You BD, dare to look down on me? I want you to die without a burial place. Fink's eyes widened, and the pupils burst into anger. Although he was an enhancer, Finks was far from being as reckless as he seemed. On the contrary, he was very experienced in combat and was very good at dealing with temporary crisis situations. They can actually hurt me with hair and teeth. And they can also defeat me in ground power confrontation. Too careless. These guys are really not simple. Finks was furious on the surface, but his heart had completely lost his contempt, and his free right arm began to rotate rapidly in a spiral. The next moment, strong energy gathered in his right arm, and in an instant it seemed to condense into a dazzling star. The light was dazzling, as if it could illuminate the night. "Come back!" Finks shouted, and his right arm, shining with golden light, attacked the ground with an unstoppable momentum. Not good. The sick dog and the porcupine distanced themselves in advance. But the earthworm, who could not see the situation on the ground at all, was not so lucky. Boom! The ground exploded instantly, sand and stones flew, and the surrounding air was shaken by this force. The earthworm and the soil under its feet were directly destroyed. Idiot! You are the ones who have no way to escape. Who will die next? Finks roared loudly, and his momentum was still amazing. But suddenly, he seemed to lose his feeling in his arms, followed by his thighs and waist, and his whole body was paralyzed. What is going on? Finks' eyes flashed with astonishment, and he tried to struggle, but his body was completely out of control. You are such an idiot with strong limbs, but you are only this good. The sick dog laughed contemptuously. My teeth contain neurotoxins that can control your body and prevent you from moving freely. If I didn't intend to capture you alive, you would have died of the poison now. The sick dog said as he and the porcupine slowly approached Finks, with a look of triumph and arrogance in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Killa, who was still hiding in the dark in the distance, also sighed. The yin beasts combination skills are really not simple. Interlocking. Without knowing the ability, as long as you are controlled by the first move, you will basically die. It's a pity that they are too arrogant. Plus, being in the gang, there are fewer opportunities for life and death, compared to Phantom Troop, a thug who has been through the dead. The most important decisiveness is missing. Killa held his breath and knew that it was time for him to go on stage. On the other side, in the deep pit created by Finks, a black shadow suddenly smashed towards the porcupine and sick dog who were moving forward. This is... The porcupine was terrified. Because the black shadow was the head of the leech. The porcupine and sick dog were stunned by this sudden situation. And in this brief moment of distraction, a figure appeared behind them at an extremely fast speed. It was Phaeton. The next moment, a flash of silver light. The porcupine's head was separated from his body. The sick dog was about to move, but his two arms were cut off in an instant, and then a sharp blade was pressed against his throat. I advise you not to move. Phaeton held a red umbrella with a sharp blade hidden in it, and his voice was full of murderous intent. This is also the biggest weakness of many nin. Too much reliance on nin. As a result, physical skills are not up to standard. Well done. Finks could not move his whole body, and could only stand there and cheer. However, although he had completely mastered the situation, but Phaeton's expression did not relax at all. His eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, and he became more nervous. Finks finally realized that something was wrong. Damn! When did Packleton disappear? New book release, please give flowers, please give evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Chapter 21, Phantom Troop, there is no escape for you. The whole dune was silent, with only the rustling of the breeze. This strange silence made Finks and Phaeton's heartbeats more rapid. As they thought. In the dark, Killua heard Tongs's voice in his ears. Ding, lootable items detected, leech, blue top grade, body hair needle, purple lower level, underground action ability, purple upper level. Do you want to loot? Yes/no. Hear the system prompts sound. Killua glanced at the 3 items. Leech, blue top grade, you can keep leeches in your body to treat diseases or make people sick. Body hair needle, purple lower level, you can freely control your own body hair, which can be made longer, harder or softer at will. When it is hard, it has strong piercing power, and when it is soft, it can be as elastic as a spring, which can resist various attacks. Underground action, purple upgrade, move freely underground, and exert several times more power in the soil than on the ground. Looking at the ability introduction, Killua first ruled out leech. Keeping so many disgusting things in the body made him feel uncomfortable. Even if he took another look at the description of the leech ability, he would be polluted by the disgusting picture. Secondly, that hair needle is not very useful. Use body hair to attack. Not only do you need to fight the opponent at close range, and it seems to bind the opponent, but it also binds yourself. Then there is only one left. Underground action, purple upgrade, conduct entry plunder. This entry, Killua is still very interested. Being able to move freely underground, and the power exerted in the soil is several times stronger than on the ground. This ability can be an excellent means of winning by surprise. It is perfect for a sneak attack. In the deep pit of the sand dunes. Could there be other yin beasts? Where are these damn guys hiding? Having seen the strange abilities of earthworms, sick dogs, porcupines, and others, Finks was extremely alert, staring at the surroundings, not daring to miss any subtle movement. No matter what, we must find Pakleton. Phaeton's face was also terribly gloomy, and his voice was cold and resolute. He looked at the sick dog who was still alive, and perhaps to force the question, or just because the other party was too tall, he kicked its left leg and broke it, making it kneel on one leg. I will only ask each question once. The first question is, how many people will you send out in total? 3, 2, 1. Phaeton's voice became colder with each number he read. Then there was a crisp click. Phaeton suddenly raised his foot and kicked the sick dog's right leg hard with lightning speed. The sound of bone cracking was particularly clear in the silent sand dunes. The sick dog trembled violently, and its body was uncontrollably kneeling on the sand, and it couldn't help but howl in pain. The second question is, in addition to the yin beast members, do you have other helpers? 3, 2. Phaeton asked again with a blank expression. But even if all his limbs were disabled and he was almost exhausted, the sick dog still had a trace of disdainful sneer on his mouth, and even turned his head and spit a mouthful of blood foam on Phaeton. You self-righteous BD, don't dream. In my eyes, you are just a scumbag. I won't tell you any information, just kill me. Seeing that his favorite coat was actually stuck with filth, Phaeton's face was instantly gloomy and terrifying, his eyes were full of anger and murderous intent, and then he smiled fiercely as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Want to die? It's not that easy. Death is a pity for you. And I will make you want to live but not die. Phaeton's mouth began to reveal a creepy and cruel smile. The red umbrella in his hand was like a devil's fang, constantly leaving bloody marks on the sick dog. You devil, if you have the guts, give me a quick death. The sick dog's body trembled violently, and a painful whimper came out of its throat. Phaeton was unmoved, with a cruel smile on his face, even revealing excitement. Ha ha ha, quick death? You can't expect it from me. He finished speaking. He raised his foot again, stepped heavily on the bloody wound of the sick dog, and crushed it hard. But at this moment, a pair of arms suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Phaeton's left arm. It was Killua. Killua's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people, and after being blessed several times by underground action, his strength reached a daunting level. Phaeton was caught off guard, and the whole person was suddenly pulled down by the huge force, and fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up. Seeing this scene, Fink's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? I just killed that earthworm BD. What the hell is going on? However, he was responded to by an equally cold voice, 10 times the discharge. I got up late, so I'll post one chapter first. New book release, please give me flowers, please give me evaluation votes, and I have monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22, Ruthless Deprivation, Complete Strangulation, and Desperate Counterattack. 10 times the discharge. The next moment, I saw dazzling currents burst out from Killua's hands, like a winding silver snake, instantly entwining Phaeton's body. Ah! Phaeton let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain, his body trembling violently under the strong current impact, and his skin quickly began to show large patches of charred marks, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Between life and death, Phaeton showed extraordinary calmness and rationality. He was cold and cruel to others, and even more cruel to himself, raising the sharp red umbrella in his hand without hesitation. The knife fell, cut off his left arm directly. Then he covered the wound tightly with his other hand to stop the blood from flowing, and retreated to a higher place at a very fast speed, intending to keep a certain safe distance from the ground first. But just as he jumped into the air, Killua came in front of him. In the brigade, Phaeton is best at speed, and his maximum speed can even reach 150 km per hour. But Killua's super speed, through lightning, activates his cells, and has surpassed the human body's maximum speed. The speed is over 300 km per hour. Converted to seconds, it is 86 meters per second. It turns out to be you, little brat. Phaeton and Finks recognized Killua at the same time. 1 day ago, they had met once in Yokiksen. At that time, they glanced at him casually and didn't take him to heart anymore. Who would have thought? The gears of fate turned quietly inadvertently. And now they met again in this situation, and they even had such a powerful power. And Killua didn't say anything nonsense at all, his right hand became a knife, and he went straight to Phaeton's chest to dig out his heart. But Phaeton is worthy of being a top killer. He used heart in advance to gather all the energy in his body at the heart position and blocked this hand knife. Heart is an advanced application skill that combines the 5 skills of entanglement, absolute, practice, discharge, and condensation. It can exert a defense effect far beyond tough. Of course, compared to tough, which can defend the whole body, the disadvantage of tough is that except for the main place where the chi is condensed, the rest of the body will be defenseless. Snake alive! Killua roared, using advanced assassination techniques, and his arms and hand knives shook rapidly at a dazzling speed. Phaeton wanted to dodge, but the paralysis and stiffness caused by the strong electric current made his body absolutely slow. Swish! 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 A series of illusory afterimages flashed by like lightning, instantly crushing the only remaining right arm. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Where did this kid come from? Phaeton's flow speed couldn't keep up with his movements at all. Finks was anxious, but his whole body was infected with the sick dog neurotoxin and he couldn't move at all. Phaeton fell heavily to the ground like a felled tree trunk, splashing a cloud of dust. But at the same time, a large amount of ki was materialized into a coat that wrapped his whole body. This is Phaeton's an unforgivable sinner. Using the wounded chi as the activation condition, the reversed words as the guidance constraint and oath. Suffer all the pain. Use the burning flame to attack indiscriminately in a large area. However, the tragedy is, Phaeton just started to guide. Killua appeared in front of him at an incredible speed and paralyzed him with lightning. Ah! Phaeton kept shaking under the impact of lightning, his facial features twisted with pain, and he was completely unable to guide normally. It's useless. I can take away all your freedom now. Killua quickly suppressed Phaeton with overwhelming strength and speed. Then a large amount of electricity gathered in his right hand. This is the advanced version of the radiation-type move Thunderball laser beam. Boom! Phaeton didn't have time to react at all, his heart was directly pierced by the beam, and he couldn't die anymore. A hole! Finks roared, his eyes bloodshot and his voice full of murderous intent. Unfortunately, he was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered. Now it's your turn. Killua walked towards Finks expressionlessly. But at this moment, an extremely strong and evil aura suddenly appeared behind him. Killua turned around. He found that Phaeton, whose heart was pierced, stood up again, muttering something. Damn it! I will give you all the pain. Die, I will. The next moment, a large amount of aura condensed into a bullet at an incredible speed. After the bullet rose to the top of Phaeton's head, it suddenly expanded rapidly and turned into a dazzling and brilliant miniature sun. And then, boom! A deafening and earth-shattering roar was heard. The hot flames spread wildly around with the micro-sun as the center like surging waves. The grass and trees burned instantly, and the boulders turned to ashes. The sick dog and Finks were also engulfed by the flames. Everything around was destroyed beyond recognition by this terrible force. The author likes to listen to every reader's evaluation. Anyway, the book has just been published. Directly delete chapters and modify them, don't worry, brothers. New book release, please ask for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 23, Thunder Armor Backup Energy, Pikachu. After the hot flame shock wave dissipated, the entire Goud Desert seemed to have experienced a doomsday catastrophe. In the middle of the sand dunes, the sick dog was completely reduced to ashes. Fink's whole body was also burned. But he was far away from Phaeton. In addition, he used all his body's chi to wrap around his head at the last moment, and he still had his last breath. After the heart stops beating, some people's brains will still retain thoughts for 5 minutes to 10 minutes. And his situation is even more tragic, with only 30 seconds left to live. That's afterlife. Phaeton. If I were you, I would also be haunted, but in the end you won. Finks was about to close his eyes. However, just when he thought everything was over, a figure wrapped in lightning suddenly took off the head of afterlife Phaeton. Then Killua appeared. How is it possible? Although Finks only had his head left, but he could still use chi to feel the changes around him. Killua twisted Phaeton's body to make sure there was no chance of resurrection before he sighed. It turned out to be the thought after death. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing. The thought after death. Because of the existence of restriction and oath. Although the Nin has died tragically. But if there is still strong reluctance and hatred after death, with such a strong will, Nin has a chance not to disappear after death, and may make the Nin stronger because of the thought. Fortunately, I still have a backup in Pikachu. Killua looked at his shoulder. At this time, on his shoulder stood a creature with yellow fur, 2 brown stripes on its back, pink cheeks, and a tail with jagged lightning. The creature blinked its big round eyes, revealing a hint of agility and cuteness in its eyes. Pika, Pika. After the first battle with Xeno, Killua thought, what if there is a problem of temporary power outage in the future? In addition to constantly improving Urnin and storing power, the most important thing is to have a charger that can be used at any time. The first thing Killua thought of at that time was Pikachu. And during those 3 months of training, Killua really used the ability of Manipulator to create things out of thin air and materialized Pikachu. According to the materialization feature, Nin can make materialized items achieve some Nin effects according to their own oaths and constraints. Just like Nian never fortune tells for herself, and never reads her own prophecy poems to make the predictions more accurate. Killua only wanted to materialize a charger at the beginning. So Pikachu only has the function of storing and charging electricity, and does not have the ability to actively attack others. This may also be a kind of oath and constraint. In addition to Pikachu, in order to resist Phaeton's final counterattack, Killua also showed his second hidden killer move, Thunder Armor Enhancer. This is another result of his previous 3 months of training. Super speed is to wrap the power of thunder and lightning in the body, thereby increasing one's ultimate movement speed to the limit. And Thunder Armor uses lightning to wrap around muscle cells, forcibly stimulating the muscles to repair continuously, so that you can gain terrifying resistance and repair capabilities. And just now, he was able to resist the burning because of the continuous high power blessing of Thunder Armor and Pikachu. Thanks to you this time, Pikachu. Killua rubbed Pikachu's fur. Pikachu seemed to have life, rubbing Killua's silver hair with its little head, and making a cheerful pika pika sound. Only 10 seconds were left. Finks had no time to think about why Killua didn't die. With his last breath, he asked the last question softly, "Did Peklodon die in your hands?" Killua nodded and answered calmly, "In this chaotic world. Everyone will have this day, right?" Got the exact answer. Fink's eyes were completely dim. When people are dying, they always look back on some past events. This is also called the revolving lantern before death. At this moment, Finks recalled the past. Recalling the past when he was still in Meteor City. In that chaotic and cruel place, he struggled to survive. He also recalled the promise of all the Phantom Troop people to be together. Those days of fighting side by side and being free and unrestrained seemed to be right in front of him. He had no regrets. After all, his hands were stained with blood, and he had committed many crimes. He just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. This shouldn't be my ending. Goodbye, Captain. Fink's breath was getting weaker and weaker. His consciousness gradually blurred with his vision, and finally fell into darkness. Although Finks was dead, Killua's eyes were firm and cold, and he quickly stepped forward to finish off the enemy, and crushed his remaining head with one foot. Afterlife. This ability was too dangerous, and such a thing must never happen again. Make sure Finks is completely dead. Killua took back Pikachu and began to scan the fallen entries around to harvest them. At this time, there were 3 entries around. Unforgivable. Sunburn, orange lower level. Use thoughts to create a small sun, and use the unforgivable protective suit to protect yourself. When the sun explodes, all living things around will be burned to death. The power of the move refers to the degree of damage you suffer. Return to heaven, orange lower level. Condensing the chi on the arm, the more the arm rotates, the greater the punching force, which can break the limit of your own chi to a certain extent. Venomous Fang, purple lower level. Strengthen your teeth, and at the same time, you can hide neurotoxins in your teeth to attack the enemy. Finks's return to heaven needs to be charged in advance. Phaeton's Unforgivable not only requires chanting time, but also requires yourself to suffer damage. Although these 2 items have full damage, but both have certain disadvantages. Whatever you say, plunder first, maybe use it later. As for the disadvantages of poisonous fangs, there are too many, just ignore them. Killua thought briefly and confirmed, System, Unforgivable person. Burning by the sun, orange lower level, return to heaven, orange lower level, to plunder. The next moment, 2 orange lights instantly merged into Killua's body. Work overtime to delete chapters and modify them directly, no more words brothers. Please give me flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Chapter 24, Taking Inventory of the Goods, the Zaldik brothers arrive. The bodies of Phaeton and Finks were cleaned up. Killua took the red umbrella that Phaeton had hidden in his fireproof suit and had not been burned and took it away as evidence. Then he quickly changed his place and pulled out a black wrap, from which a beautiful figure was released. It was Paklodon. From the beginning of this battle until the end of Phaeton's life, Killua had no time to deal with Paklodon. He deliberately concealed the fact that Paklodon was dead just now, in order to make Finks completely despair. To avoid the thought of death. At the same time, incredibly convenient large wrap can not only capture living people. The senses of the bound person will not be blocked, and even in the wrap, he can still feel everything happening in the outside world very clearly. In other words, from Finks being besieged and poisoned by the 3 yin beasts to the final 2 being killed by Killua. Every detail of the whole process. Paklodon knows it clearly. Killua said without further ado, "You should know the situation now. 2 choices. Submit to me or die." Paklodon's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Even though she was usually calm, her eyes were full of panic and struggle at this moment. She knew that Killua was not joking or bluffing, and she knew that her life and death were now just a matter of thought. Paklodon's lips trembled, and she was struggling fiercely in her heart. Time seemed to freeze, and the air around her became extremely heavy. For a long time, Paklodon took a deep breath and finally spoke with difficulty, as if she had used up all her strength, "Kill me." She wanted to live. But in her heart, betraying the brigade meant losing herself, and abandoning the beliefs and principles she had once adhered to. That was the most precious thing in her soul. Compared to living without beliefs, she would rather choose to die with beliefs. Killua was not surprised, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Those who can stand firm in their beliefs in the face of life and death are not ordinary people. But he still raised his hand slowly. "After tonight. Not tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow. One day. The other members of Phantom Troop will find out what happened today. In this world, every battle is a contest of either you die or I die. Carelessness and mercy mean playing with life. Killua will never choose to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Goodbye." A flash of lightning passed by. Paklodon's heart was directly pierced by Tong Liki, and his body fell softly, and his life ended at this moment. Ding! Lootable entry detected. Memory reading, purple top. Do you want to loot? Yes/no. Memory reading, purple top. As long as you touch the other person's body and ask questions, you can read their memory, and it is the purest and original memory in people's hearts, without any possibility of deception. Choose looting. Killua cleaned up Paklodon's body, without any nostalgia, turned around and disappeared into the darkness. The night was getting deeper. Darkness enveloped everything. Only the sand underfoot and the occasional cold wind told of the thrilling night. On the way back to Yokiksen, Killua began to count all the goods he had received tonight. Let's start with the entries. First, the Super Travel Backpack, incredible convenient large wrap, purple top level. Next is Underground Action, purple top level, Unforgivable Sin. Burning by the Sun, orange lower level, Return to Heaven, orange lower level. Finally, there is Memory Reading, purple top level, which can be used to spy on the opponent's heart. In just one night, he got 5 top entries. In addition, there are auction items worth tens of billions. Killua has always been calm, but it is difficult to endure the excitement in his heart at this time. He knows what these gains mean. The auction items worth tens of billions alone are the wealth that countless people dream of. 5 ability entries. It also contains powerful power and infinite possibilities. It's terrifying. This is just plundering 5 entries. What if it's 50 or 500? Killua himself couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't dwell on this issue too much. Naturally, the stronger his strength is, the better. Only in this way can you absolutely control your own destiny and fate in every chaos. Yokiksen. After the 10 old men learned the information on the scene, they immediately started an emergency meeting. As for Nian, she had been sent back to the Bechita hotel by the gang to rest. Outside the guest room, Syakamona had a serious expression and looked around vigilantly. Skavara also used the dog to capture the surrounding movements at all times. Both of them dared not slack off now. "Do you think that the silver-haired boy just now can succeed?" Skavara suddenly asked. Syakamona recalled the previous scene and sweated. "I really hope he can succeed. But reason and reality tell me. Even with the yin beast, it's hard for me to imagine the death of the 3 demons." The previous auction site was in chaos. Syakamona witnessed the brutality of Phaeton and the 3 slaughtering the gangsters, and also witnessed the horror of Daisny being killed instantly. The bloody and brutal scene still flashes in his mind. Skavara also subconsciously trembled a little. The strength of those people is too terrifying, we can't compete with them at all. Although the silver-haired boy looks a little different, facing such a demon, it really makes people dare not hold too much hope. After tonight, I am also going to resign and retire. This job is still not suitable for me. While the two chatted, Skavara's intelligence dogs suddenly tucked their tails and began to hum low in their mouths. Skavara's heart tightened. Zakamona also noticed something strange. What's going on? Then they saw a tall and strange man with a kimono boy who was as delicate as a porcelain doll and could not tell the gender. The man's face was full of steel needles, and his voice was so cold that it made people shudder. He said, "Excuse me, is Killua here?" "Okay. The previous plot has been completely modified. It's time to go to bed. New book release, please give flowers, please give evaluation tickets, and there are monthly tickets. Please vote for all readers. The author would like to thank you. Every flower is very important." Chapter 25, Ilmi, "If you keep pretending to be awesome, I'll kill you." Looking at the 2 uninvited guests, an ominous premonition surged in Skavara's heart. He didn't know where the other party came from, nor did he know the other party's purpose, so he could only shake his head and said, "I don't know who Killua you are talking about. There is no such person here." Just after saying this, Skavara immediately swallowed nervously. Because he found that the man with steel needles stuck in his face was still standing there quietly. His pupils, as deep as black holes, seemed to be able to penetrate all obstacles, making people dare not look directly at them. And these 2 people are naturally Zaldik's eldest son Ilmi, who has disguised his appearance, and Zaldik's youngest Kalito. "Brother, let's take a rest here for a while. After a long journey overnight, I am a little tired," Kalito said. Ilmi nodded slightly. Seeing the 2 turn around and prepare to leave, Skavara and Shachimona both breathed a sigh of relief. Whether Killua succeeds in hunting down Phantom Troop or not, he is considered a benefactor of their Nisra family. Before knowing where the other party came from, Skavara decided not to expose Killua's whereabouts. But at this moment, there was a click. The guest room was opened. It was Nian's personal maid, Arissa, who came out. "Skavara, Shachimona, who were you talking to just now? Miss asked me to ask, is Killua back?" "Oops." Skavara's face turned pale in an instant. Shachimona also widened his eyes, secretly saying in his heart that it was not good. They never thought that Arissa would suddenly appear at this critical moment and ask such a question. The 2 people's brains were running fast, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation to deal with the situation in front of them. But just as they opened their mouths, the 2 suddenly found that the air around them seemed to solidify, and an invisible pressure made them almost breathless. The tall man with steel needles on his face, who gave people a very dull impression, stopped and turned around, slowly walking towards them. Every step he took forward, Skavara felt that breathing became increasingly difficult, as if an invisible force was squeezing his lungs. Every minute and every second seemed infinitely long. It was a kind of horror that could not be described in words unless he faced it in person. Skavara even felt that the aura of this strange man was similar to that of the three demons before. No. In terms of murderous aura. Even more than them. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Invincible. Unstoppable. Came to Skavara. Ilmi grabbed his throat with one hand like lightning, pressed it against the wall, and raised a hideous smile at the corner of his lips. So you know where Killua is? Skavara. Zyakimona suddenly tensed up, as if facing a great enemy. But he had just shouted. He was also pressed against the throat by a paper fan. Although Kalito was shorter than him, his voice was just as cold and stern. If you move again, I'll kill you. Arisa was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her face pale. Let go, let me go. Skavara desperately bounced his legs, holding Ilmi's wrist tightly with both hands, trying to break free. But that hand was like steel. No matter how hard he pulled and twisted, it didn't move at all, and couldn't be shaken at all. Feeling the unreachable gap. He wanted to calm down. But he couldn't do it. This feeling of powerlessness really hit the soul. Please. Let me go. Skavara squeezed out the last bit of pleading from the depths of his throat, and his voice began to become weak and hoarse. The body began to tremble uncontrollably, and his legs became weak as if they had lost their bones, and could no longer support his weight. However, even so, Ilmi's face was still expressionless, and the hand that was pinching his throat showed no signs of loosening. Gradually, Skavara's face turned from red to blue, and breathing became extremely difficult. Every breath seemed to use up all his strength. Enough, put your hands down first. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Ilmi raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not turn around, and exerted a little force on his hands. Skavara's eyeballs immediately bulged outward due to extreme lack of oxygen, and he was on the verge of death. Seeing this scene, the man who spoke outside the door quickly stepped forward. Then he stretched out his right hand and lightly pressed Ilmi's right hand. The next moment, it seemed that he had encountered some incomprehensible strange situation. The stone bricks under Ilmi's feet suddenly shattered, and the sound of stone bricks breaking under his feet continued to make crackling sounds. All this showed that Ilmi was under unimaginable pressure. And the reason for all this? It was just that the young man gently stretched out his right hand. Ilmi turned his head and looked at the person who came in his sight. It was the familiar silver hair and familiar appearance. It was Killua, third brother. Kalito's eyes were full of surprise and excitement, and his face also bloomed with a rare sunny smile. Killua still looked calm, forcibly pulling Ilmi's right hand away, and his voice was calm. I said, put your hand down first. Ilmi was stunned for a few seconds, although his face was as dull as a machine because of the steel needle. But his heart was very complicated. In addition to being shocked by Killua's current strength, there was also confusion about Killua's courage to attack him. Killua, you dare to resist me? Facing Ilmi's questioning, Killua was very calm. He raised his head slightly and looked directly into Ilmi's eyes. If you keep talking nonsense, what's the harm in killing you? There was no hesitation or fear in Killua's tone, and he exuded a powerful aura that people could not ignore. I stayed up late to revise the previous article yesterday and just woke up. Ask for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks here. Every flower is very important. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26, Brother, if you are not sure of victory, never attack rashly. Third brother. Listening to Kalito's address to Killua, Skavara, who had just returned from the hands of the god of death, sat on the ground, breathing heavily, full of shock and confusion. He called Killua the third brother, and called that guy the eldest brother. Doesn't that mean these three are brothers? Zakimona opened his mouth slightly, and moved back and forth between Killua, Kalito, and Ilmi with an unbelievable look, and the shock in his heart surged like a stormy wave. He never thought of it. Killua and Kalito actually have such a relationship. But if they are brothers, what's the matter with this murderous atmosphere? The sudden change made Zakimona and others already confused thoughts even more confused, and they were completely at a loss. The old man said that you not only pulled out the needles, but also made great progress in your practice. I didn't believe it at first, but it turned out to be true. Ilmi stared at Killua. His voice was low and steady, but in a flash, his tone contained anger and unquestionable majesty. But how many times have I said it? Murderous aura can only be released at the moment of killing. Before that, you must think of yourself as an object. And if you are not sure of winning, never attack rashly. Ilmi exuded a chilling sense of oppression, and his face full of steel needles began to twitch wildly because of anger. As the next generation of the head of the family, everyone in Zaldik is building the family around Killua. Ilmi is the same. The reason why he has always wanted to control Killua is that his fundamental purpose is to promote Killua's growth and let him have the ability to be the head of the family as soon as possible. Although this method is a bit twisted and extreme. Killua's face did not change. You are free to say what you want to say, and I don't care what you want to do. But what I do is my freedom. Of course, you can try to control it. While speaking, Killua met Ilmi's gaze without fear. The two people's eyes met in the air, and the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed to spark a real flame. And Shachimona, Skavara, and others didn't even look directly at him. They just felt the collision of momentum from a distance, and they couldn't help shivering, feeling that their souls were trembling. Ilmi didn't say anything else. He pulled back half a step with his left foot, and his hands and feet suddenly exerted force, and the ground where his front and back feet stepped on suddenly collapsed into two small pits. The next moment, before others could react, Ilmi had already appeared in front of Killua, so fast that only a blurred afterimage was left in the air. Killua, let me see how you grow. Ilmi clenched his right fist, and his arm, which was much longer than that of an ordinary person, swung a round arc in the air and hit Killua's cheek directly. But what is shocking is that, facing this heavy punch with fierce wind pressure, which seems to be able to tear the air apart, Killua has many clever ways to deal with it. And his choice is to raise one arm to block it. Not to mention others. Even Kalito gasped at Killua's bold move. As the eldest son of Zaldik, Ilmi is an absolute first-class master of the younger generation. He launched a full-strength attack. Except for Enhancer Nin, it is impossible to resist. Except for Mizumi Shiki. There are many ways to judge a person's Nin type. The simplest one is personality. The most typical feature of Enhancer is simple-minded and very simple. According to Kalito's cognition, Killua is obviously not an Enhancer. There was a loud bang. Killua's arm collided with Ilmi's fist, and a strong airflow spread out around the two of them. But the next moment, Ilmi's pupils suddenly contracted. Because Killua not only blocked his attack with one arm, but he didn't even take a step back. Killua, you've really grown up. Although it was from Zeno's mouth. Before Ilmi came, he already knew that his younger brother had grown amazingly. But when they really fought, he realized that Killua's actual strength was even better than he imagined. While Ilmi was sighing, Killua grabbed his brother's wrist with his backhand and said coldly, 10 times the discharge. The next moment, a strong electric current instantly burst out from Killua's hand and quickly spread throughout his body along Ilmi's wrist. Every member of the Zaldik family has undergone various lightning resistance training since childhood. But Killua's electricity is fused with powerful Nin. It is completely different from the effect of ordinary electric shock. It sizes. Although Ilmi didn't scream in pain like Phaeton, his body was shaking violently under the strong current shock. Taking advantage of the moment of stiffness and paralysis, Killua raised his leg and kicked Ilmi against the wall. The most important thing for Nin to fight is information warfare. Attacking the opponent face to face before knowing his ability is basically asking for trouble. Ilmi sat in the corner. Killua looked at him with the eyes of a superior. Once upon a time, the expressions and positions of the two were completely opposite. Killua's indifferent expression of looking down from a high place. It often appeared on Ilmi's face in the past. Now it can be said that the offense and defense are changed. Brother, your memory is really too bad. Killua looked down at Ilmi sitting on the ground with an absolutely condescending look, and taught with oppression, didn't you just say it? Don't attack rashly when you are not sure of winning. New book release, asking for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Read books every day and have fun on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 27, Killua, I would be very happy if you were to kill me. Ilmi slowly stood up, patted the dust off his body, and looked surprisingly calm. But at this moment, the steel nails on his face had all disappeared, his beautiful big eyes were restored to their original state, and his weird hairstyle turned into long black straight hair. Can this guy change his appearance with a needle? What kind of monsters are these brothers? Xiaochimino had already been numbed by what was happening in front of him. Ilmi was not angry because of Killua's fight, but his face was full of admiration. Sure enough. Killua, your qualifications are unprecedented even in the Zaldik family. Zaldik. Hearing this name, not only Xiaochimino and Skavara. There were some passers-by watching in the hotel, and all of them instantly broke out in sweat, and their bodies unconsciously retreated to escape. Zaldik. It turns out that they are from the world's strongest assassination family, no wonder these guys are like monsters. Although it is always said that someone outside offered 100 million to buy photos of Zaldik members. But this is just a rumor. As the world's #1 assassination family, Zaldik usually doesn't hide their identities. For example, everyone knows that they live in the Republic of Batokia, Dentora region, Kukolo Mountain. Of course, there will be rumors of 100 million photos. The main reason is that many people who have seen them are dead. There are too many people here, let's talk somewhere else. Killua glanced at Nian, whose eyes were only exposed through the crack in the door, and took Ilmi and Kalito to a separate empty room. 2 questions. The first question, why are you here too? Killua asked his question directly. He didn't think that Ilmi and the others would happen to pass by Yukiksen and appear at the Bechida Hotel. Too many coincidences, it becomes inevitable. Ilmi had a blank expression on his face, and said calmly, this is the first important job for my lovely brother. Let you go out of the house alone. Dad and the old man will inevitably worry. So please come and see your situation if I have time. Training you to be a perfect killer is my important responsibility as a brother. Killua immediately asked, in addition to you and Kalito, are there other family members here? Ilmi, no. Killua nodded. Because there are too many coincidences. In fact, he has already thought of the reason why Ilmi and the other two came here. Ilmi, now it's my turn to ask questions. Dad said that your mission here is to assassinate the gang leader of Jianji. After arriving at Yukiksen, I found out that it's not just Jianji. A yin beast named Xiao also died at the auction. Did you kill it? Killua did not hide anything, it was me, but it was an accident. Ilmi was silent for a moment. The second question, there are 4 yin beasts who came to Yukiksen. What about the other yin beasts? Killua was expressionless, all dead. Ilmi, what about the phantom troop who caused a big disturbance at the auction? Killua did not answer, this is already the third question. Anyway, the Yukiksen mission has been completed. You go back first. I still have some things to deal with, I will sort them all out before leaving. Kalito, who had been silent all the time, said, Killa, I want to stay with you. For Kalito, Killua is an idol-like existence. An existence that he envies, and an existence that he wants to become. In the Zaldik family, which values ability the most, the stronger the strength and talent, the more attention and love will be received. And Killua is not only among the existing members. Even if you look at the candidates of the Zaldik family in the past generations, he is also the most talented. In addition, the reason why Kalito is close to Killua, it is because Killua is the most humane one in the family. And the whole family from top to bottom. Everyone in Zaldik likes Killua. The influence of others is huge. Kalito, who is only 10 years old, has not grown up to the point where he can get rid of the influence of his family. For him, it is not wrong to like Killua. Kalito, Yokiksen is in chaos now. I don't have time to take care of you. You should go back with your brother. Killua is also very troubled by this brother who was trained by his mother to like wearing women's clothes since he was a child. He always feels that in addition to admiring himself, this brother has other emotions. Ilmi's main purpose of this trip is to ensure Killua's safety. Seeing that Killua is fine, he plans to leave. Just before leaving, Ilmi glanced at the people of the Nasra family and said meaningfully, Killa, although your strength has improved by leaps and bounds compared to before. But do you know what the beginning of failure is for a top killer? It's when a person who originally didn't care about everything begins to care about everything. Killa said calmly, I know my limits, and you don't need to remind me. Ilmi, really? Then I'm relieved. And your murderous aura when you attacked me just now was great. If one day you want to kill me, Ilmi said sincerely from the bottom of his heart, Killa, I won't blame you. On the contrary, I will be very relieved and touched. Because as long as you take this step, it means that you have taken the last step on the killer's road, and you are not far from inheriting the family business. Killua. New book release, please give flowers, please give evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28, The Next Target, Greed Island. Yokiksen flew to the airship in the Dento Law area. Kalito asked Ilmi, Brother, you mentioned Phantom Troop just now. Is Killua also related to them? Ilmi, it's hard to say at the moment. But Phantom Troop once appeared at the auction, and then disappeared with the Yin Beast. Killua's movements in Yokiksen are highly overlapped with the Yin Beast and Phantom Troop, so it's inevitable that there will be some intersections. Ilmi was silent for a moment, and slowly said, although my father warned us not to contact the brigade after assassinating the member of the number 8 brigade. But with Killua's current ability, it's no problem to save his life. Let's report the situation here to my father and the old man first. Kalito nodded lightly, but there was still a trace of worry in his eyes. I hope Killua doesn't get into unnecessary trouble. Bechita Hotel. In the private room, Killua held a silver revolver, aimed at Nian's forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! A special light bullet exploded on Nian's forehead. This is a unique way of using Paknatan's ability, to materialize certain specific memories into bullets. Once hit in the head by this special memory bullet, the person who was shot will obtain these memory images, and then realize memory sharing. After being hit, Nian's body trembled violently. A moment later, the death scenes of Phaeton and Finks began to flash before her eyes like a movie. Those bloody and real tragic scenes made Nian's breathing become rapid. After being separated from the memory fragments, her lips trembled slightly, and tears rolled uncontrollably in her eyes. Killa, you risked your life to do all this for me. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. I will always remember your kindness in my heart. No matter when, as long as you need it, I am willing to do anything for you. Killua raised his hand and wiped away the tears that kept pouring out. I do need you to help me do something. But not yet. But you have to remember. From today on, everything you have belongs to me. Nian was slightly startled and nodded. At this moment, Killua suddenly saw a pile of information on the table. What are these? Nian explained, after Daezone died. Skavara also chose to resign. So the 10 old men took the initiative to recommend some new guards to me and let me choose. These people's strength and background seem very complicated. I am also worried about this. Killua, you help me with some advice. I see. Killua was also considering the matter of new guards. Although Nisra is dead, Nisra's gang still needs to exist, not only to protect Nian's safety first, but also to operate as a base. Killua picked up the pile of information and flipped through it casually, and then one of the pictures made his eyes suddenly brighten. This is Shizuku. Looking at the girl in the file wearing a high-necked tights, casual jeans, and big framed glasses, Killua was a little bit unbelievable. In the original drama, Shizuku was a member of the new No. 8 Brigade who replaced the No. 8 member killed by Silva and joined the group. I didn't expect that she hadn't joined the Phantom Troop yet. Gangs all over the world provide Meteor Street with a large amount of weapons and precious metals under the guise of dumping garbage. And in return, Meteor Street will also provide some elites to the gangs. It is for this reason Shizuku appeared in this pile of information. So lucky. I can actually pick up such a big leak. Killua's eyes sparkled, and his face was full of excitement. In addition to Shizuku, there was another person in these data that also caught Killua's attention. That was the music hunter, Melody. Melody has extraordinary hearing, and can judge a person's psychological and health conditions through the sound of heartbeats, and can also be used for long-distance reconnaissance. Although the combat ability is not good, but he is a good reconnaissance hand. Turning over and over. There are only these 2 senior talents. Killua took out the information of Shizuku and Melody and gave it to Nian for arrangement. And he began to think about the next action plan. Now Killua mainly does 2 things. The first thing is to find a way to cash in these auction items worth tens of billions in his hands. The second thing is to get a Greed Island game console. When I just crossed the Hunter world, Killua has always wanted to go to Greed Island. He didn't have the ability before. Now that he has the ability, he must go. After all, once he passes the level, he can choose 3 cards to bring back to the real world. Almost all the cards on Greed Island have incredible abilities. For example, the Breath of the Archangel can heal near-death injuries and incurable diseases. There is also the Companion that can travel to any place. In addition, there are also Rejuvenation Potion, Dark Emerald, Recycling Room and other amazing cards. Whenever Killua thinks of these magical cards, his heart is full of yearning and expectation. The value of these cards is infinite. Such opportunities and divine objects. Killua will certainly not let go of the collection. New book released, please give me flowers, please give me evaluation votes, and I have monthly votes. Please all readers vote for me, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29, the escort team is first established and tasks are arranged. After the underground auction in Yokiksen, the gang suffered heavy losses. Under Killua's arrangement, Nian announced that she was seriously ill due to the grief over her father's death. She chose to lie dormant temporarily. The death of Nisra and Jianji also made the gang face a new round of reshuffle. At this time, in a villa near Yokiksen Airport, Shizuku and Melody came to report. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, Shachimona, the last member of the Daisy Guard, had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Although he also knew that he could not judge Inan's strength by appearance. But looking at Shizuku, whose face was full of innocence, and Melody, who had rabbit-like teeth and no signs of exercise on her body, Shachimona couldn't help but frown, muttering in his heart, "Can these two guys really take on the important task of guarding?" Shizuku didn't seem to notice Shachimona's doubts, and looked around curiously. Melody took the initiative to greet Syakamona and smiled, "Please take care of me in the future." Syakamona hesitated for a moment and nodded in response, "Take care of me. I hope you won't let the boss down." Talking about the boss, Melody asked in confusion, "By the way, what kind of person is our boss?" Shizuku tilted his head, also very interested. "Syakamona, on the surface, the boss is Miss Nian of the Nisra family. But if you want to talk about the real boss, his identity is a bit special. You'd better not ask too much, just do your job well." Syakamona couldn't help but twitched his mouth. If these guys knew that the real person in power in the Nisra family now came from the assassination family Zaldik, they would probably be shocked. Not long after, Killua came to the villa. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. Syakamona immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Boss." The boss turned out to be the boy in front of him. Seeing this, Shizuku and Melody also stood up immediately. Killua nodded slightly, motioned everyone to sit down, and said concisely, "Today the guard group is re-established. My request is very simple. Only one." Killua looked at him with a sharp gaze, and said solemnly, "That is, at any time, my orders are absolutely prioritized. Under any circumstances, they must be executed without hesitation, without any hesitation or violation. If anyone feels that they can't do this, then you can leave now, never force it." Everyone looked at each other after hearing this. But no one left their seats. Killua looked at them with satisfaction, "Very good. Since everyone is still sitting here, it means that you have accepted this request. Then let's talk about your treatment next. It is impossible to let the horse run without giving it grass to eat." Killua extended his index and middle fingers. "First, your commission is 3 times the market price. It will only be more, not less. Besides that, if you get into trouble, I will help you as much as I can." Killua confidently said, "You will understand the value of these conditions in the future. Especially the second one. The value of this matter cannot be measured by any amount of money. A few million to tens of millions can hire folk masters. A few 100 million can already hire second-rate killers. Billions to tens of billions can already hire first-rate killers like Zaldik. Even a family as powerful as Zaldik can be measured in money. And the value that cannot be measured in money. At least it must be more than tens of billions." But Melody knew that Killua was not lying. Because she could hear that his heartbeat was normal, without the slightest wavering, and it was a sincere word from the heart. A brief introduction to the precautions. Killua began to arrange the first task, Shizuku, Shachimona. After Nisra's death. Now many of the family's small leaders are very unstable. I will give you the list later. You two go and make them shut up. This is also the first test for you." Shizuku blinked and nodded, "What is the requirement?" Killua's eyes flashed coldly, "All troublemakers will be killed without mercy." Then, Killua looked at Melody, "From now on, you will be mainly responsible for Nian's personal guard. At the same time, you will serve as the temporary deputy captain of the guard. If there is any situation, report to me as soon as possible. As for the captain, I will arrange it freely." Shizuku, Melody, and Shachimona responded in unison, "Yes." Melody's combat power is not high. But she is very rational and calm, at least she will not make mistakes. As for the captain of the guard, Killua wants to leave it to Kurapika in the future. Whether it is combat power, intelligence, or character, Kurapika is very online, and is one of the few hexagonal candidates among Hunter and Killua is confident that the other party will not refuse. He looked at the pair of fiery red eyes in the convenient large wrap, which is worth tens of billions of auction items. That is the fiery red eyes of the Kurita tribe. The more people care about something, the more they will be restricted by it. Killua knows very well that Kurapika, who has a blood feud in his heart, cannot refuse this invitation. Let him be the captain of the guard. It can also be used to deal with the phantom troop later. After arranging everything, Killua set off for Yukiksen again. Although the underground auction has ended. But from September 6th to 10th, the 5 days, the oldest Nanpai's auction will be held. He now has to find a way to deal with the tens of billions of auction items in his hand. I went to the grave in the morning, and finally came back, starting today's update. Asking for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please vote for all readers, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Chapter 30, The Big Enemy is Coming, with billions of startup funds. Yukiksen. As a metropolis that gathers treasures from all over the world. In addition to auctions, there are also many flea markets and trade fairs. At this moment, Xianpai is walking through the flea market with steady steps. He is a senior appraiser. He started out as a counterfeiter when he was young. He was once an artist dedicated to creating fakes. His works that are so realistic that countless experts can hardly distinguish them. Now that he has achieved some success, he has decided to return to the right path. He focuses on recycling his past masterpieces in Yukiksen, and while studying them, he also makes up for his past mistakes. Xianpai's eyes are very sharp and vicious. Whether it is ancient jewelry covered by dust or expensive items casually discarded in the corner. Even in this flea market where fakes are numerous and things are messy, basically no treasure can escape his eyes. Suddenly, in an extremely conspicuous store, Xianpai was attracted by an object casually placed in the corner. It was a dagger with a blade like a snake and a handle like an angel's wing. "Boss, how much is this thing?" Xianpai asked casually, his voice calm without a trace of ripples. The boss took a quick glance and said, "That thing, 100,000 rings." 100,000 rings. Hearing this price, Xianpai looked normal, but he was ecstatic in his heart. If he was not mistaken, this dagger is called Viper. 100 years ago, this dagger was very famous. Many important members of gangs or terrorist organizations were killed by this dagger, and later some famous clergymen of the church also died under this dagger. So in addition to the name of Viper, it also has another name, the incarnation of angels and demons. 10 years ago, this dagger made a stunning appearance at an underground auction, attracting countless people to compete for it. And the selling price at that time was 50 million. The reason why Xianpai knew so well was because he had spent a lot of effort and energy to make a replica of this dagger. He knew every subtle texture and every unique design of it, and it was almost impossible to make a mistake. But this kind of thing usually only circulates in underground auctions. How could it appear here? Xianpai suppressed his inner excitement and pretended to be speechless. This kind of thing also costs 100,000 geni? It's really blatantly killing people. But even if I make friends with you, I'll pack this dagger. The boss shook his head and said, "I can't sell you this dagger now." Xianpai frowned tightly. "What do you mean?" The boss took out a piece of paper. The person who left the dagger here said, "If you want it, you must trade with him face to face. Here is the address and phone number. Trade in person?" This is also the first time that Xianpai has encountered such a weird seller. But this is a bloody profit of 50 million, who can resist such temptation? Weighing the pros and cons, Xianpai's eyes eagerly scanned the information above and started to make a call. In a restaurant, Killua was sitting in a corner eating dessert. The dagger incarnation of angel and devil was naturally left there by him, in order to find someone with good taste. It would be best if it was a collector or an appraiser. After all, as the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. There are so many items in the underground auction. He didn't know the specific value of each item at all, and it was too troublesome to operate. Silver hair, long-sleeved navy blue high-neck single clothes, and light purple V-neck short-sleeved shirts on the outside. Xianpai scanned the restaurant and finally his eyes fell on Killua. He hurriedly pretended to be impatient and anxious. "Hey, kid. The dagger worth 100,000 rings in the market, you sold it. Those things have to be traded face to face. Trade quickly. I have other things to do." Xianpai kept looking at his watch while talking, as if every second counted. Seeing that the one who found him was the great wronged appraiser in the original drama, Killua was stunned for a moment, then a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. "I won't sell you that dagger. You can see that, right? Its true value is far more than 100,000 rings." Xianpai had obvious dissatisfaction and doubt on his face. "Then you still..." But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Killua. "But if you really want it, I can give it to you directly." "Give it to me directly?" Xianpai's eyes widened in disbelief, and while he was wondering what Killua was up to, he asked cautiously, "What are the conditions?" "Killua, help me identify the value of some items, and it's best to sell them directly. That's it." Xianpai was very puzzled, even a little disdainful. "This kind of thing is not worth 50 million no matter how you look at it." Killua smiled and said nothing. But he took it to the residence he had just rented. Pushing the bedroom door at the deepest part of the door, Xianpai was stunned. Because he saw a whole room of treasures. All kinds of gold, silver, jewelry, and precious antiques piled up like mountains, like a dreamlike treasure world. This. How is this possible? Xianpai opened his mouth wide, totally unable to believe what he saw. If these are real, the value is unimaginable. Go forward and take a closer look. Killua reminded. Xianpai took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and slowly walked towards the pile of treasures. He quickly picked up an old book, gently flipped the yellowed pages, and carefully checked the texture of the paper. Then he picked up a ring and observed the color and cut of the gemstone under the light. He picked up a long sword and gently stroked the surface, feeling the traces and unique texture left by the years. Every time he picked up an item, Xianpai's shock increased, and the more he looked, the more frightened he became, and the more he looked, the more flustered he became. Because there was not a single ordinary item among so many things. All of them were treasures, rare items, and many illegal goods. New book release, asking for flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets. Please vote for all readers. The author would like to thank you. Every flower is very important. Chapter 31, Batra, prepare to go to Greed Island. These things. Xianpai's hands began to tremble slightly, and his breathing became rapid. He suddenly remembered a rumor he heard this morning. I heard that the underground auction house was robbed yesterday, and all the items were looted. And the robbers were extremely clever and left no clues. Overnight, the priceless treasures disappeared without a trace. How could it be such a coincidence? Could these be? Xianpai's eyes swept over the treasures in the room, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. He asked Killua, can I ask? But he didn't finish his words. Killua interrupted him, I advise you not to ask this question. You are just an appraiser. Your task is to appraise the value of these goods and sell them. Knowing too much, it won't do you any good. Xianpai swallowed hard, and had the answer in his mind. After a little thought, he said, with so many treasures, the conservative value is more than 10 billion. But according to my observation, only 8 layers can be processed. After all, some of them are too rare and it is easy to find out where they came from. And if they are sold frequently and in large quantities in a short period of time, it is too easy to be targeted. So it will take at least a month to process these things. In addition, I have 2 requests. Xianpai held up 2 fingers. First, in addition to the dagger, I want to increase the commission by 1% of the total amount. Second, I need someone to protect my safety. The commission of 1% of the total amount is about more than 100 million. If all these things can be cashed in. Don't say 100 million. 1 billion is no problem. Are there any other conditions? Killua asked. Xianpai shook his head. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. If you have anything, just call this number directly. Killua left the Melody phone number and turned around to leave. Xianpai hurriedly called Killua. Wait, you're leaving just like that? Why would I not leave? I've already told you that there are treasures worth 10 billion here. And at least 10 billion. Xianpai raised his voice, with doubt in his eyes. Are you so confident in leaving it to me? In the original drama, Xianpai would fulfill his promise to Gon even if he had to borrow money at high interest rates. He was a guy who would count money for his friend even if he was sold out by his friend. Killua stopped and looked back, with a slight smile on his face. I believe you. After that, Killua no longer paid attention to Xianpai and quickly disappeared from his residence. Looking at Killua's departing back, Xianpai felt mixed emotions, and at the same time was a little touched. They actually handed over tens of billions of treasures to me, who I just met for less than 10 minutes. Although I don't know where this kid came from. But it makes me a little serious. Take a deep breath. Xianpai turned around and looked at the treasures in the room again. His eyes became firm, as if he had made up his mind. Kid, let's not talk about the high commission. Just for this trust, I will never let you down. Just wait and see. I will definitely make these treasures play their maximum value. Solve the first trouble at hand. Killua began to think about the second thing, Greed Island game console. If Killua remembered correctly, the price of Greed Island game console is at least 20 billion, which is a super rare item. 20 billion is not a small amount. What's more, this thing is in short supply, and it can't be bought with money. At this moment, beep beep beep. Melody called. Hey, boss, I found the information of the rich man named Batra that you asked me to look up. I will send you the information via SMS now. Although it doesn't look impressive. But the Melody is a music hunter that has passed the association's assessment. And with a hunter license, not only can you use 95% of public facilities for free, you can also find information that ordinary people can't access at all. The next moment, the information came. Killua quickly flipped through the information and summarized the information according to his memory. Batra, a super rich man who is almost as rich as a country, with a total asset of hundreds of billions. Because of an accident, one of his relatives became a vegetable, and happened to hear that Greed Island has a spell that can heal any injury. So he started to buy Greed Island game machines in 1988, and hired quite a lot of good players to enter the game to help him break the level. Anyone who successfully breaks the level will receive a reward of 50 billion ninjas. If I remember correctly, this Batra has nearly dozens of game consoles. Although the number of players on a game console is limited to 8 people. At the same time, as long as the previous player is still alive in the game, the next player cannot participate. But in order to wait for the challenger who is more likely to break through the level, each game console will leave a few vacancies in advance. Instead of looking for this kind of thing that is currently unsaleable at a high price, it is better to go directly to Batra who has 100% of the game consoles. Killua's brain thought quickly and had a plan in mind. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Chapter 32, I want the money, and I want the card too. September 5th. The first day of the Nanpazi auction ended. Batra walked out of the auction venue with heavy steps, as if a huge stone was pressing on his chest. There are still no new machines for sale at this auction. If we can't find a new Greed.Island machine, the game quota will be full soon. What should I do? Thinking back to his lover who was still lying unconscious on the hospital bed, Batra's eyes revealed a trace of despair. 20 years ago, his lover became a vegetable due to a car accident, and all the famous doctors in the world could not cure him. What he knew so far? Only the Archangel breath in Greed Island has a chance to cure him. Although this is just a rumor. But as long as there is a glimmer of hope, he will work hard for it, even if it means losing everything. Sighed. Batra looked at the Nin master who was recently hired at a high price to clear Greed Island, Jwezajwela. Mr. Jwezajila. Because I couldn't buy a new machine this time, I can't provide you with a lot of help. About the clearance. Please. Batla's voice was full of pleading, and he didn't have the airs of a billionaire at all. Jwezajila replied with a serious expression, "Don't worry, I will do my best." Jwezajila was wearing a neat work suit, with sharp eyes, neat beard, and short hair. He is not only a skilled Nin. He is also a one-star bounty hunter. The Hunter Association has more than 600 official hunters so far. Only hunters who have made great achievements in a certain field or left many merits will be awarded the star title. While the two were talking, the voice of the guard came from not far away. "Stop. Please keep your distance and state your identity and purpose, otherwise we will take compulsory measures." Batla raised his head. Two of his burly suited guards stopped a silver-haired boy who was walking towards them. "Mr. Bartra, let's chat if you have time." "Maybe. I can fulfill your wish." Killa put his hands in his pockets and said calmly. "Fulfill my wish." Batra narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Killua up and down, but he had no intention of stopping. After all, he only had one wish. That was to cure his lover. And if he wanted to cure, the only chance was to clear Greed Island, which was obviously not something a teenager could do. Batra just turned around. Killa's voice came again, "Don't you really want to know about how to wake up a comatose person?" Instantly, it was like a thunderbolt struck in Bartra's mind. He was fixed in place, his pupils contracted, and his breathing became rapid. "Take Killua back to the private room specially provided for the auction." Batra was alert at first. "How do you know I need a way to wake up a comatose person?" About the real purpose of hiring someone to clear Greed Island. He didn't even tell Jwezajira. Killua smiled slightly. "Of course I have my own channels to learn these things, and more importantly, I can solve your problem." Batra stared at Killua, full of doubts. "Do you really have a way to wake up the unconscious person?" Killua: "Of course, to be precise. I have the ability to revive people who are unconscious." Killua stretched out his right hand and used ki to let lightning flow on his arm. "You should know the existence of Nin. I am a Nin. My ability is to inject lightning into muscles and body. Forcibly stimulate muscles and nerves for continuous repair. Don't say it's a coma. Even if someone is on the verge of death, I can save him." The lightning armor developed by Killua can indeed greatly improve muscle repair and resistance to blows. Even if the electricity is well controlled, it can also have a certain therapeutic effect on others. But if it's about reviving a vegetative person, this is naturally impossible. But Nin is profound. In addition, Batra is eager to save his wife, and he obviously believes it. His eyes are full of expectation, and his expression is even a little out of control. "Please. Please save my love." "How long has your love been in a coma?" Killua said calmly. "It's been almost 20 years. 20 years. Killua pretended to think, after 20 years of coma, even if I was maintained by the best nutrient solution every day, the body's muscles and functions will inevitably atrophy and degenerate. Long-term bed rest will lead to bone calcium loss, weakened muscle strength, slow nervous system reactions, and greatly reduced perception of external stimuli. It will take a long time to restore normal physiological functions of such a body. Batra said urgently, "As long as you can wake my lover, I will pay you 50 billion. No. 80 billion. I will pay you 80 billion. For Batra. Whether he can pass the Greed Island is still an illusory thing. Even if he passes the level, he doesn't know whether he can save his lover. Distant water cannot quench near thirst. Killa's value is obviously higher, and much higher. 80 billion, deal. In addition, I also want a place to go to Greed Island. This is related to my personal ability. Before I really start the treatment, I must make all preparations. If you agree, we can draw up a contract." Although Killua can join Batra's Greed Island team through a normal employment relationship. But in this case, he must sign a contract with him that the ownership of everything brought back from the game belongs to Batra. For Killua, he wants the money. He also wants the card. How could he give such a magic card to others? Of course, he does have a way to cure Batra's lover, and more than one. Start today's update. Ask for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks here. Every flower is very important. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33, Uncle, it's okay if I release my murderous intent directly to you. Contracting Party Killa. Main Commission, treat Batra's lover. As long as he successfully wakes him up from his coma and recovers, he will receive 80 billion in rewards. Also, a place in Greed Island, paid in advance, is included. Contract duration, 1 month. It will take effect immediately. After signing the healing contract, Killua followed Batra and his group and came to an ancient city from the Tashado station. This ancient city is not only like a maze. It is also equipped with the latest anti-theft system. As long as you go to a place outside the instructions without authorization, your life will be in danger. Most importantly, there is also an armed force stationed in the ancient city, including many nin, and the defense is quite high. There are a total of 25 Greed Island machines here. More than 100 hired professional or amateur players are playing games in them. There are still 4 vacancies now. After arriving at a room full of game consoles, Chwezagila introduced the situation to Killua, and questioned him with a scrutinizing look, but before entering the game. "Let me see your lien first." Greed Island has a special rule. That is, each memory card can only be used once, and once inserted, it cannot be removed. So in order to avoid some weak players wasting the challenge quota in vain, I will strictly screen the strength of each challenger. Chwezagila did not know the healing contract between Killua and Batra. He just thought he was also a challenger who came to challenge for the 50 billion bounty. Seeing Killua was still a teenager, Chwezagila also reminded, if all the difficulties in the world are divided into 10 levels of difficulty, then the difficulty of passing this game is about the 4th level. If you don't have absolute strength, there is a certain probability of death in this game. Killua showed a sly smile on his face. "Uncle, it's okay if I use lien directly on you." Lien, one of the 4 major elements of nin, using wool to stimulate more energy in the body. If the wool contains killing intent, the killing intent released will naturally have a stronger effect under the blessing of lien. If the wool is not strong, there is no need to do it at all. Just feeling lien will make you PSNP, or even be scared to death. Of course. Didn't Batra tell you my identity? I am. Chwezagila looked confident. He is a 1-star hunter who has experienced countless hardships and challenges. How could he be afraid of a teenager? While he was speaking, Killua's eyes condensed, and the 5 fingers of his right hand opened, releasing the energy forward in the form of killing intent. In an instant, A suffocating sense of oppression suddenly spread like a tide. Chwezajila felt that every inch of his skin and every bone was instantly controlled by an irresistible pressure. The surrounding air seemed to turn into densely packed sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting towards him. It's amazing to master Nen at this age. How is it possible? How is it possible to have such power? And there is such a strong murderous aura. Who on earth is this guy? Feeling this terrifying aura, Zazizarala was completely frozen in place, his mind was blank. After Killua withdrew his telekinesis, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Really terrible murderous aura. You passed. While Killua went to get the memory card and the ring he needed to wear to enter the game, Batla secretly asked Zazizarala, "How is it? How strong is this Killua?" Batla was able to steadily become a wealthy man with hundreds of billions of assets step by step, so he was definitely not a simple-minded, stupid, and ignorant fool. Although he was blinded by love, he still had a heart in his heart. Chwezajila swallowed his saliva and sighed, "It's so strong that it feels incredible. At his age, I have never seen anyone stronger than him. No, to be exact. Even if he is placed among all those who possess Nen, he is undoubtedly the best of the best and is a trustworthy existence." Hearing this answer, the last stone in Bartra's heart fell. He breathed a sigh of relief, and muttered to himself, "Really, this is the best. I hope he can help me fulfill my wish." Everything is ready. Killa came to the game console. Chwezajila reminded, "Insert the memory card into the game console, and then release the telekinesis, and the game will start automatically. I won't introduce the content of the game. When you enter the game, there will be a corresponding system to explain and guide you. With your intelligence, I believe you will soon understand everything. Good luck." Killa took a deep breath, inserted the memory card into the game console, and slowly released the telekinesis. The next moment, buzz! The game console screen glowed brightly. Killua felt his eyes blurry, and his body was instantly sucked into an unknown vortex. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Chapter 34, Island of Greed. Killua opened his eyes again and found himself in a sealed space. There were mysterious patterns like QR codes everywhere. Those patterns were orderly and intertwined, flashing a hazy and strange light, making the whole room shrouded in a futuristic technological atmosphere. Pushing open the door, there was a corridor also covered with QR code patterns. The patterns in the corridor seemed to be flowing, giving people a dreamlike feeling. Walking to the end of the corridor, a girl wearing a cool high-tech helmet was sitting peacefully on an eggshell-shaped desk, tapping the keyboard with both hands, floating in the air leisurely. After scanning through the computer lens, the girl made an ethereal voice, "Welcome to the world of Greed Island, Mr. Killua. I am the novice guide, Ada. I am happy to introduce you to the instructions of this game, please listen carefully." Killua nodded. Although he had a general understanding of the rules of the greed game, but this time he was experiencing it in person, so he had to listen to the rules carefully. As a time traveler, he also knew that this Ada was not just a novice guide. Her true identity is the same as Jin Freaks, and she is one of the 11 developers of this game. Ada introduced, in the game of Greed Island, as long as you wear your ring, you can use two kinds of magic in this world. One is BOOK, the other is gain. Now please extend your hand with the ring and read out loud, BOOK. According to the instructions, Killua extended his right hand with the ring, BOOK. The next moment, a thick book covered with magic patterns suddenly appeared in his hand. Ada continued, "The overall process of the Greed Island game is to let each player collect designated cards. And the book that comes out of BOOK is the card book for collecting cards. Now, please open the first page of the card collection book." Killua opened the book. Inside was the same as he remembered, neatly arranged squares with clear numbers. Ada, what you are seeing now is the designated frame. These frames are marked with different numbers, and can only hold cards with the same number. The frame without a number behind it is the free frame, and any number card can be placed in it. There are 100 designated frames from No 000 to No 999. There are only 45 free frames. As long as you collect all 100 designated frame cards, it means that you have successfully completed the game. Killa flipped through the entire book quickly. Ada continued to introduce, after BOOK, now it's gain. In the game, if you get a sword-like item, the sword will automatically turn into a card after you get the item. And if you want to turn the card back into a sword, then you can recite gain to complete this magic. But once you use gain to turn the card back into an item, the item can no longer be turned into a card, so please pay attention. In addition, there are 2 other situations where it cannot be turned into a card. Ada held up 2 fingers. The first is that the item has reached the limit of the number of cards that can be turned into a card. On Greed Island, all cards have a maximum number of cards. If the limit is exceeded, it cannot be turned into a card. The second situation is that as long as the card is not collected for more than 1 minute, it will automatically turn back into an item and will never be turned into a card again. Do you understand this explanation? Killa made an OK gesture. Ada, then there is one most important thing to note. If the player dies in the game, the book and the ring will be destroyed, and all the cards inside will disappear. Of course, what I said are just the most basic rules of this game. For more details about the game, please find ways to obtain them in the game while you are going through the levels. I wish you all the best. The novice tutorial is over. Killua walked down the stairs on one side and quickly left this room full of futuristic technology. It was morning outside the room. The warm sunshine hit his face. Just look around. In addition to the initial tutorial hut responsible for receiving newcomers, there is only an endless grassland. The green grass swayed gently in the breeze. The entire grassland is like a green ocean, extending to the distant horizon, closely connected with the blue sky. This is... After walking out of the novice hut, Killua slowly raised his head, and a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Although he could not see any figure on the grassland, but with his extraordinary keen perception, he clearly felt that someone was secretly watching him from a very far distance. And this feeling of being watched was not just from one place, but from at least 3 people. Killua snorted coldly, with a disdainful arc on his lips. Since the other party could be so easily detected to emit murderous aura, that means his strength is completely inferior. After all, the truly top killers will hide their aura perfectly during the action. Only when they decide to give a fatal blow will they release their aura. And these guys obviously have not reached this level yet. Please give me flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 35, Game Bug, a way to cure an incurable disease. On the grassland. Killua did not start collecting cards immediately, but found a large rock that could hide his figure, and used an incredibly convenient large wrap. The next moment, a figure was released from it. It was the guard corps, Shachimona. Shachimona. You may have to stay in there for a few days. I have prepared enough food for you in the space. Killua covered the 2 figures with a large wrap and quickly instructed. Shachimona, no problem, boss. As long as it can help you, this matter is nothing. After briefly explaining the matter, Killua hid Shachimona in the large wrap again and began to wait quietly in the same place. Half an hour later, Killua's eyes flashed with excitement. Not discovered, success. As a time traveler, Killua knew very well that Greed Island was not a virtual game at all. It was a real place in the world, located in the east of Hunter Realm, a small island close to the edge. The role of the game console. It is to teleport the player here through the mind given by the creator to the console, which is equivalent to a special teleportation array. Before looking for the wealthy businessman Batra, Killua was thinking about a question. If the game console is a teleportation array, can he use the incredible convenient large wrap to bring other people directly here? So, he found Shachimona in advance as a test subject. The answer is obvious. The reason why Shachimona stayed there for half an hour after being released briefly. Killua was to see if he was discovered by the manager. Ada at the starting point of the island just now. In addition to being responsible for the game instructions for entering the island and asking questions about No.000, you can also use Mind to survey the entire island. In the original play, Phantom Troop once wanted to forcibly land and plunder Greed Island from the real world. It was Ada who discovered and notified Razor to expel it. He was so close to the starting point and waited for half an hour. He must not have been discovered. And the reason why he was not discovered, Killua can probably think of it. After all, he has the entry Traveler, black and unique. With this entry, others cannot spy on any of his information, let alone discover the internal space of the incredible convenient large wrap hidden on his body through him. When he released Shachimona just now, he deliberately used telekinesis and the large wrap to surround the two. Anyone who wants to explore the situation, that is equivalent to exploring his own information. His information is precisely unable to be spied on. It is equivalent to using the Traveler Black entry to block a system bug. The reason for conducting this experiment is to complete the contract with Batra. If this card Archangel's Breath is brought to the outside world, it can only be used once. But in Greed Island, by copying, it can be used many times. One of Killua's treatment methods is to bring Batra's lover directly to Greed Island for treatment through the incredible convenient large wrap. If successful, it is equivalent to getting something for nothing. And it is directly 80 billion. Of course, even if the strategy of bringing people to Greed Island for treatment through the incredibly convenient large wrap fails, Killua has other strategies. It's just a little more troublesome. Since I can bring people in without being discovered, then the contract with Batra can be said to be completed. 80 billion. When I think of this number, even Killua, who has seen a lot, can't help but be excited. This speed of making money, it can only be said to be too crazy. While Killua was enjoying the future, a voice came from the sky. Swoosh! The next moment, a weirdo with a punk hairstyle, wearing headphones, and the words "Wind and Thunder" written on his shoulders fell from the sky in front of him. His name is Latasha, and he often hides near the starting grassland and bullies novice players. BOOK. Latish drew a card immediately after landing. Gain, use 1001 G200 peeping card. 1001 G200 peeping, you can see all the free pockets of a challenger. Only for challengers encountered in the game. Then, lines of words appeared in Latish's book. Killua's free pockets cannot be checked. What's going on? Why can't I check this kid's information? But he just came out of the novice planes, so he should be a beginner who just came. Latish laughed and quickly drew another 1027 E90 tracking. 1027 E90 tracking, you can know the current location of an opponent at any time, until the opponent leaves the game. This guy is not only a novice, but also a child. Although it is a bit of a waste to use this card on him. But in this way, I can grasp all his whereabouts and information. No matter how he struggles, he can only be hunted like prey by me. Thinking of this, Latish raised 1027 E90 tracking and shouted, "Gain, aim at Killua." But before he finished speaking, Latish felt a pair of arms suddenly lock his neck from behind. The next moment, click! The world was spinning and he was instantly upside down in his eyes. "You are so long-winded. since the other party regards himself as prey. Then Killua naturally has no reason to show mercy. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Chapter 36, Bounty City, Andokaba. Greed Island. After a long journey, Killua finally arrived at the first town, the Bounty City, Andochiba. This town is like a scene in an RPG game. In addition to the shops displaying a wide range of goods, various bounties are posted everywhere in the streets and alleys. Every time a bounty mission is successfully completed, an item can be obtained. In the middle of the town, there is a tall clock tower. On the main wall of the clock tower, records the schedule of the competitions held in Andochiba every month. Andochiba will hold an open competition on the 15th of every month. The competition to be held in September is rock paper scissors. The winner will receive a prize, Sword of Truth. Killua read every piece of information carefully and began to think about his card collection strategy in his heart. There are still a few days before the September competition. Compared to waiting here or blindly offering bounties, I should plan a clear card collection route first. As a time traveler, Killua has a unique and incomparable advantage over other players. That is, he knows how to obtain each card, and does not need to grope around in confusion like other people. After carefully thinking about the distribution and difficulty of each card, Killua has roughly figured out the idea. His first target card is naturally 75 Lucky Alexander Gem A20. Although this card is only A level, but the difficulty of obtaining it is relatively high. Because the condition for obtaining this card is handing over all your property to the bandits without knowing the reward. At the same time, you have to find another rare card that can remove the curse, 84 Paladin's Jewelry D60. For penniless novices, the first condition is acceptable. But for those players who have already collected a lot of wealth and put in countless efforts and hard work, this is absolutely unimaginable difficulty. After all, who is willing to give up all the wealth they have accumulated with great effort to help a complete stranger? No matter what world. Human nature is always the most terrible thing. If I remember correctly, to go to the mission point of this Lucky Alexander Gem, you have to go north along the mountain road from Andochiba. The journey is about 80-100 km. Before that, Killua looked at the ramen shop next to him. Let's have a good meal first. Boss, our ramen is free as long as you finish it within 30 minutes. And you can give me an extra card? Killua asked as he looked at the full bowl of ramen in front of him. Yes, please enjoy it. Then I won't hesitate. Killua picked up the chopsticks and started to gobble it up without hesitation. 10 minutes later, a big bowl of ramen was swallowed. Killua patted his stomach and received the first greed card, 1217 plus Garuga Fight F185. 1217 Garugata F185, a fish, a useless card that can only be exchanged for money in the store. In Greed Island, all information is marked on the card. For example, this 1217 Garugata F185. Among them, 1217 is the card number, F represents the difficulty of obtaining, and 185 represents the maximum number of copies of this card. In addition, he also found that many people in this city only answer specific questions. As long as the dialogue is beyond the setting, they have no idea at all. Which is very similar to the NPC in the game. The money in the original world is also useless on the island. There are coin cards dedicated to consumption here, and they are full of details everywhere. Leave the ramen shop. Killua went to the grocery store and exchanged Garugata for 3 coin cards worth 10,000. Then he set off north at a moderate speed. Compared to the peepers in the novice plains, finally a smart guy has come. While moving forward, Killua glanced behind him from time to time. He could feel that he was being followed again after leaving Andochiba. but compared to the half-baked one who couldn't even hide his murderous intent before. This time, the stalker was very skilled, at least a master who was good at using absolute. In addition to professional top killers like Zaldik, and super masters who were responsible for tracking even the most skilled nin. No matter how to hide the murderous intent and the breath, you must pay 100% attention when tracking others, especially the eyes must be fixed on the target. Even if the other party is in the state of absolute. As long as he stares at him with a strong gaze, Killua can detect it. This is his innate killer talent. In fact, it's not just killers. Many ordinary people can sometimes enter this state for a short time. It's the kind of terrifying intuition that feels like a thorn in the back, which is hard to explain. You don't even need to look back, but you can clearly feel that someone is looking at you from behind. At the same time, in the shadows far behind Killua, a beautiful Lolita with a yellow ponytail and a red fluffy skirt is stalking Killua. This little guy is so skilled. His steps are agile, and his footsteps are fast and silent. He is like a sapphire shining, so dazzling. Speaking of this, the blonde Lolita named Biscuit is excited. Why do I get so excited when I encounter something shiny? Woohoo! I really want to train him well and let him shine like a gem. Please give me flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 37, Bandits, Monsters, Greed is the way to go. Killua went north along Andakaba and soon entered a dense jungle. The trees around were tall and thick. The sun shone through the layers of leaves, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. The air was filled with a damp smell, mixed with the smell of soil and grass. Suddenly there was a crunch. That was the sound of dead branches and leaves being stepped on. Then several figures dressed as ninjas flew out of the shadows. Killua's eyes instantly became sharp, and his right hand turned into a hand knife, but he did not make a move. Because after those ninjas appeared, they knelt down in front of Killua in a prostrate posture. Please save us, please. Killua's eyes lit up and he immediately responded, What trouble do you have? Take me to see. These ninja-dressed characters are the bandits in Greed Island. Finally arrived at the mission point, Killua followed the bandits back to the base. Biscuit, hiding behind a thick tree, stared at Killua's back, her eyes full of curiosity and shock. Are you kidding? The murderous aura that the boy just revealed made me feel a little cold. What on earth has he experienced to have such a terrifying aura? In addition to being shocked, Biscuit naturally had a stronger desire to explore. She followed carefully, every step was as light as a cat's foot, and she didn't dare to take her eyes off Killua for a moment. She was afraid that if she was careless, she would miss some crucial clues. The bandit brought Killua into the camp. A pale little boy with a towel on his forehead was lying on the bunk in the house. As soon as the door was opened, the bandit leader immediately knelt down beside the child and cried pitifully, My son has a disease unique to the island. At first he will only have a slight fever, which will gradually turn into a high fever, and then he will die within a month. The only treatment is to suppress the fever with medicine. But the effect of the medicine can only last for a week, and that medicine is extremely expensive. We are at our wits' end. This child will die in the next 2 or 3 days. Can you please give me some money? Killua asked, How much more money do you need to buy medicine? One of the aunties in the house immediately wiped her tears and said, We have raised money from the village, but we are still short of 30,000 genie. Still short of 30,000 genie. It is exactly the same as all the coins in my hand. It is true. Killua knew that these bandits were not human beings, but just game-level settings, and handed over 3 10,000 genie cards without hesitation. Thank you, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much, this child is finally saved. The auntie took the card with snot and tears on her face. But at this time, the child lying on the bed suddenly coughed again. "Dad, it's so cold, so cold." The bandit leader hugged his son tightly and shouted, "Son, cheer up. A very kind traveler gave us money. Dad will buy medicine for you tomorrow. Hang in there." The aunt said with tears in her eyes, "What should we do? If the body is always so cold? I'm afraid this child won't even survive tonight. It would be great if there were clothes for children at this time." After saying that, the bandits looked at Killua pitifully again. "Killua." Killua took off his sweater. "If this clothes can help him survive the cold, take it." "Really? Thank you so much. You are really an angel sent by God. I can't express my gratitude in words." Wait for the seriously ill child to put on a sweater and fall asleep. Killua left the bandit camp quickly. Helping the bandits and gaining their trust is only the first part of this mission. Only after waiting to get 84, Paladin's Jewelry, D60, can you come back to get Lucky Alexander Gem. Because the process is so cumbersome. The value of this card is very expensive and rare. At the same time, the experience in the bandit camp also made Killua feel a little. Although Greed Island is a game that happened to be made up of the initials of 11 creators, the content of the game is completely different from the name. The word greed represents the darkest side of human nature. But just like Lucky Alexander Gem, only those who are not greedy can finally pass the level. Leave the camp. Killua began to move towards the magic city, Masadora. Masadora is the only city on Greed Island that sells spell cards. It is located in the northwest of the bandit territory. But on the way, you will pass through the Monster Mountain Range and the desert. It requires extremely strong strength and endurance to successfully reach it. In the Monster Mountain Range, there are bursts of low roars from time to time. Killua entered the mountain range. Soon he encountered the first monster. It was a cyclops holding a giant stick. Its body was like a moving hill. There were about a dozen of them in groups. This monster looks mighty and tall. But its weakness is too obvious. Once the eyes are hit, they will become unexpectedly fragile. Killua pointed his toes, jumped into the air and kicked one of the giants in the eye. After a painful howl, the giant that was originally as tall as a hill instantly turned into a card. 572 Cyclops G333, monster in the Monster Mountain Range, with only 2 attack modes, punching down and swinging the stick randomly, and the weakness is the huge eyes on the face. BOOK. Killua summoned a book and quickly stuffed the giant card into the free pocket at the back. Although this kind of card has no effect on him, but he can sell it for money. After all, he is penniless now. If he does not have sufficient funds, he can only stare blankly when he arrives at Masadora. It's just that looking at the difficulty of collecting the Cyclops, Killua couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The difficulty of obtaining all cards is divided into 10 levels, and the levels are SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. The Garuga fight that can be given for free when eating ramen has an F-level difficulty. This giant monster that will actively attack people is only G-level in difficulty. I really don't know how this level is divided. Maybe it has something to do with the maximum number of cards. No matter what the difficulty is, it can be traded anyway. It's better to collect more cards first. Killua flashed, leaving a series of blurred after images, and more than a dozen Cyclops were instantly obtained. Ask for flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please vote for all readers. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Chapter 38, Biscuit, Brat, If I Get a Little Fierce. Killua immediately encountered a giant lizard as tall as a mountain. Of course, compared to the one-eyed giant, it was more superficial, and its weakness was the mole in the center of its back. To cover up this weakness, this lizard was covered with huge spots all over its body. It's so interesting, just like an RPG game. Killua jumped onto the lizard's back with a quick step, stabbed it with his hand knife, and got the second monster card in the smoke. 697 Giant Lizard E100, a huge terrifying lizard. E-class monster. This one should be more valuable. Put the card into BOOK. As the strange journey progressed, many monsters were encountered one after another. There was a bubble horse that looked like an ordinary horse, but could spit out a lot of red and white bubbles, and the bubbles would explode. There was a huge worm that could come out from the ground at any time and was hard to guard against. There was a one-eyed plankton that looked like a square stool. And the cowardly emitter mouse that can manipulate objects for self-defense, but will be scared to death when encountering other creatures. And they are all without exception. Killua has collected them all. There are already more than 30 monster cards, and the free pocket will be full soon. Now I can go to Masadora to buy magic cards. Looking at the full loot, Killua showed a satisfied smile on his face. Even if the unit price of so many cards is not high, it is probably a considerable income. However, F-level difficulty cards can be sold for 30,000 each. The price of so many higher-level monster cards should not be too low. And at this moment, Biscuit, who peeped at all this from the back, the whole person fell into deep shock again. She thought that even if Killua could get through the monster mountain range, it would take some effort. After all, this is not a good place. There are rocks everywhere, the road is rugged, and all kinds of ferocious monsters are lurking in the dark. But I didn't expect Killua to pass it so easily. And this is more than easy. It was like a sure win, without even a drop of sweat. How much strength does this guy have hidden? He can deal with so many monsters so easily, there must be stronger power that has not been revealed. Biscuit's curiosity about Killua became stronger and stronger, like a burning flame that burned more and more vigorously. So, Biscuit made up his mind and chose to show up openly, shouting, "Hey, that silver-haired boy, wait for me." Killua turned his head and was also stunned. He originally planned to catch the stalker behind him when entering the desert. But he had planned everything. He didn't expect the other party to show up on his own initiative. And he didn't expect that the one who had been following him was Biscuit, the little loli with the ponytail. If I remember correctly, in the original plot, Biscuit will enter Greed Island next year. It seems that many things are changing because of my arrival. Biscuit quickly came to Killua, with his legs turned inward, and said in a pinched voice, "Well, can I join your team? There are so many monsters here. I'm so scared here. Every hunter is very vigilant. But if it were someone else, there is still a certain probability that they would be deceived by Biscuit's cute face and petite body. But Killua knows very well that under the appearance of a blonde loli, there is a strong 57-year-old ant. But in the hunter world, as long as you learn to control your thoughts, you can prevent the reduction of life breath as much as possible, greatly delay aging, and increase your lifespan. For a strong nin, 40 or 50 years old is still in the prime of youth. Want to join my team? Not impossible." Biscuit was all smiles, and just felt that everything was under her control. But in a flash, Killua said, "But I have two conditions. During the journey, all the cards you get must be selected by me first. Besides that, you must first pay me your rarest card as your joining fee." Biscuit didn't expect Killua to make such a harsh condition. Her face was tangled, but her heart was furious. "Brat! Do you know that I am several times older than you? If I get a little fierce..." But before she could vent her anger, Killua had already started to move forward quickly. She was left standing there with a look of surprise and helplessness. 3 minutes later. "BOOK. Here, take it." Biscuit helplessly picked a designated card from the book and handed it over. Killua glanced at it. 74 Sages Aquamarine A15, those who possess this gem can become lifelong friends with many resourceful people. although the difficulty of obtaining this card is only A level. But the maximum limit is only 15, which is indeed a very rare existence. Okay. But you have to keep up with me. I don't want to bring a burden. Insert 74 Sages Aquamarine A15 into his collection. Killua took another step. Damn, this kid. Biscuit clenched his fists. Hey, please wait a moment, I won't drag you down. Crossed the monster mountain range and came to the endless desert. The scorching sun ruthlessly burned the earth, and the rolling heat waves hit the face. Not to mention ordinary people. Even for ordinary nin. Every minute of progress here consumes a lot of physical strength. It's time to say it. This kid's physical strength is quite good, and he is indeed a rough gem that I have set my sights on. Watching Killua running at high speed in the desert. Not only is his pace steady, his breathing is also not disordered. Biscuit secretly praised him in her heart. But the next moment, her expression changed, and her eyebrows immediately frowned. Although it was only for a moment. But Biscuit felt that there seemed to be a murderous aura emerging from the pile of rocks in front, but it disappeared in an instant. This kid has a sense of smell that is different from ordinary people. But the murderous aura just now only appeared for a moment. If I hadn't been vigilant, I might not have been able to capture it. Biscuit smiled in his heart. Humph. I didn't remind you that there was an ambush ahead, but I had to let you suffer a setback. Let's see what you can do then. This time I'm going to make you beg me instead. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Chapter 39, Crushing Speed, a gap that is completely impossible to counter. Arriving at the edge of the desert, the ground underfoot was no longer soft sand, but solid soil. Looking up, giant stone pillars of various shapes began to appear in front of us. The surface of the stone pillars was covered with traces of time. Wind erosion and sand grinding made them look vicissitudes and mysterious. Hey, Killua, we have been traveling for so long, I am really a little tired and can't walk anymore. Plus it's getting late. Why don't we take a break first? Biscuit bent down slightly, supported his hands on his knees, and wiped the sweat pretending to be a little tired. Okay, then take a break first. Killua glanced at a certain part of the stone pillars calmly, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He felt that someone seemed to be hiding here. But it's not a big problem. This kind of opponent whose breath is detected before entering the combat state is generally not to be feared. At the same time, taking advantage of this time, Killua also began to look at Biscuit's information seriously. Name, Biscuit. Skills, Heart Source Martial Arts. Nin training level, Extreme. Excellent, Talented, Talented, Extreme. Entry, Magical Beautician Miss Cookie. Blue lower level. Magic Beautician Miss Cookie, possessing professional beauty techniques, she can massage with a special lotion made from chi. It can give others the equivalent of 8 hours of sleep in 30 minutes, and they can rest no matter how hard they practice. Blue entry. Although Killua had expected that Biscuit's Nin color entry would not be too high. But when he actually saw it, it was still hard to hold back. Women's minds are really confusing. However, because she is a conjurer Nin, the color entry does not affect a person's strength. Among the 6 Nin categories, emitter, manipulator, and trait focus on external use. Battles mainly rely on Nin mechanisms. A powerful telekinetic mechanism can allow a rookie to defeat a senior with rich experience. For example, Kurapika vs Uvajin, Krollo. Especially the control system. As long as the controller is successfully inserted into the opponent's body, victory can often be achieved directly. In contrast, the 3 systems of Enhancer, Transmuter, and Conjurer focus on inner cultivation. The ability mechanism is secondary. The degree of cultivation is the key. It mainly depends on whether the practitioner has a high level of telekinesis. As a 2-star gem hunter and a leader of the Heart Source School, Biscuit's telekinesis and physical skills are very good, and she has even developed an ability that is not inferior to Enhancer. Under her lowly appearance, she is a fierce muscular woman with a height of more than 2 meters. Her strength is unfathomable. She is a powerful character that cannot be ignored. And the reason why Killua is willing to let her go is also very simple. To obtain the No 0021 Ping Coastline card, you must pass the assessment of the game developer Lei Zhao later. The assessment content is ball bouncing competition. This game requires teamwork. Killua alone is definitely not enough. Oh, I'm exhausted. Biscuit found a relatively flat stone, sat on it, and breathed a sigh of relief. Killua seemed to be leaning against the boulder casually, but in fact he was ready to deal with emergencies at any time. As long as the situation changes, he can react in an instant. Although it was just a short break. But the originally bright sky seemed to be quickly covered with a black curtain by an invisible hand. The sky darkened at a very fast speed. At this moment, swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. Here it comes! Killua and Biscuit raised their heads at the same time, and then instantly moved away. The opponent is very experienced. Except for the beginning of showing a trace of murderous intent, he did not reveal any breath throughout the whole process. And this kid was able to react at the same time as me. The sense of smell is really sharp. Biscuit glanced at the sneak attacker, and kept looking at Killua with his peripheral vision. At this time, Killua finally saw the appearance of the sneak attacker. Red hair, small eyes, a mouth full of triangular teeth, and a pair of scissors in his hand. At the same time, the data panel began to appear. Name, Biscuit. NAN training level, talent. Excellent, talented, extreme. Term, cutting beautician, purple lower level. Cutting beautician, purple lower level. You can sense the physical condition of your opponent that even he doesn't know by eating his hair, including the quality of the flesh, the presence or absence of diseases, the strength of genetic factors, etc. You can fully grasp it. It turned out to be this pervert. No wonder he took the initiative to sneak attack and hunt us. If Killua remembered correctly, Binoto is a wanted fugitive. Because of his tragic childhood experience, he gradually grew into a pervert, and he likes to eat women's flesh for fun. He, not bad, you can actually avoid my sneak attack. Binoto has a twisted smile on his face. Although he was a little surprised because of the failed sneak attack. But in the eyes of Binoto, a little devil, a little lowly. This is a toy that he can easily take out of his palm. Hey, since you can appear here, that means you are also a player of Greed Island. Have you collected any precious cards? Killua asked, looking at the game ring on Biscuit's hand. Last time, because he acted too decisively, the cards disappeared directly after the opponent died. Therefore, he lost a fortune. Killua planned to capture the opponent alive first this time. When Biscuit heard Killua's question, a trace of cunning and cruelty appeared on his face, and he chose to remain silent. Or said. In his eyes, Killua was already a corpse, and there was no need to answer at all. Don't say it, I can find it myself anyway. Speed. After saying that, Killua disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Biscuit. The speed made Biscuit's eyes freeze instantly, his pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief. Biscuit felt as if time had stopped at this moment. He could see Killua's attack and feel everything around him. But it was as if he was frozen. The body couldn't keep up with the movement of the mind. He could only watch his two arms being broken in an instant. This was an absolute crushing speed, leaving him no chance to counterattack. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Chapter 40, You don't regret it, you just know that you are going to die. Ah! Killua is too fast. There was a long pause. Bitnao wailed belatedly. Take out your card collection book. Killua put his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent, as if he was just doing something very ordinary. Beads of sweat rolled down Bitnao's forehead, and his face turned pale due to the severe pain in his arm. He knew that if he didn't take out the card collection book, he would be in trouble with the boys' style. But if he easily took out the last trump card, he would have no chance of survival. While he was hesitating, Killua took a step forward. His momentum, which was not weak to begin with, became even more terrifying. Bitnao's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly said the word, "Bo-okay." The next moment, a card collection book emitting a mysterious light appeared in the air. Killua quickly browsed the cards inside, and his face gradually became excited. Rich. Biscuit actually has more than 30 rare cards with fixed numbers, and 84, Paladin's Jewelry, D60 which is responsible for removing the bandit's spell is also among them. The only way to get this card is the national competition held in Ando-Chiba in January. There is only one chance to get it a year. It is obvious. Either Biscuit has been in Greed Island for at least a year. Or before that. He has killed many players. However, even if Paladin's Jewelry is already in hand, Killua is not going to return to the bandit camp now. Let's go to the magic city of Masadora first. Anyway, there is the magic card rewind. He can go back to all the cities he has been to before at any time. What are you going to do with this person? Biscuit's eyes when looking at Killua have changed. There is no longer just excitement about a diamond in his eyes, but more respect and scrutiny. Judging from Biscuit's skills when he attacked, his strength is definitely not bad. Unfortunately, Killua's strength is even more overwhelming. Such strength far exceeded Biscuit's expectations. Anyone who dares to kill me sincerely, no matter who it is, I will treat him the way he treats me. As he said that, Killua stretched out his right hand, the veins on his fingers bulged, and his fingertips instantly became as sharp as blades. He walked forward step by step. Every step was accompanied by a heavy sense of oppression. Biscuit's body trembled constantly, and he murmured repeatedly, "Forgive me. Forgive me this time. I really know I was wrong, please, give me a chance." For Biscuit's begging for mercy, Killua's heart did not fluctuate at all. His eyes were cold, and his right hand stabbed out like lightning, without any mercy. A heart was taken out at the speed of light. And then it was crushed directly. Hunter World. It cannot be measured and restricted by the laws of conventional human society. Killua has witnessed too many deaths. He knows better than Biscuit's begging for mercy before death. It is not true regret at all. He did not regret it. He just knew that he was going to die. Killua will not be fooled by such appearances, nor will he be soft-hearted because of it. In this cruel world, compassion is a fatal weakness. This kid's attack is very sharp. And from beginning to end, his expression did not change at all. Obviously it's not the first time he has done this. The most important thing is the exquisite heart-piercing technique just now. Biscuit said subconsciously, "You are from the Zaldik family. Can change the structure of palm nails." At the same time, at this age, a killer who can practice killing techniques to an art. Except for the world's strongest assassination family Zaldik. Biscuit can't think of a second possibility. It's no wonder that I have lived for more than 50 years. I have more experience than ordinary people. Although I didn't intend to hide my identity. Killua sighed in his heart, jumped up to the highest stone pillar and looked into the distance. Let's go after the rest. It's not far from Masadora now, and we will stay overnight there. Although Killua did not answer directly, but not denying his confirmation. At this moment, Biscuit finally figured out all her doubts. No wonder this kid has such amazing murderous aura. And such exquisite techniques and footwork. And judging from his talent and strength that far exceeds that of ordinary people. I'm afraid he is not just an ordinary member of the Zaldik family. He should be the core of the next generation or even the heir to the head of the family. How interesting. Biscuit quickened her pace and quickly followed Killua's back, with a meaningful smile on her face. As for the Death Dagger Noto, she didn't even look at it. Greed Island is a very dangerous game, and it is even called a hunter-only game. Every player who comes in must be prepared to accept the loss and take responsibility for life and death. Injury and even death between players are foreseeable. And for this kind of pervert who likes to eat women, even if Killua didn't take action just now, she would use her iron fist to hammer him to death. Please give me flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please vote for all readers. The author would like to thank you. Every flower is very important. Chapter 41, Magic City, Masadora. Masadora. As the only place in Greedy Island that sells magic spell cards. This city is full of tall and colorful buildings, with shining gems inlaid on the walls and mysterious runes carved on some roofs. The streets are spacious and clean. The ground is also paved with colorful bricks and stones. The whole city is like a huge dream castle. Little Killua, you go to the spell card store first. I'm going to drink tea, take a shower and change clothes first, don't worry about me. As soon as he arrived at Masadora, Biscuit couldn't wait to run to a tea house. After staying in the wild for a long time, coming to the city, Biscuit was in a particularly good mood and was ready to relax. Okay. Before entering Masadora, Killua recited the spell and quickly took out the collection book. Unlike the deserts and mountains that were rarely visited before, there are relatively many players in Masadora, and defensive measures must be taken to prevent the cards from being stolen. There are 6 types of magic cards in Greedy Island. Surveillance spells, intelligence spells, attack spells, defense spells, movement spells, utility spells. Among them, attack cards basically have the ability to plunder cards. And some can even directly plunder remotely. Or use movement spells to escape immediately after plundering. The entire activity area of the Greed Island game is 83,450 square kilometers. If the opponent uses movement spells to escape, no matter how fast you are, you can't catch up. Personal strength is the foundation. But you want to pass the game. Understanding the 6 types of magic cards is also very important. Only by using magic cards flexibly can you collect cards safely and steadily. Otherwise, even if you have accumulated a lot, you may lose everything in an instant. That's it, gain. Take out 8 for Paladin's Jewelry D60 that you just got from Scissor Hands. Killua immediately removes it from the card form. As long as Paladin's Jewelry is worn on your body, it will continue to have the effect of reflecting magic cards. In addition, it can also break the curse and return the copied and mimicked cards to their original form. The main reason is that Paladin's Jewelry is only a D-level card. After discarding, it can be carded again with Regeneration. Regeneration F170, it can make the props that have been discarded carded again. Limited to props below sea level. As long as you have this, you don't have to worry about the cards being stolen. Wear the Paladin necklace around your neck. Killua first goes to the grocery store to sell all the monster cards in the free pocket. Then follow the sign and quickly reach the spell card store. Hello, customer. This should be your first time in the Magic City. Please let me introduce the purchase rules to you first. The shopkeeper in a magic robe introduced to Killua, the magic card pack is 10,000 rings, and there will be 3 random spell cards in it. The purchased card pack needs to be opened in the store. The purchased cards must be put into the card collection book before they can be taken out. Cards that cannot be put in will disappear when you walk out of the store. So please think about the number of packs you want to buy first, and reserve some free pockets in advance. Killa listened to the shopkeeper's introduction and began to check the free pockets. The price of 10,000 rings is not bad. But because the cards that cannot be put into the card collection book will disappear when you walk out of the store, you need to carefully select the most valuable ones. Boss, give me 10 packs first. Because he went to the grocery store in advance to clear all the monster cards. Killa's free pockets are plenty. The shopkeeper smiled and nodded, and after accepting the 100,000 rings handed over by Killua, he put the 10 card packs on the counter. Opening cards is the most fun. Killua's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't wait to tear open the first card pack. 1035 Firm S10, it can prevent the cards in the specified number of pages from being snatched or destroyed forever. FK. The first card is an S card. So lucky. Unlike the 100 specified cards. Magic spell cards do not have SS levels, and S levels are the most difficult to obtain. Tracking, mimicry, these two cards are also good. Finished the first pack. Without much hesitation, Killua quickly opened the second and third. Until the 10th pack. Killua's eyes lit up again. 1036 God SIS 10. Really? The only two S-level spell cards, I drew them all. God's Eye. After using this card, apply the effects of analysis and name list to the 0 to 99 number cards until the caster leaves the game, the effect will disappear. Analysis plus list equals detailed information of all item cards, number of holders, and the current maximum number of cards. BOOK. Killua first draws Mime A20, and then uses a waste card to transform into the second Divine Eye. Divine Eye, gain. The next moment, a dense amount of information instantly appears on Killua's collection of cards. From 0 to 99. The information and number of holders of each designated card appear. As long as you don't leave the island. This effect lasts indefinitely. I can even draw this thing, my luck is simply against the sky. Arrange the cards and put them into the card collection book. Killua walked out of the spell card store with a satisfied smile. His original plan was to get the Archangel within a month and complete all the card collection activities within 3 months. Now with the blessing of God's Eye, the time for both tasks must be greatly shortened. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 42, Violent Biscuit. Contrasting lowly. Walk out of the spell card store. Killua found a private place to rest and began to study the next route. In the Divine Eye state. Except for the designated card 000 Blessing of the Ruler, it is not within the search range. All card information and the number of holders are clearly visible. The number of times Archangel's Breath has been carded is 0. It seems that someone has monopolized it all. Collect all 40 spell cards to exchange for the SS level card, Archangel's Breath. Exclusive. This means that after someone gets a rare card, they use mimicry or copy to directly increase the maximum number of cards. This is also the biggest reason why Greed Island has been developed for 10 years and no one has cleared it so far. In addition to the difficulty of obtaining individual cards. The main reason is that there is a limit on the number of cards. As long as others take all the rare cards. No matter how hard others try, it is impossible to collect all 100 designated cards. There are only 3 ways to solve Monopoly. The first one, trade between players. The second method, the exclusive player consumes the card and frees up the maximum number of cards. The third method, directly kill the player who exclusively the card, so that the card holder's information and ring will disappear directly, which is equivalent to indirectly increasing the maximum number of cards. In addition to Archangel's Breath, cards such as Dark Emerald are also exclusive. The only one who can do this. I'm afraid it's only the Bomb Demon Ganshu. Killua knew very well that there was an actor in Greed Island who had been lurking in the breakthrough group for 5 years and secretly installed bombs on everyone. If he wanted to pass the level, he had to defeat this guy. However, Killua has not encountered Ganju yet. At present, the main thing is to get the cards that can be collected first. Rest for a night. It was just dawn. Biscuit was already waiting in the most conspicuous place in Masadora. Seeing Killua appear, Biscuit couldn't wait to ask, "How was the store yesterday?" "I was lucky. I bought a lot of useful spell cards." "Where are we going next?" Killua opened the card collection book and used the card map. "Now the goal is to go to the next area, the gambling city. Collect all the designated cards that can be collected on the way." Biscuit was full of energy and raised his fist. "Okay. Let's set off immediately." Killua put away the card collection book and glanced at every corner of the Magic City, but before that, it's better to deal with the roadblocks first. Killua and Biscuit look like two children. Although there are actually quite a few children with Nin. But those who are suitable for fighting and have rich combat experience are almost rare. So the first time they came to Masadora, many people have already set Killua and Biscuit as hunting targets. Although the two sides had no intersection before. But resources, wealth, and weakness are all original sins. And there is only one solution, to crush them with absolute strength. The stronger the better. Only in this way can we solve the problem once and for all. Just after leaving Masadora, a ray of light fell on Killua from a distance. The effect of Paladin Necklace is triggered, and the pickpocket F-170 used by the player against you is defended. Biscuit also said immediately, "The effect of the Dark Curtain defense card I arranged has been triggered, and someone wants to peek at my card." At the same time, several black shadows quickly chased and surrounded Killua and Biscuit. Obviously, the spell card is invalid. They plan to use real people to plunder. "You come, or I come." Killua raised his eyebrows. Biscuit moved his wrist. "You actually want to steal this girl's gem card? Give it to me." Seeing that Biscuit not only refused to surrender, but also looked aggressive, the people who surrounded him immediately laughed. "Little girl, I advise you to hand over the card obediently, so as not to suffer physical pain." But the leader hadn't finished speaking. Biscuit came to him instantly. Before the man could react, a fist had already hit his face. The next moment, there was only a bang. He was like a kite with a broken string, tumbling in the air and falling into the dark jungle in the distance. Silence. Especially silence. There was no sound around. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. After a long while, someone stammered, "This. How is this possible?" A few people immediately took out displacement spell cards and planned to escape from here. But at such a close distance. Before the spell was recited, it was snatched away by Biscuit. "You only rely on spells, your physical skills are not trained, and your movements are too slow. With this little ability, you dare to rob. You really overestimate your own abilities." Biscuit punched and kicked. All the besiegers fell to the ground instantly and began to scream and groan in pain. This scene. Even Killua, who was watching leisurely, couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was not shocked that Biscuit had such strong strength. But she had such a petite body and a little face. But she was so violent. The contrast was too great. "Please give me flowers, votes, and monthly tickets. Please vote for all readers. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points." Chapter 43, entering the second card stage, and about to reach the final round. Solve the player's troubles. Killua starts collecting cards from Masadora. First, capture the legendary Insect King White Beetle, then save Gold Powder Girl, Sleeping Girl, Hair Fragrance Girl, and then boldly venture into the Enchanted Forest. In just 3 days, he received 18 designated pocket cards including risk dice. Today is the competition time on the 15th day of each month in the Bounty City Ando Chiba. September is a rock-paper-scissors competition. Because Killua and Biscuit both have strength far beyond ordinary people, there is no doubt. Both entered the finals. Little Killua, I won't let you. Biscuit shook his pink fist with confidence. Killua raised his mouth and showed a confident smile. Who will lose and who will win is still uncertain. The referee gave an order, and the game officially began. Rock, paper, scissors. Both sides made a move at the same time. Killua rock, Biscuit scissors. Killua wins the first game, please continue. The referee raised his hand to signal. The rules of the game are to grab 5. The first person to win 5 rounds wins. Rock, paper, scissors. The second round. Killua scissors, Biscuit paper. Don't be complacent, there will be opportunities later. Biscuit snorted in dissatisfaction. However, the results were not satisfactory. Killua won again in the third and fourth rounds. So that's how it is. Although it's just ordinary rock, paper, scissors, there are also tricks to win. Looking back at the previous rounds, Biscuit analyzed, before the start, everyone must raise their hands from a fist state. Then when swinging down, the hand will slowly take on the shape to be drawn. This is a fact that cannot be changed no matter how you hide it. In other words, this game that seems to be a game of luck is actually a game of eyesight. As long as you can see the changing gestures of the opponent's hand when it falls, 90% of the time you can win. Killua smiled without saying anything. Biscuit vowed, come on, I won't lose. Rock, paper, scissors. The life and death game begins. Biscuit's eyes were focused, his gaze fixed on Killua's raised right hand. I see. He's going to play paper. Watching Killua's slightly opened right hand as his arm fell, Biscuit quickly stretched out the scissors, with a confident smile on his face, as if he was sure of victory. However, at this moment, Killua's right hand was suspended in the air, and his left hand stretched out in the form of a fist. Rock vs scissors. The referee held Killua's right hand and raised it. The winner is out. Let's congratulate Killua for winning the September Endo Chiba. Biscuit, too cunning, he suddenly used both hands to play rock paper scissors at the last minute. Killua held his head with both hands and smiled. The game is to be unexpected. And don't believe everything you see. You, a teenager, actually lectured me. In terms of age, I'm several times older than you. Biscuit began to mutter in her heart again. And as they traveled together for longer and longer, she found that she could not see through Killua. Biscuit did not understand. Killua was only in his teens. How could he grow to such a terrifying level in terms of telekinesis and mind? Not only his incredible strength. At every critical moment, Killua always showed unexpected wisdom, which could not be seen with normal eyes. And there was a strong sense of power in Killua. That sense of power was different from the so-called physical strength. Killua's sense of power came from his fearless eyes and his strong aura that seemed to control everything. Although he is only in his teens. But this kid is really reliable. It was precisely because of this inability to see through that Biscuit was full of curiosity, prompting her to get to know this unique monster more deeply. Take it. At this moment, Killua used the magic card mimicry to transform into the second 83 True Sword B22. Little Killua. You are so kind. Biscuit was very touched and looked like he was ready to marry her. He took the championship prize 83 Sword of Truth B22. Killua and his companions did not stop. First, he went to the mysterious bookstore to get 23 Improvisational Book B30 and 93 Life Picture Book B28. Then, with his keen insight and decision-making, he made his way through the gambling city where scams emerged one after another. In addition, he returned to the Magic City store from time to time to gamble cards. In just 7 days, Killua had accumulated 66 designated pockets. Killua, you are amazing. You have achieved this in such a short time. Biscuit's eyes were full of admiration, and then he asked in confusion, there are at least hundreds of players in Greed Island. But almost every time we get props, we can turn them into cards. Isn't this too weird? Biscuit took out the 79 Rainbow Diamond A20 obtained from the slot machine in the casino. Just like this card, there are only 20 in total. This game has been around for 10 years. There are so many people who came earlier than us, let alone 20, even if they collected 200, it would not be surprising. Killua explained, most people don't even want to get the designated pocket card. Even if you just go from the novice plane to the Magic City Masadora, you have to work hard. And without magic cards, it's hard to move in Greed Island. Besides, Killua thought for a while, among those who are powerful in Hunter, I am afraid that there are not many people who play games seriously. The designated pocket cards before, almost all of them are below A. Killua's eyes show sharp eyes. The second stage is players traded and plunder. All readers are required to vote for all the readers. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, the 5-year period has arrived, everyone, I am the Bomb Demon. Because of the rapid rise of Killua and Biscuit, they also quickly attracted the special attention of others. At this time, on a vast plain somewhere on Greed Island, the 3 teams of Ganshu, Shabu, and Bara were gathered together and whispered. Bara, who had long black hair and a trident-shaped mark on his forehead, was the first to break the silence and said, recently, it seems that a group of people has rapidly increased the number of cards within a week. This situation is not normal. Shabu, who had short red hair and squinted eyes and a peach heart mark on his forehead, had a serious expression and a hint of vigilance in his eyes. It seems to be 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl. I saw them from a distance once near the card store in Masadora a few days ago. Shabu recalled the scene at that time. The figures of the 2 children loomed in his mind. Ganshu was the leader of the team, with a long face and square chin, wearing glasses and thin cheeks. Ganshu asked, how many designated cards have they collected? Are there any expensive cards? Shabu shook his head, I only know that they should have more than 60 cards at present. And the collection speed is very exaggerated. As for the types of cards, they have a lot of defensive means. I have no idea either. Ganshu snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain, what does it matter if the card collection speed is fast? Rare cards are either extremely difficult to obtain or have been monopolized by various teams. They will reach the limit when they reach 70 cards. And after all, they are just 2 little ghosts. Even if they have some strength, they don't have to be taken seriously. Ganshu analyzed calmly, now what we need to pay most attention to is the team of Zhu Ziai Zhu La, the brothers Bei La Mu, and Jia Ziai Shu. The cards of these 3 people are close to or have exceeded 90. Especially Zhu Ziai Zhu La and Jia Ziai Shu. I'm afraid they will not be more than 5 cards away from successfully collecting cards, or even less. Bala's face became more gloomy, this is really a tricky situation. And NO2. 1 Ping's coastline has never been obtained, and the situation is still in control. But the situation is getting more and more tense now. The net is the net. However, due to the difficulty of obtaining rare cards and the maximum number of cards, many players cannot turn them into cards even if they get them. This has led to the gradual deterioration of the game situation, and more people have begun to give up searching and exchanging, and only focus on snatching cards. There is a group of radical elements who specifically hunt players to reduce the difficulty of obtaining cards. The most terrifying one among them is the Bomb Demon. His whereabouts are secretive, his methods are cruel, and he has no mercy. All players who are targeted by him will almost inevitably escape bad luck. In order to put an end to the current bad game situation, the clearance group composed of more than 60 players came into being. They want to clear the game as soon as possible. End the situation where Greed Island has begun to get out of control. Everyone. Currently, we have collected a total of 90 designated cards and nearly 1,000 magic spell cards. This is all due to your hard work. Thank you. In the cave. As an initial member of the clearance group, Nyx spoke loudly. As for the last 10 cards, the whereabouts of 7 have been found. It can even be said that we have 100% of them. Our last opponent is only Juezjaela. According to my estimation, they have already reached 95 cards. Fighting them head-on should be our last hurdle. Nyx raised his arms and shouted, but our spell cards are far superior to theirs in quality and quantity. Victory is already in front of us. Suddenly, all the players in the cave became excited. Everyone began to raise their arms and shout, "Oh! Oh! Oh!" But at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the cave. Can I ask a question?" It was Ganshu who spoke. Nyx nodded, indicating that Ganshu could speak. "I have been in the clearance group for 5 years. 5 years is neither long nor short. Before you talk about the problem, first, I need to tell you one thing." Ganshu lowered his head and raised his head again, with a smile that was so calm that it made people's hair stand on end. "I am the bomb demon. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Happy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 45, The Bomb Demon Appears and Chaos Comes. I am the Bomb Demon." As soon as these words came out, the whole cave fell into a dead silence in an instant. The excitement on the players' faces was completely frozen. Everyone stared with eyes wide open, full of astonishment and confusion, and couldn't believe what they heard. Nyx was also shocked by these sudden words. "Hey, Ganshu, what are you talking about? Don't joke at this time. Don't be anxious, listen to me first." Ganshu pressed his palm and continued to face the crowd. "I want to tell everyone that I am not only a bomb demon. And I have installed bombs on each of you. All of you will die soon." "What did you say? A hole? Are you kidding me? Where is the bomb? I'm going to kill you." Angry roars came one after another in the crowd, and everyone's eyes were full of anger. In the chaos, a figure jumped high and flashed behind Ganshu, ready to subdue him. His name is Ji Shiwa. Like Nyx, he was one of the 10 initial members of the clearance team, and he was the top fighter among them. "Oh my, you really don't know how to live or die." Ganshu glanced behind him, turned around and grabbed Ji Shiwa's face with his right hand. The next moment, boom! It was as if a bomb exploded on Ji Shiwa's face, and the huge explosion echoed in the cave. It was just a moment. Ji Shiwa, the strongest member of the clearance team, lay down straight, and his face was blown beyond recognition. "Now, everyone should be quiet." Ganshu still had that creepy smile on his face, his eyes were cold and ruthless, as if he was enjoying the fear and panic of the crowd. No one spoke again. Ganshu continued, "First, I want to tell you how I planted bombs on you. Mine is called Voice of Life. You can plant bombs on you by touching the other person's body and saying a keyword. And that keyword is Bomb Demon." Instantly, everyone in the cave recalled. Ganshu did repeat the 3 words Bomb Demon in everyone's ears through reminders such as Bomb Demon seems to have appeared recently and be careful of Bomb Demon. "Finally, I will teach you how to defuse the bomb. To defuse the bomb, you must catch my body and say the keywords catch the Bomb Demon. You must be wondering why I said so much about my own abilities." Ganshu pushed his glasses, because I explained my abilities in detail in front of everyone who installed the bomb. This is the condition for the bomb to be activated. The next moment, everyone in the cave had an explosive device dripping on their shoulders or chests. Ganshu reminded, "Don't have any luck. It's a tedious process to place the bomb on you and trigger it successfully. But this is the oath and restriction of Nin. Even if you are all mature Nin. But I can still be sure that my bomb can penetrate Nin and blow you all to death." Nix said angrily, "What do you want? I will use everyone's life to exchange for all your designated cards." Ganshu revealed his ambition. The transaction point is set in the ancient city of Batra, which is where the game console is placed. Pay attention to the time of the bomb. If you still want to live, come and trade. But at this time, everyone has surrounded Ganshu. "Hey, are you okay? We just need to catch you now and say the keyword. Do you think you can still escape from here?" Hearing the threats from everyone, Ganshu smiled and pressed his palm against the wall of the cave. With a loud bang, the wall exploded and the rebel flew everywhere. "Leave, pain." Then during the chaos, he drew a card and turned into light and disappeared on the spot. "Oh no! That guy escaped outside the game. We also use leave to chase him, it's still in time." "Wait. If you use leave, the free pocket will be emptied, which means that the effort will be in vain." During the chaos of everyone, a curly-haired black guy named Abengani said, "Everyone calm down. It's not a good idea to chase him now. Have you forgotten the reason why we cooperated in the first place? It's because our combat capability is insufficient." Abengani analyzed, Ganshu can not only install more than 60 materialized bombs at the same time, and each bomb has great lethality. It also has a timing function. This shows that his Nin is strong enough to use release, operation, and materialization in a balanced way. The most important thing is that even the strongest among us, Ji Shiwa, can't get close to him. His physical skills are undoubtedly terrible. So even if we catch up with him, the result will be the same. Abengane's words made the whole cave fall into silence again. The bomb timing will speed up due to the accelerated heartbeat. Not long. Looking at the increasingly smaller numbers, everyone's eyes were filled with despair and helplessness. Damn, it's so hard to get to this point. Nix's lips trembled slightly, tears flowed from his eyes, and he made the final decision reluctantly. Everyone. There's no time anymore, hand over the cards. At the same time, in different places. In the open space near the Magic City, Killua and Biscuit had just finished a battle. Their opponents were the Belamu brothers. The Belamu brothers were also notorious thugs, and they liked to use violence to plunder cards. Unfortunately, the villains were finally defeated by the villains today. "Uncle, you are quite powerful. You have collected 90 cards." Killua stepped on the two brothers and took away all the cards without mercy. "Killua, now we have 93 cards. We are getting closer and closer to successfully collecting cards," Biscuit said excitedly. At this moment, two beams of light fell from the sky in front of the two people. The former is the members of the Juiz Eula team. The latter is Abengani with a bomb on his chest. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Chapter 46, set out from the coastline and attack the final level. Facing the two groups of people who suddenly appeared, Killua frowned. "Why are you here?" Juezja Ella explained, "I heard a few days ago that there was a silver-haired boy who was collecting cards at an alarming speed. At that time, I was wondering if this person was you. Today, I checked the rankings and saw that you have even collected 93 designated cards. So with the idea of seeking truth and trading, I brought my companions here using tracking plus travel. You have achieved this level in just 10 days. To be honest, you are really shocking." Biscuit was a little confused. "By the way, how can I find out the rankings? Killua said, as long as you buy more than 50 card packs in the Magic City store, you can ask the store owner who has the ranking information of several designated cards. And the total number of cards owned by a certain person. Biscuit's face was full of this matter. Why did you tell me now? Killua was a little helpless. Big sister, you think about getting gems every day, and you didn't listen to me. Killua looked at Abengani again. What about you? What's your reason? At the same time, Abengani's data began to appear in front of Killua. Name, Abengani. Non-training level, extreme. Excellent, talented, extreme. Term, Blessing of the Forest Spirit, Orange Advanced. Blessing of the Forest Spirit, Orange Intermediate. Through prayer, the power of the Forest Spirit is used to create a mind beast that devours other people's nin. The mind beast can prevent nin from taking effect, but a method that can actually eliminate nin must be found to make the mind beast leave. Orange Advanced term. And this guy's training level has reached the extreme. Killua's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he figured out the reason in an instant. The Mind Exterminator is the rarest existence in the Hunter world, even if the entire Hunter Association has only one name. It is not difficult to understand that the rarity of the term is very high. As for the training level, it is not only the development level of the mind, but also the upper limit of the talent. In the original drama, Abengani was able to eliminate Kurapika's remaining the powerful oath thought on Crollo. Although the combat power is not high, it is still capable in other aspects. I used travel to find Mr. Zizigila. Abengani said. Zizigila looked serious. What happened? Is it related to the bomb on you? Abengani nodded. Time is urgent, I will make it short. As you can see. Not just me. All 60 players in our clearance group have been set up with timed explosion devices by Ganshu. That guy has been lurking in the clearance team for 5 years. The real identity is the bomb demon. Everyone in the Zizigila team looked at each other, obviously shocked by the news. Killua didn't expect the situation to be so sudden. It seems that his arrival has caused a huge change in the timeline. After Abengani introduced the bomb demon's ability in detail, he looked at Zhu Ziyi. Of all the people I met on the island, you have the best chance of defeating Ganshu. I don't force you to take the risk to help me and the members of the clearance team to avenge. I just hope that you at least don't let Ganshu pass the level. At the same time, if you meet other players, try to pass on the news of the bomb demon. Without waiting for Zhu Ziyi to answer, Abengani looked at the number on the bomb on his chest that was getting smaller and smaller, and said helplessly, there is no time. Even if there is still a glimmer of hope, I have to find a way to deal with this bomb, and the rest is up to you. The next moment, he took out a rewind and disappeared instantly. I didn't expect Ganshu to be the bomb demon. No wonder I always felt something was wrong before. Fortunately I have always been wary of him. Being entrusted with such an important task, Chwezagila felt a lot of pressure. Although he is a 1-star bounty hunter, his combat power is very limited. In addition, he has not been doing basic training for many years. Compared to when he was young, his strength is definitely far behind. And according to what Abengani just said, if Ganshu can set nin bombs for 60 people and instantly kill the top combatant in the clearance group at the same time, that is definitely not someone he can defeat now. Chwezagila's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety and helplessness. Killua's expression did not change, and he said calmly, although it sounds like the situation is very complicated now. But anyway, as long as we kill Ganshu, it will be over. Zhu Ziyi was stunned, although that's the case. But Ganshu's nin obviously exists for killing people, and he is a complete fighter. It's definitely not possible to confront him head-on. If you want to defeat him, the best way now is to think of a way from the card. Zhu Ziyi knew that Killua had strength far beyond that of ordinary people. But in his opinion, even if Killua has enough ability, but he is too young and must lack combat experience. It is still far from enough to defeat a murderer like the bomb demon. Killua continued to ask, "Can you check where Ganshu is now?" Chuezijuela nodded and opened the friend page of the card collection. Ganshu's avatar is grey now. With his strength, the chance of death is not high. He should have used leave or subpoena to exit Greed Island. Put it simply, he should be in the real world now. Real world. Killua thought quickly, in that case, can you do me a favor? Chuezijuela, tell me. Killua, help me gather all the players with more than 50 cards, or who you think are pretty good. Now that we can't find Ganshu, why not let him come to us on his own initiative? Chuezijuela was full of confusion. What do you think? Killua said confidently, I will lead the team to capture No 0021 Ping coastline. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 47, Bloody Explosion, Temporary Team Formed. Real World. In the castle. Nyx is negotiating a matter of life and death with Ganshu, Shabu, and Bala on behalf of all the people in the clearance group. You are finally here. It seems that you have already thought about it. Bring the ring over. Ganshu habitually pushed up the frame, and his eyes revealed greed and cruelty. Nyx suppressed his inner anger and fear, and tried to keep his voice steady. The ring can be given to you, but you must first defuse the bombs on everyone. We have come here according to your request, and you should also show your sincerity. However, what answered him was Ganshu's undisguised laughter. Ha ha ha! What are you kidding? Ganshu covered his face with his hand, and a disdainful smile appeared in his pupils between his fingers. I must take your ring and confirm whether all the cards are in the card collection book first. After confirmation, only then can I help you defuse the bomb. And in this transaction, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. Seeing Nyx silent, Ganshu retracted his smile, his face turned gloomy, and his tone was extremely cold. I'll say it one last time, give me the ring, otherwise the deal will end. You bunch of demons! Nyx glared at Ganshu and the other two, struggling in his heart. But just as Ganshu said, now their lives are still controlled, and they have no right to negotiate terms, so they can only throw the ring over. Humph, that's right. Ganshu took the ring and threw it to his companion behind him. Shabu, you put on this ring. Let's go into the game together and confirm the number of cards. BOOK. After returning to Greed Island, Shabu immediately opened the collection card book. Ganshu leaned over and began to flip through it. There were 90 designated cards neatly inside. In addition to the special rare cards that the three of them had originally monopolized and secretly collected. The number of designated cards has reached 97. We have done it, hurry up and help all of us defuse the bomb. Nyx's face was full of anxiety and expectation. Except for Abengani. All the other people in the clearance group were also here. At this time, everyone stared at Ganshu and shouted loudly, don't try to cheat, we have given you all the cards as agreed. Ganshu said righteously, please rest assured, everyone. Although I will do anything to win, I still keep my word. You abide by the agreement. I will also abide by the agreement. Ganshu looked at his two partners, come on, Shabu, Bala. Now it's time for us to fulfill our promise. Looking at Ganshu and the other two touching their thumbs together, it seemed like they were performing some kind of ritual. All the members of the clearance team, including Nyx, breathed a sigh of relief. Although they handed in all their cards and even wasted 5 years of their youth here. But at least their lives were saved. As long as they were alive. Everything has a chance, everything still has hope. But at this moment, Ganshu suddenly showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth, and then laughed. How can I keep my promise with you, trash? Our ritual is not liberation, but detonation. You idiots! Go to hell! The next moment, without giving Nix and the others any time to react, they only felt their bodies being torn apart by an irresistible force. And the severe pain spread all over their bodies in an instant, and they didn't even have time to make a final cry. A series of huge explosions sounded from everyone like fireworks. The explosion roared deafeningly. In an instant, the flesh and blood of living lives flew everywhere, turning into broken limbs and arms, and scattered everywhere with blood rain. The originally peaceful grassland instantly turned into a hell on earth. The rocky area 2 kilometers northeast of Masadora. At the invitation of Chwezajila. At this time, almost all the powerful players, including Quilinu, Yababai Group, Chiazisha Group, etc., gathered here. Thank you all for coming here. As I said in the transaction, the bomb demon Gansha not only attacked the group that cleared the level, but will soon break through the level. Chwezajila faced everyone, and I just checked the rankings. They have collected 97 cards. Because there is a saying that no 000 ruler's blessing will appear after collecting 99 cards. So Ganshu is only 2 cards away from clearing the level. They are number 2 1 Ping Coastline and number 75 Lucky Alexander Gem. One of the team leaders, Chiazishu, asked, "What is the plan to bring us together?" Chwezajila took a step back. Killa stood up and said, "I have collected clues about number 2 1 Ping Coastline. But to get this card, 15 people must cooperate. This is the main reason for bringing everyone together. But it is obvious. Compared with the famous and experienced one-star hunter Chwezajila, everyone is skeptical and distrustful of Killua." A captain named Yashida broke the silence and said, "You must be Killua, who is in the limelight recently. I heard that you have also collected 93 cards, and your strength is very good. But cooperation must be based on a mutually beneficial relationship. The maximum number of cards that can be converted into 1 Ping Coastline is only 3. Even if we clear the level, how should we distribute them then? Killa, it is definitely impossible to distribute them reasonably. If we clear the level, I want 1 card, and you can distribute the remaining 2. Players who give up the competition for cards. I will give a bounty of 300 million to each person. In addition, I can tell you the detailed abilities of the bomb demon. 300 million. Although this is not an exaggerated number that cannot be refused. But not everyone present has the ability to clear the level, let alone Ganshu is about to win. For those players who have only collected 60 or even 70 cards now, instead of continuing to compete for cards, making money directly is obviously a better choice." Guolinu, the only one fighting alone, raised his hand and said, "I'll sign up." The 2 people in the Yababai group also raised their hands and said, "I'll sign up too." Juzi Juela and others hesitated for a moment, and the whole group raised their right hands. "Count us in too." Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 48, Rabbi Xiaofu, Fight Against the Pirates. Let's go. Pain. As the spell was chanted, the 15 people selected by Killua instantly arrived at the last city of Greed Island, Xiaofurubi. After landing, Killua led the team to a store in the city. "Boss, please tell us where the Yipping coastline is." The store owner was a young woman with bulging hair. "The location of Yipping coastline? It has to start with a legend. Legend has it that there is a cave in this sea area that hides countless treasures, and there are all kinds of precious treasures in it. And Yipping coastline is the entrance to there. A few years ago, 15 pirates came to Xiaofurubi. In order to get the treasure, they tortured all those who knew the entrance to Yipping coastline to death. Including my brother and my father. The young woman raised her head with an extremely cold look in her eyes. If you can help drive the pirates out of this city, I will tell you the answer. Now in the whole Shaofurubi, only I know where the Yipping coastline is. Walked out of the store. Chwezajila said with emotion, I really didn't expect it. The opening mission of Yipping coastline is actually here. But we have been here before, when we asked the boss last time. Don't talk about pirates and locations. She didn't say a word to us. Quilinu analyzed, Liza and 14 demons. This is the opponent we have to defeat in this mission. There are 15 pirates. We are exactly 15 people. Maybe if we don't form a team of 15 people, this thing won't happen. I'm right, Killua. Killa nodded, that's right. Chwezajila, but the woman just now is a game character, how can she judge whether we are 15 people? Killa explained, it's a group. Only 15 people can use the group to come here to trigger the hidden mission of Yipping coastline. Chwezajila's eyes flashed with shock, I see, no wonder I couldn't ask anything before. The pirates are in the tavern in the city now. Before going to the tavern, I'll tell you the requirements of this mission first. Killua asked everyone to sit together on the beach. The real test of the Yipping coastline is actually to compete with pirates in sports. I have confirmed that there are at least 8 tests. They are sumo, boxing, bowling, weightlifting, beach volleyball, etc. Whoever wins 8 games first will be the final winner. Killa, how did you find out about this? Biscuit was puzzled. She was with Killua almost every day, and she had never heard of any information about this place. Killua shook his finger, this is a secret. Biscuit wrinkled her nose, hey, stingy guy, you don't even tell me. After telling the task requirements in detail, Killua looked at everyone, anyway, the task is roughly like this. Although there are many competitions, but our main task is to win the final beach volleyball. If there is no doubt. Let's go now. Xiaofu Rabbi. At this time, in the busiest tavern in the city, a dozen pirates wearing strange black hats were drinking and partying inside. The next moment, Killua! 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 I'll take you to see the captain. Otherwise, go back to where you came from. This is not a place for you little brats. Hearing Papabo's request, Zizajuela and Mengchuo of the Yababai group were eager to try. But before they opened their mouths, Killa had already stepped into the circle. Papabo looked Killua up and down, and snorted disdainfully, just relying on you, a little guy? Don't overestimate your ability. The surrounding pirates also laughed, waiting to see Killua's joke. Killa's eyes were firm, how do you know if you don't try? You're really looking for death. Papabo's face was full of contempt, and he suddenly stretched out his thick palm towards Killua, trying to push him into the air. But the next moment, Killa not only did not retreat half a step, but a pig-killing scream suddenly came from the tavern. Killa grabbed Papabo's wrist, and the latter was kneeling on the ground in pain, his face twisted and wailing, and beads of sweat kept falling from his forehead. Don't even think about fighting back. He couldn't even stand up. The whole tavern fell silent instantly, everyone stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Please give me flowers, please give me votes, and I have monthly votes. Please give me data, the author thanks you here, every flower is very important. Chapter 49, Razor and the 14 Pirates. Seeing that Bababo was suppressed to the ground in an instant, the other pirates were first full of disbelief, and then their expressions were gradually replaced by anger. Damn, this kid! A pirate who had a good relationship with Bababo stood up with gritted teeth. But as soon as he moved, he immediately felt surrounded by a chilling murderous aura that was as solid as substance. Don't come in. Killua warned coldly, this guy set the rules himself. Someone pushes him out of this wrestling arena. The game is over. No one can intervene before the winner is decided. Feeling the terrifying momentum of Killua. Not to mention the pirates. Even the players in the clearance group who gathered temporarily felt as if they were in an ice cellar, and their hearts were tightly grasped by a ruthless big hand. What a great momentum! Using this ability at this age. Too strong. Except for Juezja Ella and Biscuit. Many players, led by Guo Linu, all took a deep breath. Every pirate present was a desperate criminal, living on the brink of life and death for years, and was very sensitive to danger. A more rational pirate outside the field immediately roared, "Bababo! Don't give up! Do you want to die here?" said. The pirate immediately looked at Killua again, and apologized sincerely, "I haven't seen the eyes of a man like you for a long time. We were rude before. Come with me. I'll take you to see our boss. You saved your life." Killua patted Bababo's head, stood up and followed the pirate out the door. Juezajila and others immediately followed, and the group left the tavern under the complicated gazes of many pirates. Then, all of them came to a spacious venue on the beach of Shao Fulabi. This was originally the lighthouse base of Shao Fulabi, and was later occupied by pirates and became their base. Pushing the door and entering the venue, what came into view was a dazzling array of sports facilities. Many pirates were exercising in it. The most eye-catching pirate was a squinty-eyed man wearing a white sports short-sleeved shirt. He was tall, muscular, and exuded an indescribable sense of oppression, as if he could instantly stir up a huge energy like a storm as long as he made a move. "Is that guy Razor?" asked Zizazella. Killua nodded, "Yes." At the same time, Razor's data panel began to appear in front of Killua. Name, Razor. Training level, excellent. Excellent, excellent, talented, extreme. Entry, 14-man demon, orange top. 14-man demon, orange top, use Nen to create up to 0 to 14 Nen beasts, each of which has super agile speed and powerful strength. Nen beasts can merge with each other to enhance individual strength. Orange top. And this guy's Nen has only been developed to the level of excellent. Killua looked serious. Excellent is the lowest level among the 4 levels of excellent, excellent, gifted, and extreme. Razor's current strength has only been developed to the level of excellent, which may be due to his relatively simple offensive means. Secondly, it also shows that his Nen talent is extremely strong. Bababo, who are these people? Looking at the scars on Bababo's body, Razor narrowed his eyes and asked. Bababo replied with pain, "The guests from outside said that they want us to get out of Shao Fulabi." Guests from outside? I see. Razor's face did not change at all. And he went straight to Killua and others, "Let's get straight to the point. Each of us will send 15 representatives to compete. The competition is in the form of sports. We will compete with you in the projects we are good at. One person represents 1 victory. The side that gets 8 wins first will win the total victory." Razor stretched out a finger, "As long as you have the ability to win 8 wins. We will leave this island." "How?" Juezajila considered the problem very comprehensively and asked, "What if we lose?" Razor's expression was indifferent, "Not much. Just ask you to leave here. But I need to remind you. Whether you win or lose, everyone can only participate in one project." Hearing Razor's answer, Juezajila's pressure doubled. This is a completely unequal winning and losing condition. It not only means that the difficulty of passing the level is extremely high. It also shows that the opponent has an absolutely strong confidence in winning. The first game is boxing. Who wants to challenge me? At this time, a nimble pirate has already stood on the ring. Killua turned his head. A figure walked out of the Juezajila team. "Leave it to me." His name is Bali. Not only is he a professional bounty hunter, but also one of Juezajila's partners for 20 years. The opponent in the boxing event is Transmuter, who is good at long-range instant attacks. The weakness is close combat. so when fighting, you must use absolute strength to chase him. Recalling the information Killua gave him before, Bali took a deep breath, put on his gloves, and walked onto the ring step by step. If both sides are ready, the game officially begins. As the referee's words fell, Bali flashed in front of the pirate, punching one after another, and directly launched a series of attacks like a storm. Although he has limited talent, he is also a veteran who has practiced telekinesis for more than 20 years. His rich combat experience and solid foundation give him the upper hand, and he is more than enough to deal with the pirate in front of him. Oh no! This guy is actually a close-range attacker. The pirate who was boxing suddenly changed his face, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. Under the continuous close-range attack, he could only take a defensive posture and step back. But there will always be loopholes in defense. One careless Bale hit him in the abdomen with a hook punch, and the powerful impact instantly made him bend over in pain and kneel on one knee. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for a data, the author thanks here, every flower is very important. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 50, 8v8 Dodgeball. The game is over. The winner of the boxing match is Bale. Next is the bowling competition. Killua looked at the other person behind him. Rodoli, are you ready? Rodoli. He is also a bounty hunter who has worked with Juezja Ella for 20 years. He moved his wrist, nodded, and his face was full of confidence. Leave it to me. I am the bowling champion for 3 consecutive times. The game is over. The winner of the bowling game is Rodoli. The game is over. The winner of the shooting game is Dobulu. In the battle between Nen, information often occupies an extremely important part of victory. Killua's advance intelligence reminder. The clearance team has the advantage in the game. The pirates suffered 3 consecutive defeats at the beginning. Great, we won 3 games easily. Every teammate cheered excitedly, with excitement and joy on their faces. Juezajila crossed his arms across his chest, and the tension he had originally felt was relieved. This is all thanks to Killua's accurate data. If we didn't know the opponent's ability in advance, I'm afraid we wouldn't have won so easily. Well done, Killua. Biscuit was also excited, but he was puzzled. Although we have the upper hand in the score, why do I have a strange feeling? Especially that guy named Razor. We obviously lost 3 games. Why is his expression so smiling all the time? Killua said lightly, your feeling is right. The real game hasn't started yet. What do you mean? Biscuit and Juezajila both frowned. Killua, because volleyball games are 8v8, each person counts as 1 point, and the winner can directly get 8 points. If you don't beat Razor, no matter how many points you win before, it won't work. Biscuit. Juezajila. Killua and Biscuit looked at Razor at the same time. Razor also looked at Killua from time to time, secretly speculating on his origins and strength. That silver-haired boy actually makes me feel dangerous. The game is getting more and more interesting. Razor's eyes revealed a subtle vigilance and curiosity. He wondered in his heart what secrets Killua had that could make him feel fearful. Hey, you guys can just fight them next time and lose, it doesn't matter. Leave the rest to me. Razor smiled at the other pirates, his words full of confidence. But at this moment, Popo Bobo, who had been unhappy, took off his hat and retorted, I don't want to listen to your orders anymore. From now on, I want to do what I want to do. Razor narrowed his eyes slightly. Hey, Popo Bobo. You are violating the contract by doing this, and you will go back to jail. Popo Bobo completely ignored Razor's words, and even began to provoke other pirates. I don't care. Anyway, I don't want to play this shitty and boring sports game anymore. Is there anyone standing on my side? No matter how powerful he is, he is only one person. As long as we go together, we can definitely deal with him. But at the same time, Razor raised his strong right hand, and a spherical bullet instantly condensed in his palm, and then he threw it out with great force. The next moment, the bullet was like a high-speed cannonball, and it hit Bababo with a sharp and piercing whistle. Boom! The latter's head was ruthlessly crushed into powder in an instant. What's going on? The pirates are killing each other. And what tricks did that guy just use? It's too scary. The people in the Yashida group originally just wanted to get the bounty, but when they saw that they might even risk their lives, they immediately backed out. This guy is very strong. The knowledgeable Jwezijuela began to sweat on his forehead. Even Biscuit, the calm heart, also had some ripples. Gyulanu, who looks rough but is kind-hearted, asked, "That guy is your companion, right? You just killed him like that? So ruthless." Razor laughed. Papabo has committed at least 11 major cases of robbers killing humans. There are countless other small cases. Are you going to stand up for such a person? The criminal who killed people. Gyulanu was surprised. Aren't you game characters? Killa stepped forward and explained, the answer is correct. Not only is he not a game character, and this so-called game world is also the real world, but it is held on a closed island. This is the real world. For a moment, except for Jwezajila, who guessed this in advance, the others looked at each other and were all shocked. Whether it's the real world or the game world. Let's play the game first. Razor came to the middle of the stadium with one hand on his waist. I'll go next. My competition is 8v8 dodgeball. Each person counts as 1 point. If you win the game, you can get 8 wins directly. Please pick 8 players too. While speaking, 7 weirdos with numbers 1 to 7 printed on their heads, condensed by thoughts, instantly appeared behind Razor. At the same time, the moment Razor came in front of everyone, everyone felt it. The dazzling and frightening light of the powerful superior on him. Finally, the moment of the decisive battle has come. Let's decide the winner here. Killua was the first to stand on the court. Then Biscuit, Jwezajila, Quilinu, Yababai, and Mengchuo from the Yababai group also quickly occupied a corner of the court. You only have 6 people now? Razor asked. Quilinu Rannan, and 2 gorilla thought beasts, 1 black and 1 white, suddenly appeared behind him. I can replace 3 players by myself. You did the same thing, so it should be okay. Of course it's okay. Razor nodded. Then let me introduce the rules of the game now. Although there are 8 contestants, but the game is played with 7 players in the inner court and 1 player in the outer court. As long as a player on the field is hit by a ball thrown by the opponent and fails to intercept it, he must go to the outer court. However, as long as you shout back, each team has 1 chance to let the outer court player return to the inner court. And when one side has no one on the field, the game is over. Biscuit scratched his head, it's so complicated. Anyway, either dodge the ball or catch it, right? Razor, that's it. The rules have been explained. A mind beast with the number 0 printed on its head acts as the referee. Razor threw the volleyball to Killua from high in the sky. If you are ready, the game officially begins. As the challenger, let you attack first. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and monthly votes. Please all readers vote for data. The author thanks you here. Every flower is very important.